Go, let's go. We started this thing, and now we're on top. Everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
Yo, Dap, come on, man. Don't do that.
Yo, squash
Dap,
it.
please.
Yo, missionaries.
The Jerry curl is popping shit.
Missionettes.
Ready for the world is popping shit. Come on. Now, what's up with that?
Yeah, brother, what do you want?
You ain't no kid to me.
That's right, and we ain't your brothers. How come you college motherfuckers think y'all run everything?
Hey, is there a problem here? Big problems.
I heard that. You come to our town year after year and take over. We was born here, gonna be here, and gonna die here, and can't find jobs because of you.
Yeah. Right. Can we go? Okay, can we just
I mean,
go?
we may not have your education, but we ain't dirt neither.
And ain't nobody said all of that, all right?
You mission punks always talking down to us.
Look, brother, I'm real sorry that you feel that way, okay? I'm really sorry about that.
Are you black?
Take a look in the mirror, man. Look, man, you got a legitimate beef, all right? But it ain't with us, okay?
Are you black?
Hey, look, man, don't ever question the fact whether I'm black. In fact, I was gonna ask your country, Bama ass, why you got them drip chemicals in your head.
Right.
God damn it. And then come out in public with a shower cap on your head.
Like a fucking bitch.
Who you calling a bitch?
Well, if the shoe fit.
Now, I bet you niggas do think y'all white. College don't mean shit. Y'all niggas. And you gonna be niggas forever. Just like us. Niggas.
You're not niggas.
Come on. Fuck you up. Get the fuck out of here before I bust a cap in your young college ass. Go on.
I against I, flesh of my flesh, your mind of my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I against I, flesh of my flesh, your mind of my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. Right here's where the end gon' start at. Conflict, contact, combat. Fight a stand where the land is marked at. Settle the dispute about who the live is. 3-word answer, whoever survived this. Only one of us could ride forever, so you and I can't ride together. Can't live or can't die together. All we could do is collide together. So I skillfully apply the pressure. Won't stop until I'm forever one. A doorstep where death never comes. Spread across time till my time never done. And I'm never done. Walk tall, why ever run? When they move, if I ever come. Bad man never fetch reward. Tell them come, general, we gotta start the mind. Fire fun. I against I. Flesh of my flesh, your mind of my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I against I. Flesh of my flesh, your mind of my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. Survive, 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 survive. reign supreme in your U-N-I. V-E-R-S-E with the sharpness. Narrow road building, no space for partners. No space for drivers, no space for walkers. No space regardless. You're on my path, then get off it. Hard-headed and unresponsive. Get their lives put on target with harshness. Come with the cannon sparking, they darken. Who am I? One man squadron. Monster the fire, this time to the snatch it tomorrow. The 1,000-yard stay that appears through your armor. You can get it all right now if you want to, but when your front line get marched through, I warned you. You know who forever belong to. I can't stop. Flesh in my flesh and mind of my mind. Two of a kind, won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I can't stop. Flesh in my flesh and mind of my mind. Two of a kind, won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eyes, and his image is reflecting mine. Survive, 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 survive.
It's just me, myself, and I. Solo ride until I die. Cause I got me for life.
Yeah.
Woo, I don't need a hand to hold. Even when the night is cold, I got that fire in my soul.
And as far as I can see, I just need privacy. Plus a whole lot of tree, fuck all this modesty. I just need space to do me, get away what they're trying to see. A Stella Maxwell right beside of me. A Ferrari, I'm buying 3. A closet of Saint Laurent, get what I want when I want, cause this hunger is driving me, yeah. I just need to be alone. I just need to be at home. Understand what I'm speaking on. If time is money, I need a loan. But regardless, I'll always keeping on. Fuck fake friends, we don't take L's, we just make M's. While y'all follow, we just make trends. I'm right back to work when that break ends. Yeah.
Ooh, it's just me, myself, and I. Solo ride until I die. Cause I got me for life.
Got me for life.
Woo,
Yeah.
I don't need a hand to hold. Even when the night is cold, I got that fire in my soul. I don't need anything to get me through the night, except the beat that's in my heart. Yeah, it's keeping me alive. I don't need anything to make me satisfied, cause the music does me good, and it gets me every time.
Yeah. And I don't like talking to strangers, so get the fuck off me, I'm anxious. I'm trying to be cool, but I may just go apeshit. Say fuck y'all to all of y'all faces. It changes though now that I'm famous. Everyone knows how this lifestyle is dangerous, but I love it, the rush is amazing. Celebrate nightly and everyone rages. I found how to cope with my angers. I'm swimming in money, swimming in liquor. My liver is muddy, but it's all good, I'm still sipping this bubbly. This shit is lovely, this shit ain't random, I didn't get lucky. Made it right here cause I'm sick with it, cutty. They all take the money for granted, but don't wanna work for it. Tell me now, isn't it funny?
Woo, it's just me, myself, and I. Solo ride until I die. Cause I got me for life.
Got me for life.
Woo, I don't need a hand to hold, even when the night is cold. I got that fire in my soul. I don't need anything to get me through the night, except the beat that's in my heart. Yeah, it's keeping me alive. I don't need anything to make me satisfied, cause the music does me good, and it gets me every time. Like ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Cause the music does me good, and it gives me every time.
Yeah, lonely nights I laid awake, pray the Lord my soul to take. My heart's become too cold to break. Know I'm great, but I'm broke as hell. Having dreams that I'm folding cake. All my life I've been told to wait, but I'ma get it now, yes, no debate. Yeah.
It's just me, myself, and I. Solo ride until I die. Cause I got me for life.
Got me for life.
Woo! I don't need a hand to hold, even when the night is cold. I got that fire in my soul. I don't need anything to get me through the night, except the beat that's in my heart. Yeah, it's keeping me alive. I don't need anything to make me satisfied, cause the music does me good, and it gets me every time. Like ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Cause the music does me good, and it gives me every time.
Yeah. 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 Extra. Young Guru. Yeah. You know how we do it, man. It's 5, 3, 4. Yeah. I give a fuck what you say, nigga. I give a fuck what you say, nigga. Joe, you know I'm coming through the field, gripping wheel, what the deal? So who spot up the hill, about to give myself a meal. In my system, this is still how I'm living, just as real. Nigga, ill, make a difference, nigga, feel how you feel. Just another day on my way to getting paid. Niggas spraying hater rate, I'm trying to stay out they way. Waving at the babes on the corner like hey. Stunting like it's nothing, a performer in me. Grab myself a grub, get a hug, give a pound, give a piece, get low. I ain't trying to stick around. Get a beat, get a girl, get my gamble on. Get them girls, give them hell, keep it moving on out. Back at the house, satellite BT, PS2, HD TV. Fight night, knock the homie out. Got the shorty getting aggy, looking lonely on the couch. And I'ma still hard block, give a fuck what you say. Pants sagging through wagon, give a fuck what you say. Big chain, getting change, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me. Big trucks with the rims, give a fuck what you say. Leaving the club with like 10, I give a fuck what you say. 100 grand on the Benz, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me. Ain't nothing changed but the change, not a lame, never been. You say fuck me, it's fuck you, been the same ever since. If you love me, I love you. The game I was playing from the OG HO, he ain't never been a liar. I concur with every word that was sent. For the family, I give them 110%. For the phony, I give them 110 of them. Nigga 9 Eminem, I can send it through the wind. Back to the grind, pay the haters, never mind being brokers in the past. I pray to never rewind. Fine wine dreams, rocking gators, lime green. Out in Vegas with my team, breaking tables, yeah, I mean. Money on the wall, make the game go good. Have money on the ad, but the shit never lasts. Puff, puff, pass, nigga, that's how we live every day. So keep the misery where you in. And I'ma still hard block, give a fuck what you say. Pants sagging through wagon, give a fuck what you say. Big chain, getting change, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me. Big trucks with the rims, give a fuck what you say. Leaving the club with like 10, I give a fuck what you say. 100 grand on the Benz, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me. 5, 3, 4, nigga, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off NASA. We got a problem. This represents the struggle, the hustle, the bums, the rats, the roaches, nigga, that's where we from. Summertime cookout, open up the Johnny Pumps. Baby, I don't care if you just
just got your hair done, you still getting wet. Young hustlers on the steps, trying to follow in the steps of a vets from the checks. Young niggas act hard, rollers in the back bar. Me, I played the monkey balls when girls tried to mac hard. Back when Kane was blasted from the car, got a package of cane, brought that you to the yard. And I'm a still hog block, give a fuck what you say. Pants sagging, do ragging, give a fuck what you say. Big chain, getting changed, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me. Big trucks with the rims, give a fuck what you say. Leaving the club with like 10, I give a fuck what you say. 100 grand on the pins, give a fuck what you say. It's at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about me.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:03. I'm Artisan MC, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. I see my little test has worked. Apparently, I'm not big enough to be shadow banned. So somebody got their fucking panties in a bunch about something I said, which is not out of the ordinary for me. So apparently the word has went out to fuck him. It is what the fuck it is, ain't it? I got time for that shit. Fuckers be two in their goddamn feelings. So thank you guys for coming through. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. As you can see, what up, Joe Herb? Herbert stay all day in the build day. Shout out to I'm Listening, G, AB. See y'all in here. As you can see, today is a shop day. I decided to come down to the shop today because there's been some stuff going on behind the scenes, and I wanted to see if motherfuckers was leaving my goddamn business closed on a Sunday. And sure enough, I'm here at 11 o'clock and nobody has showed up. So the hate has been out end of this month. The last 2 weeks, the hate has actually been out. But I'm good because I run my tests. It's like flushing out a rat. You throw some bullshit information down the pipe and you see whose mouth it comes out of, and you know where your leak is. In construction terms, you just use dye. Then you find out where the leak is. So I'm seeing where the leak is and where the hate is coming from. So now, since we're not in the old West where you can actually just go around killing motherfuckers who get on your nerves, I have to deal with it another way. But it is what it is. Appreciate you, Herb, for the Cash App. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So let the Cash App ring. What's up, no one? So I see G in here. G, if you still in here, type something in the chat because I'm gonna give you this link so me and you can get into this homeland shit, because today is actually a special day in a sense. This is 2 years of regular live streams. 2 years of regular live streams. This is 2.52. That means next week when I go live on this channel, it will be the new year, the 3.0, and move on to the shit that I'm doing doing in that year that I want to accomplish and what I have planned for that year. And one of the things I want to accomplish in that year is a couple of things. I'm not gonna fucking tell you all of them because that'd be pointless, because that's when motherfuckers start really getting on their bag. I mean, it's like Method Man said about Superman. Kryptonite could kill that motherfucker, but he didn't go around telling everybody that shit, did he? No, stupid. Tell your plans up front. Okay, G, I see you in here. Give me a minute. Let me run this monologue, and then I'll get into that shit with you because we need to talk. So it goes like this. And let me give Herb his, I don't even have a Cash App up. Let me give Herb his 3B salute and get this shit going. Because I am an appreciative Negro. And I always want to give people they shine when it's time and when it's deserved. All right, so to the Herbert Stay all day. Appreciate your support. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Joe. As we do every week, I'm looking for about 10 contributors to donate to the stream. If not, this will be a real goddamn short stream, and I'll take my ass back home and get in my bed and wash my laundry and read some books. I actually finished listening to Exile, so I can get that done because I'm into that story. Because shout out to G for that. Drizzt the motherfucker. That motherfucker get beast. He go beast mode. Drizzt go beast mode. So, shout out to the No One. Appreciate your support. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Shout out to KR. I'm just going to use your initials. I'm not going to use your government because I don't know if you are in the chat by your government. So I'm not going to put that shit out there like that, but appreciate your support. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you. As a matter of fact, I think I need to open my own business, y'all. You think I should open the door for my own business? I mean, it's 11 o'clock. It's past 11 o'clock. The door should be open. The sign should be on. And I'm bitching about somebody not showing up to work and saying anything, and I haven't did that shit yet. So I'm going to open the door because then if motherfuckers show up, it look like some shit, don't it? 1 second. All right, now the shop is officially open because the door is open. All right, so here we are. Oh, here we go with the No One. Mr. No One. No One, I appreciate you doing that shit like that because it's funny. Because you already know. I do that in people's chats too. I already know how much I'm gonna donate to them in the chat. I do. It's just what I get for it. So for No One, thank you for doubling up in the chat, or excuse me, in the Cash App. Excuse me, and I will give you that guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Now, all right, G, that's you? Okay, now I know. Appreciate you, G. You ain't paying me to come up, homeboy. Motherfuckers should be paying to come up on panels and sit up there and talk dumb shit all week. They should be paying for that shit. Especially if they just want to fucking talk over people the whole goddamn town and be loud and act like that's the only time anybody ever listened to their ass. It's fucking ridiculous. It's getting dumb. All right, so what I want to do in this monologue, I'll keep it short and sweet. I have listened to very little YouTube this week, and truthfully, there was only a few things that I might have missed. Some of Dr. Tiasan's, which I always fucking hate because Dr. Tiasan drops knowledge. You don't sit there gossiping. You don't sit there bitching. You don't sit there talking about the who's who in YouTube and who ain't doing what and who ain't who. He talks about actual information happening out in the world that can affect you in your life, in your family, which is actually important because it actually gives you a lexicon to understand and talk about what's going on, and actually proposes some ideas on how you can move forward and change some of that shit. All the rest of this crap that I've been hearing the last 2 days when I actually tuned back in to see what was going on, I ain't miss shit. I ain't miss shit. And this is disappointing for me in this space because this is a space that I come to and I enjoy. And I enjoy for one of two things. One of two things. One is brotherhood in the sense that black men have a space where they can all talk openly about what's going on. Two is intellectual discourse, put it that way. These are the two things I saw was missing this fucking week. That's why I figured I could miss it for a week and I'd be good. If you've been in this space long enough, you understand how the tides flow in this manosphere section because it flows pretty much the same way it does in the black community. You can fall in a favor, you can fall out of favor based on what you say and who you say that shit to. Because everybody's running around so emotional and so in their goddamn feelings that they can't wait to, number one, try to prove you wrong, and number two, find a reason to hate on your ass and keep you from success. Two fucking things. We eat our own. We eat our own. Now, it comes in a bunch of different forms, and the shit that I've heard this last 2 weeks about everybody going back and forth about this stupid ass goddamn Pookie and Ray Ray shit. I'm so fucking tired of hearing that shit. I don't even use those terms anymore because I'm sick of fucking hearing it. I'm sick of fucking hearing it. There is no point in the world to use those goddamn terms. That's why young boy True from Cali, from SAC, I don't call him Pookie. Because I want that fucking term to die. I want it to die. I want it to go the fuck away. That is not his goddamn identity. His identity is how he jumped on this bitch ass. Truth. That's who the fuck he is. I'm not gonna put another jacket on him and play along with that shit. Fuck that. I'm here for black men to actually respect each other. I'm in a space where I think black men can respect each other in some senses as fucking equals. And if we're equals in some sense, I shouldn't be giving you that divisive ass name that locks you into a mode of just being goofy and dumb act. It's fucking dumb to me. Because that little motherfucker is actually smart. When he talks smart. But he get too wrapped up in the Pookie title, so he just think it's okay to act like that. No. Space I came into actually asked more of men. Expected you to be better and challenged you to be better than your base form. But in the last 2 weeks, it seemed like everybody got their ass on their fucking shoulders. Everybody got an attitude and everybody looking for somebody to talk down to. Who the fuck is you? I watched a whole stream yesterday, or excuse me, the day before yesterday, where somebody, I guess, I guess this is just from what the fuck I heard, because I'm not gonna waste my time to go back with this dumb shit. That somebody was just trying to debunk somebody else because they supported one report. Nigga, do you got anything else to do? I mean, really, do you have anything else to do? And then it turns out, motherfucker ain't even read the shit. It's like, look. I said this shit before. No time, no shine. It is a waste of fucking time to talk to somebody like that. It's intellectual masturbation. Because you ain't getting nothing out of it. You can pour water over a rock all goddamn day. It's not getting inside the rock, okay? It's just not. If that motherfucker is dead set on telling you that they don't agree with you, then that was a 2-minute conversation. I don't agree. Don't take much more time than that. You ain't got to explain that shit to them. You ain't got to try to beat it into their head, and you ain't got to sit there and run them down about how fucking stupid they are. They're just fucking stupid. We all know it. Just move on. Get their ass the fuck out of there. It's holding up actual productive conversation. Now, one thing I thought we didn't tolerate in the space is motherfucking trolls. That's what I thought. I'm just saying. I've been here for a good couple, not even a couple of years. But what did I find the space in 2013? Didn't really start making content until the last couple of years. So I've been in the space for a while. I've seen the regular cast of characters. I've seen the new booties come through, and the new booties regurgitate the same bullshit we already talked about 2 years ago. It's fucking irritating. It's fucking irritating. I know the cast of characters, I know the players, I know the roles. I do not have time to keep listening to the same regurgitated bullshit. It is a quagmire in that sense. If your dumb, good, stupid ass ain't putting out no more original thought than what you heard somebody else fucking say, what are you in this space for? Because from my understanding, the reason I come in here and I look at other people's channels, because I'm looking at their fucking content. And if their content is just what somebody else said on some other fucking panel or something else, you have no goddamn content. I'm not tuning in for a recap of somebody else's dumb shit. I didn't want to watch their shit. I'm not coming to your channel to hear a recap of they dumb shit on their channel. I don't want to see that shit. Fucking hell. Motherfuckers always running through here with muddy feet. What's going on, beastly nerd? I'm just getting my little vent out for a hot second. Now, I've been seeing, like, Akuteki is putting in here, this Pookie versus Ray. This shit is so goddamn stupid. How fucking old are we? I mean, really, outside the truth, who we know is 19, how old are we? How fucking old are we? Is this the same conversation? Does it fucking matter? I can tell you proof positive today. I give a fuck about who anybody is fucking in this space. How much you're getting and how much you're not getting. It doesn't matter to me. You know why? It's not my goddamn concern. I don't give a fuck how many bitches like you. I don't give a fuck how many bitches is in your inbox. I don't give a fuck how many donate to you. I really don't. I look for solving, eliminating, and removing dysfunction and feminine thinking in men. I have no time for the rest of this shit. I'm out here in the real world with real problems. I don't have time to worry about what somebody else fucking said on that goddamn channel like that. What you don't fucking believe in, what you don't agree with. Who gives a fuck? Don't agree with it. Please don't. So when shit starts affecting you, you can scratch your fucking nuts and figure it out for yourself. I don't have to tell you that shit. far as I knew, we was all grown-ups in this goddamn space. If you don't want to do the research to read the shit, I'm not gonna beat you over the head with it to get you to. I'm not gonna do it. People focus on what's important to them. And bullshit ain't important to me. Learning and information is. That's why I keep my mouth shut and my fucking ears open. And when new information is presented to me, like, I don't know, Dr. Curry's paper, I read the shit. Not just the title and think I know everything about it because I read the fucking bullet point across the top. Get the fuck out of here, man. Some motherfuckers are just too goddamn lazy. Mentally lazy. This motherfucker. What's up? What up, Doughboy? Hiding on the cloud, saying for Saber Rider and the Star Shares. Absolutely, for Saber Rider and the goddamn Star Shares, man. I'm about to hit Ramrod Challenge Phase 2, motherfucker. I'm serious. I'm about to hit Challenge Phase 2. Because that gives a fucking half. Now, if y'all don't know and can't see, yeah, I figured you just woke up, Doughboy. Look, I woke up off a good one too. I listened to that whole stream last night. I heard a lot of dumb shit. I heard a lot of intelligent shit. I saw a lot of time wasted. And it ain't a critique necessarily on you, homeboy. It's not. But at the same time, it's like, why give that motherfucker that much goddamn time, man? Boot this motherfucker. I know it drives up people's numbers. I know the YouTube game in that sense. That if you have some controversial, dumb acting motherfucker on the panel, it gets other people to watch. The chat gets all hyped up, and everybody in there having a fucking food fight for an hour or two. Hopefully, they pay it into your fucking cash apps. But I look at it like a business, motherfucker. If you standing around in here bitching the whole day, is you putting in on this? Or are you just trying to hit my weed for free? Fuck you. Get the hell out of here. What's the point? It's Ford. Better late than not open at all. It is what it is. I figured I'd catch you off guard with your pants down, and I did. So it's okay.
You know, all you have to do is play denim walk and I'll drop my pants. Remember that card?
I do remember that card.
Sorry. Just throw it off.
So Ford showed up. What up, Dead Set? And Ford just told me that if I play Denim Walk, G. Serotonin, if I play Denim Walk, he said he will drop his pants.
We've already been through this. It's literally happened.
I've played Magic with this fool, and I did run my Minotaur deck, and one of the unhinged cards had Denim Walk, which means if you're wearing jeans, it's unblockable. This motherfucker did drop his pants in this damn shop at a table full of people. He had shorts on because he's fucking Aquaman. Right, he's Aquaman, but he did drop his fucking pants. You can't make this shit up. Look, Aquatechy Ford! Yeah, Ford. Yeah, Ford is here. When's the letter?
October 1st, and we still need to get the save the date cards out.
I'm not worried about it.
Slacking.
I'm not worried about it. If I don't get an invite, I'm not upset.
So you're getting an invite.
Yeah, I'm not upset if I don't.
What you want, so
I'll be there. Did you get one to Jen? Did you get one to Jen too? Okay, so ex-wife will be there. That'll be entertaining.
You civil?
I'm always civil.
I know. I'm just kidding. But in general,
me and her are cool. I'm just thinking that'd be funny. It'd be funny.
She was in my life for some time.
She's still in your life.
I know.
It makes sense.
Exactly.
I was just curious. I didn't like notice things like that.
Yeah.
Not that I'm avoided or anything like that.
Well, my mom did this exact same thing. She asked if I invited her mom and my grandma Kathy, and I did. So.
Yeah.
But then she was also worried that I was going to invite like my her brothers and her sisters.
Yeah.
I did.
You should.
Nah.
Fuck her.
Nope. No, I had nothing to do with my mom. I just didn't want them there.
Look, Joe Herb says, "Sup, Ford."
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Look, I'm just giving Ford shit. I'm just giving Ford shit. Yeah, AB Media said what's up too. I'm just giving Ford shit because one, because he was late. Two, I ain't seen him in a little while.
Yep.
Three, I probably owe him some money.
Probably.
That's why I'm here too. But and then what? Four. It's fucking Ford. What? I can fucking do that. Who gives a shit? My team, no pant dropping. I'm down for the pants dropping, just not Ford's. Ford is a lifeguard. He's like a certified, legit fucking lifeguard. So we always got some goddamn shorts on anyway.
Yeah.
So while it wasn't embarrassing and shit, it was funny. He did drop his fucking pants. But there is worse, because if you want to look it up on YouTube.
Oh God. You talking about the Harlem Shake video?
There's a Harlem Shake video from my favorite theaters, the Cerrito. And this goofy motherfucker right here is in it in a fucking Speedo dancing in front of the camera and shit. And I'm like,
yeah, like legit Speedo. It was real small.
Man, straight up banana hammock. Look, white boys got some different shit they can get into. I would never do no shit like that, but that's why I like Ford, because it helps me to know that people like this fucking exist. And they will.
Eric was the one who wanted me to do that.
I don't give a fuck who wanted me to do it. I wouldn't do it. Fuck that, nigga. And I'm not shaming my damn dick, but god damn, really? No. Anyway, he could have been in Jackass, but they already finished that movie.
So it was the video that allegedly brought shame to the family.
That's what his dad told him.
Yep.
He brought shame to the family doing that shit. You know why? Because dad is a Marine. And yes, Ford was on some fucking belly watch, Baywatch.
I am not fit enough for Baywatch.
Not fit enough for Baywatch, but he would make a nice kick. Look, Herb laughing. You never knew about that, Herb? How did you miss that, dude? We was talking about that shit in here for hours. Who won the match? I think I won. G, because my Minotaur deck, I worked on that. That shit was good. And he saw me when I got that card, and I told him I was gonna pull that bitch on him. And he was like, "If you do that, I'll drop my pants." And sure enough, when we played, not a week later,
I dropped my damn pants.
Here you go. And he said, "Fuck no."
He's like, nope.
Anyway, so let me get back to it because I'm losing some people because of that.
Sorry.
Start streaming Magic games. I've streamed Magic games. Art of Idmore, you know that shit. You was the reason for it, and you still don't play Magic. So why would I stream that shit for you? I was doing it for me. I was doing it two-parter. That's usually how I work. It has to be a benefit for me and a benefit for you. I don't have a problem helping anybody, but sometimes I want something out of it. And me, I got to play Magic with somebody I like playing with. I got to play with Anthony. Got to play with Leslie. And then I got to stream that shit for you guys and try to help Artie Idmore's ass learn how to play Magic together. Fun all the way around. I had a good time playing. Yeah, 3 decks or 3 dicks. About time. Put the colors in the chat so I can get back to what I was actually trying to talk about. Ford showed up, so this is what happens when I'm in the shop. Sometimes I get interrupted, but it's better than somebody making a bunch of noise outside in the hallway. So I'm getting pissy. I need to actually do some work. Both? You do that? No. You should have a lot more women. You shouldn't be a monk then, nigga. Be out there at a sideshow, getting it in, tentacle raper. Yeah, well, he said something worse last night. Anyway, moving on. This space, and I think I will play this shit again just so motherfuckers understand where I am with this shit on this Pookie and EL shit in this space. And mind you, I'm a small channel. I am. I ain't even monetized yet, and I don't give a fuck. I'm all about the slow bubble. Slow and steady, homeboy. It's not a race for me like that. I'm running my race at my pace. So I don't give a fuck when it happens, as long as it happens. So this is how I was seeing all this shit. And if you guys showed up late, which you did, you probably didn't even hear it. So you can catch it on the playback or you can catch it now. So I'm gonna play this. And this is how I see the EL Magic Eddie Legs. Because when I was thinking of all this shit the last 2 weeks, this is what came to fucking mind.
man. Don't do that.
Squash
Dap,
it.
please.
Yo, missionary.
The Jerry curl is popping shit.
Missionettes.
Ready for the world is popping shit. Come on. Now, what's up with that?
Yeah, brother, what do you want?
You ain't no kid to me.
That's right, and we ain't your brothers. How come you college motherfuckers think y'all run everything?
Hey, is there a problem here? Big problems.
I heard that.
You come to our town year after year and take over. We was born here, gonna be here, and gonna die here, and can't find jobs because of you.
Yeah. Right. Can we go? Okay, can we just
See,
go?
we may not have your education, but we ain't dirt neither.
Yeah, and ain't nobody said all of that, all right?
You Mission Punk's always talking down to us.
Look, brother, I'm real sorry that you feel that way, okay? I'm really sorry about that.
Are you black?
Take a look in the mirror, man. Look, man, you got a legitimate beef, all right? But it ain't with us, okay?
Are you black?
Hey, look, man, don't ever question the fact whether I'm black. In fact, I was gonna ask your country, Bama ass, why you got them drip chemicals in your head.
Right, goddamn it.
And then come out in public with a shower cap on your head.
Like a fucking bitch.
Who you calling a bitch?
Well, if the shoe fit.
Now I bet you niggas do think y'all white. College don't mean shit. Y'all niggas, and you gonna be niggas forever, just like us, niggas.
You're not niggas.
Come on, man. Fuck you up. Get the fuck out of here before I bust a cap in your young college ass. Go on.
Now, for any of y'all who have not seen that movie before, you grew up in a messed up generation, but that's School Days from '88 by Spike Lee. And in that movie, Spike Lee went through this whole thing about black identity in college and black identity in the real world. And if you notice the two groups, yeah, Samuel L's the GOAT. Samuel L's the GOAT. Underrated. Well, he's highly rated now, but he was an underrated actor for a long time. Fucking good. But he went through this whole thing of classism within black folks. He did. That's what that scene was about. It was about classism between black people. Because if you know anything about the movie, Dap and his crew wasn't the good crew in the college. They weren't. You know who was? The Gammas, frat boys. They was looking down on them because they was the ragtag, or they probably from the streets and all the rest of that shit, right? Now you see how the microcosm of society that's happening in college, when they left that school and went out there to get some chicken at the local spot in town, there was somebody lower than them and was talking shit to them because they thought they had them airs or they was better than them. And they're trying to explain to him, no, I don't feel that way. But it did hit a core in him. Because if you watch the rest of that scene out, when they all get in the car and they start talking, the little dude in the middle says, well, then the dude back at the restaurant was right. Yeah, he was. About one thing and one thing only. And I won't use that term, but I'll tell you. One thing and one thing only. Just like them. Just a little further ahead and a little better position. And if you waste your goddamn time sitting here arguing with each other over the basis as class argument about who's better than the other one, you never get anywhere. Name me another group of people who spend all their time cutting each other down because you didn't come from the same place they came from, upper or lower. That crap is so baseless and lame to me. It is. Because as an intelligent, thinking black man, I understand that any twisted situation can make you better or worse. Better or worse. And for me, I've told you guys before, I'm not a street dude. I was never a street dude. I had street dude friends. Yeah, I came out the house and was out there, but I didn't get into all that shit. I actually took my ass to school. I actually liked school because I wasn't done. It wasn't tough for me. I wasn't running around dyslexic or anything like that, so it was tough for me to read. So I just was getting into other things. No, it was interesting to me. I've actually went to college later in life because I dropped out when I was in my teens because I had a child. So I dropped out of college and started working my ass off to take care of my son. And at that point, I lost all those damn illusions about who's better, who's worse. Situation that you're in, stuff you're exposed to, the motivation you get from the people around you can actually influence if you do better or worse, regardless of the situation, regardless of the political structure. You can't tell me that we all black in this space. We got street dudes, ex-street dudes, and professors and PhDs and all the rest of that, and none of us have had the black experience. All of us had two-parent households living in suburbs, that stereotypical ideal of what black folks assume white folks' life is like. Ford White standing right next to me. I've known Ford his whole life. He ain't never been living in the damn suburbs. Ford from Richmond like I am. He'll say Crockett, but he's from Richmond. His dad's from Richmond. Never been rich. If he was rich, the fuck he doing here? Why he standing in the same place as me? Shit don't really matter. Only person that matters is to you. Because somebody told me this a long time ago, but your attitude determines your altitude. If you're gonna shit on people who have an education, then you obviously will never have one. And like I told my kids and anybody else who listens, your education is the key to many doors. They understand that in every third world country. Why don't you in this first world? How you doing, sir? I'm doing. If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking out loud, I'm live streaming and ranting. Yeah, see, that's the right answer. He said cool. There's a line from, what was it, Batman Begins that I liked that came up when I was thinking about all of this stuff. And it's after Bruce Wayne has, tried to kill Joe Chill. He got off and he's upset. He's leaving his coat with the bum and throwing his wallet in there or whatever. And he leaves. He leaves Gotham, right? And then he comes back and he's talking to Alfred about where he's been. He said, I always thought of criminals as one way. This won't be an exact paraphrase because I'm messing it up. But I always thought of criminals as one way. But the first time I had to steal to eat, I lost that ideal of what being a criminal was. If you want to constantly reduce people in this space who might be on the streets or been in the streets and been into some stuff as fucking pookies, you are diminishing them because of where they come from. You are. The same way you are diminishing them if you label them just as an EL and think because of this, because they got some education, all the rest of this stuff didn't actually happen to them. Nobody is living in a freaking bubble. Nobody, except ignorant people. And ignorant people come in all colors. That's the world I live in. Only thing I try to separate myself from is ignorant people. And ignorance, for me, has no color. If you don't want to learn, you shit on everybody who learned something. If you think just because this dude went to school and did some stuff, he ain't had no struggles in his life, or because he had a bunch of struggles in his life, his mama may have been a crackhead, his daddy may have been ran off by whatever reasons, that he don't know nothing and can't be anything, you are ignorant. You are ignorant. As intelligent as you may be, you ignorant in this area. Because that's all it means. You don't know. That's all ignorance is. Our biggest problem is the willfully ignorant who refuse to learn. Even when the knowledge is right there. Have a good one. Those are the people that bother me. Because even with the information there to prove their narrative that they're running with wrong, they don't want to take it. They don't want to learn it. They refuse. So why should I care? I got out of my 30s. Got past that. And you know what that meant? Stop trying to be right with everybody. I started listening to my cousin who's older than me, and what he told me, leave them how you found them. Because if they don't want to learn, I don't have to fucking teach you. It's your job to learn. After you're an adult, even Truth in here at 19, it's his responsibility to learn. Ain't nobody got to spend a whole fucking panel teaching his ass shit. That's his responsibility. He's an adult now, right? He in college. Get to it. You should spend less time online and more time in the books. You in the grinding years. You need to be grinding that muscle before that brain solidify at 25, homeboy. You need to get that knowledge in, grow that brain, grow that gray matter. And stop sitting up here on panels talking shit to people. I like Truth. I don't like that he do that. It's embarrassing to me because he's from California. And he's close enough I can say, Truth, meet me over at Nations, homeboy. And go up to Stockton and have an actual conversation with him. Like, what the fuck? You got to stop doing that. You're making us all look crazy. I personally don't have time for the remedial dumb stuff. I really don't. BGS has whole playlists with over 7 years of information on it about the same stuff that y'all asking dumbass questions about. Tell you what, pay him some money and he'll crack the vault like Disney, and you can take your goofy ass in there and watch those videos. Get yourself a notepad and take notes of all the questions that you have. And then, after you finish that, shoot him an email. And then y'all can go back and forth behind that. Maybe he can give you a consultation if you pay for his time. Then I don't have to watch your dumb ass on the stream for 8 hours. Then I don't. Y'all can have that argument off screen. Because I don't need to see it. I'm not here for fucking dysfunction. I'm not here to replicate dysfunction. I'm not here to bring any dysfunction I might have into this space and have it validated. No, it's not what I'm here for. I'm here to learn something from some brothers that know something about something I don't know and put something into the space of positive content for the space. That's it. Sharing what I know. And I ain't beating my chest and throwing my nuts in anybody's face about it. That's why I'm a small channel. I just make ripples and see who echo them back. Then I know who's listening. What is your superhero alter ego? Dead said anime. My superhero alter ego is Spawn. I am the Hellspawn. I punish for the things that I love. That's what Al Simmons was. Al Simmons was punished for love, if you know that shit or not. He loved his country. That's why he did all the shit that he did as a soldier. Still loved his country. That's why he started working for Jason Wynn in that organization, killing all the folks that he killed. He loved his wife. That's why when he got killed by that same organization that used his ass and then threw him away, and he went to a hell and talked to Malbosia, he came back because he loved his wife. And Malbosia fucked him and sent him back. Oh, you love your wife? Cool. I'll send you back to her burnt up 5 years later. Oh, and by the way, your best friend is married to her. Oh, by the way, they had that baby y'all wanted to have. Enjoy life now. That's why. Because to me, He is emblematic of black men. And he was a black man. You were punished for the things that you love. One of the things I'm doing in the background is this whole I Am series, right? This I Am series where I interview people who I want about who they are, why they are. And part of that is getting to who they are underneath all that shit. Because outside of all these goddamn names and titles we try to throw on each other to diminish each other, there's actually a person there who defines themselves completely different from what you would say. And that's who you need to be trying to talk to. Instead of talking to the name you want to hang on. This is legit multitasking now. We got 3.
A nice band of jacket.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. What you got on? Boba Fett? Oh, you got a Boba Fett jacket on.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
You should check out, have you ever heard of Displate? Check out Displate, because I was on there yesterday. I filled my save up to about 100 different plates, and a lot of them was from The Mandalorian and Boba Fett. They had some really cool designs on them. So,
I heard that he was now he's stronger and grow.
Yeah, I was used to do it. Yeah. I enjoyed the show, but I was disappointed with the show at the same time.
Yeah, I mean,
because it was too much of everybody else and not enough of.
I just wanted to, like, see all
the fights.
Yeah, now I see what people are talking about, and I was like,
it ended up kind of bland. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Excuse me for a minute because I actually had a customer.
Yeah, no problem.
No, I'm talking to them. I'm not talking to you. I ignored them to talk to you. But attention spans nowadays is like 30 seconds the span of a fly's life span. So you gotta let them know or they'll walk away. All right, 6, 82. Comments. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. You too. You have a good one. Appreciate your business. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Don't make anything. Let's the Cash App ring. And we're looking for 10 contributors, so do y'all thing. If you're listening, do it. Yeah, Spawn got dead dirty. When I was in college and I did a presentation, I did break down Spawn and Naruto because I am a geek. That's how I identify myself. I'm a geek. Which is anybody who's done an interview with me knows that's a big umbrella. It's a big goddamn umbrella. And I rolled into a college class with grown women and grown men and gave a goddamn presentation on stories and how important some stories are, regardless of where they come from. And I used Naruto and Spawn. I'm not an idiot about this shit. There are maybe some things I'm ignorant about because I am not completely versed in astrophysics, which I really wish I was, or completely versed in the Spanish language, which I really wish I was, because I could sit there and flirt with my Latina cooks over at Nations. But there's some things I'm ignorant of. And that's fine. I look for the things I don't fucking know. Not because I want to debunk them and say how wrong it is. I look for the things I don't know so I can learn something new. Because that's what you here in this fucking life for, moron. If all you know is what you know, you don't know shit. Because that's what I understood a wise man understands. That he doesn't know anything. That means you don't always have to be the loudest voice in the room on every fucking topic when you ain't old enough to have even had the experience with all of that shit. Yeah, Naruto Nation, for sure. Hidden Leaf. And yes, I would go with wind style. I would say fire because I got the temperament for it, but I'm calm. So either water style or wind style. That'd be it. Spawn is going to war with both sides of the book to protect Earth. Yeah, Earth. And that's what happened. Spawn finally had to break free of that shit of both of them. Got sick of playing the game between God and Malbolgia about which way he was supposed to go for all of humanity. And he said, fuck it, and killed them both. That's how I feel at times. Fuck both of these goddamn sides. Because like I was telling BGS when I was asking him, checking on him, because old dog is pissed. Y'all got the junkyard dog upset over there. I would have told you in a heartbeat last year that this man really loves y'all. That's why he doing all this shit. He love his people. As frustrated as I heard his ass in the last week or so, y'all better get the fuck off that man line. You better get the hell off his line. He about to go back inside and come back out with the fucking Remington lever action and start picking your asses off like it's the frontier. Leave that goddamn man alone. You don't agree with the shit he's saying? Don't fucking agree. You don't have to. Ain't nobody up here selling agreement. Not begging for it, not asking for it. Just saying, this is what the fuck I know. Have at it. But like I told him, and for y'all who don't fucking read, probably won't find it, because you got to read it. It's not Googleable. I am a true Sith. I use both. Light side and dark side. So fuck the both of them. I don't believe in doing this duality dance where you got to be on one side or the other. Because for what I'm seeing in the space, I got actual learned men who have accomplished something in their life doing exactly what people would consider Pookies do. Hood mentality. How do you get that? Because nobody is ever one fucking thing, you moron. Nobody is ever one goddamn thing. Give you a perfect example of this shit. Perfect example. This to fit the whole narrative of this whole thing. You may look at Angry Man, tatted up, baseball cap, shirts on and shit like that, Jewel, stogie in hand, all that shit, and say he's an ignorant nigga. Until he start fucking talking to you and putting out what's in his head. And then you taking it back like, oh shit, I didn't know this brother was this goddamn intelligent. You know what I told him? I told him to go get his degree just so he can rub it in motherfuckers' faces. He should get it pretty easy. It should be done quick. For him, he's smart enough. Just so motherfuckers could shut up about talking to him about shit. Just so they could shut up. Because then what you gonna say? You look out the other end of the damn scale, you got Dennis Sperling. I like the content that Dennis Sperling throws out about the law and stuff like that, because that's what he focused on, right? But if you see the shit he on right now, who he sound like? He sound like a hood nigga, don't he? Well, that's where he's from. He got away from it and focused on some other shit. But it's still there in him. Sitting up there in the suit with his sons and all the rest of that shit, did you expect that? Did you expect Dennis to take it back to the streets? No. You might have thought he was just a lame because the motherfucker was sitting up there with a suit on. I will say this shit forever. You can disagree or not. I don't give a fuck one way or the other. I really don't. Black men are multi-dimensional. We have many sides to us, and we never fit neatly into one goddamn box. If we, as black men, engage in that same shit of constantly trying to put other black men in one little box, we are no different than the fucking white people we keep saying we better than, who only know how to classify you in one fucking box.
Grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
No one. Here's the thing about that gray Jedi shit. If you're saying you're a gray Jedi, you're still a Jedi, to me. Because how I understand it, from how I've read the shit, you're either a Jedi or a Sith. That's if you follow those orders, right? Which are basically religious orders. If you follow those codes, one way or the other, then you are either a Jedi or a Sith. If you are just a Force sensitive user or just a Force user, and you don't ascribe to any one of those dual pole schools, then you're just a Force user. Because if you read the novels, a good one to read is Fate of the Jedi, when Luke Skywalker and his son Ben Skywalker travel the universe, backtracking his nephew Jason Solo's steps to see where Jason went dark. He didn't. They go across other Force users. They go to other places where people use the Force in different frequencies of the Force. None of them are Sith. None of them are fucking Jedi. That whole duality thing is what gets people so fucked up. It's only easy to control people if you can put them in one or the other box. That's what it's for. To figure out really quickly, because I'll tell you this from learning psychology, the human mind is fucking lazy. It is. It looks for the simplest fucking answer. That's why you have to exercise it by reading shit that doesn't agree with you right off the bat. And work through your own cognitive process and understanding it. That's where you get original thought and not regurgitation of someone else's thoughts. Exactly, beastly nerd. The Force is the Force. The Force never said, I got one side and the other side. The Force said, I am the Force. I'm in all living things, be they good, bad, or indifferent, because those are moral judgments. And I ain't making those. But if you want to use me, I'm here. Fuck with me. The brain is lazy. It wants the easiest fucking solution. And if by classifying people in one or two areas, it makes it really easy to say who you are fucking with and who you ain't fucking with. That's all it does. It's a way of dividing people up really quickly. Like, I don't know, black and white. When you know both of those are fucking constructs, and at any point in time, somebody can jump in that white box, or they can jump the fuck out and end up being in the black box, especially if you got mixed kids. And the white guy agreed.
It's like the Schrodinger's Jew. It's like the Jews are either white when they need to be, or they're people of color when they need to be.
Exactly. And that's why, thank you to us. Can you say that shit on camera so these motherfuckers can hear that even a regular ass white dude knows some shit?
So what I just said is, it's like Schrodinger's Jew. You have, the Jews are either white when they need to be, or they're black when they need to be.
Depending on who's looking, right? Okay. Convenience. So that's why those are fucking constructs. They throw anybody in that box that they feel like it, when they feel like it. for society's purposes, our culture's purposes. Who's trying to climb that box right now? Latinos. That's why they don't like the dark Latinos. Goofy motherfuckers.
Or like this chick.
Oh yeah, she looked white. But wait. What's the blurb? First black Olympian. Who know anything about this story? Read the goddamn story. Can you see this chick? She like average cute for what would be a white chick. Oh, it's out of focus. But she's saying she's the first black Olympian.
But
That must be Rachel Dolezal's daughter.
But then here's a different picture.
She got some color in it.
Right? But like, okay, she is mixed up.
She is mixed.
But her dad is also mixed.
Her dad's also mixed.
I'm like, this girl, at least from this picture, looking white as fuck. So basically, it takes someone who is overly white passing to earn the title of first black woman to earn a gold medal in this event. It's one of those things where it's like, does this take away? Like, it feels like this takes away.
It does take away from it because they're looking for any identification to give you a hero.
Because how much you want to bet this girl never had to go through the same struggles that other black folks?
I agree with that. She did and she didn't, because I get this from my daughter. Don't say her name.
Okay.
I get this from her. Mm-hmm. They get some of those struggles and they get different struggles. That's why I say, look, after a certain point, all these motherfuckers might as well be mixed, so you can shut this shit down altogether. Because the white struggle is different from the black struggle, and the black struggle is different from the mixed children's struggle. I have a mixed child, so I know this shit. It's not something I'm watching from afar, motherfucker. I'm up close and personal. It's some of the same shit and some different shit as well, because you have to deal with being fucked with on both sides. Beastly Nerd said, I know the story, I rolled my eyes, bro. I might read that story. Send me that link, because I'm going to still read it. I might have rolled my eyes off the title and the picture. I don't give a fuck, because that's how I take in information. I'm not looking for confirmation bias if I like it or not to read it. I'm reading it because I want to see what the hell they got to say about it. Really? Let me see. What points are you trying to make? Because that's how I look at information. It ain't a right or wrong or whatever. You just have to deal with it. Yeah, Ford hitting that colorism argument. Ford deal with this shit. Ford a white dude. When you talk about millennials and how they feel kind of pissed off and lazy and stuff like that the shit that they've been told didn't really come true, so they're struggling to deal with that shit. That was Ford in his 20s. I was talking to him about that shit. Because he was sold a bill of goods that didn't come true. And this is a white dude. And he was really fucking frustrated. Like, dude, this is not what it's supposed to be. What the hell is all this shit? Welcome to the world, bitch. Your bunk's down the road. That's what it is. And Beastly Nerds, you're right. It is an identity crisis. Because being, Charles will tease me about this shit, is saying being somewhat of a yellow Negro. And I'm like, really? I've never been told I was a yellow Negro. Thank you, Charles, I guess. In some places, I'm not black enough. That's around black folks. And around white folks, I'm way black, too black already.
It's also the same argument when you get the, I know this is going to get overly political, but when you have liberals who talk about conservative black folks, and then all of a sudden, when you have non-conservative black folks, they're like, oh, they're an Uncle Tom, they're this and that. I mean, the documentary Uncle Tom on its own is completely about that. Mm-hmm. And they have a section that was taken out of it that's on YouTube called The Conservative Black Man. And it's like you have these folks that go away from what would be the quote unquote norm, and they feel as if like they identify whatever with the white man's position in conservancy. I know, I'm just putting it.
No, I'm just rolling my eyes because I'll tell you this to shorten that part up. It's all the white man's position. Conservative, liberal.
We ain't wrong there.
You didn't make this shit. It's all the white man's position.
But it's like all of a sudden they lose the black card because they are conservative.
Which is bullshit.
Uncle Tom, and it's like, wait, do you want, like, if they're being successful and whatnot, what's wrong with success?
Because the thing that's wrong with success for black people, especially black men, if they're successful and they're conservative, because you're successful and black and you're conservative, you lose your usefulness to liberals who profit off of black people being downtrodden. That's how they get their positions, because they vote for them. If you're a successful black person and you don't buy into that shit, you give a fuck about your family, you don't want your daughter running around here with a penis hanging off her ass and shit like that, then automatically you're now Uncle Tom, because you're not useful to them, because the people who throw it at you is the ones who are upset. It's liberals. Because if you're on their team, they don't give a shit. And that's when the conservative ones come back and tell you, you're just a dumb nigga, you're just a cunt. It's the same shit. It's the same duality argument. It's the same argument of putting people in boxes and trying to get them to fill out that role that you want them in. I'm a carpenter. I build boxes. I don't live in them. There's one box I will live in, and that'll be a rectangle, and it'll be when I'm dead. But if I really get morbid one day, I'll design the box that my ashes will be in. How about that? And then that's how I know I will live in that box.
That would be very morbid.
It just is what it is. I ain't got no control over that shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. It don't mean a thing if the cash app don't ring. So do your thing during the stream. And I'm still looking for 10 contributors. I am about halfway there. And if I don't get there completely, I will shut the shit down and call it a day and go home and let Ford do his thing, and I'll go home and do my goddamn thing. Ain't no such thing as a free fucking show, folks. Get over it. Showing up for nothing. People need to be paid, like this motherfucker standing next to me. What did Artie Ibmore say? Said he's mahogany. Oh, you working on your troll game, huh? Mahogany. Could be Cocobolo. Learn some other colors. It's a nice wood. See, Ford knows. Look, where's Charles at? Charles has to educate y'all on Cocobolo wood. I said Cocobolo one time. Ford knew it was a wood. You got to talk to other people outside of your same echo chamber, motherfucker. Other people know shit. Who would even know this motherfucker dude? Ford don't look like he been beat with nightsticks before, does he? No. Yeah. That's what Charles has. He has a Cocobolo nightstick.
Oh, nice.
It's a fucking Baltimore cop. I'd have a fucking taser.
I mean, he's got a nice piece of wood for it.
Nice
Might
piece
as well
of wood.
do it in style.
It's a really nice piece of wood. That's what he said. That shit was hard as hell. You're not like most dudes in the space that boast and act like they're better than others, shitting on people like King Nebuchadnezzar, who was humbled in the end. Look, me and my mother and my brother had this conversation, I think it was at Thanksgiving, about being humble. And my brother's idea was not to be humble. He don't give a fuck about being humble, right? And my mother agreed with him. I was kind of, no, I think you can be humble to an extent. I'm not saying you're so humble that you don't, understand the good things that you actually do. But for me, you have to be realistic with who the fuck you are. So, I'm a good person primarily. Like playing Mass Effect, shout out to fucking AB Media. I'm a Paragon Renegade. Mostly Paragon. That means 51% of the time I'm a decent person, or say 60% of the time I'm a decent person. 40% of the time I can get on some bullshit. It's just what the fuck it is. That is me accepting myself. I'm not going to be good all the time. I'm not going to be in the right all the time. That's just the way fucking life is. I'm not an angel. I don't levitate above the ground. I'm not perfect. I'm not. I'm an actual person. So some shit I do right, some shit I do wrong. If you ever dated me, you'd figure that shit out really clearly. Right? So,
it's not allowed to have to be perfect.
It's not allowed. You have to be perfect. I believe that for a long time too, that I had to be perfect. That was one of the conversations I had with my ex-wife. There's so much pressure on me to be perfect. I know one day I'm going to fall short, and I don't know what I'm going to do when I do. You know what the fuck you're going to do? You're going to pick yourself back up and run at it again, bitch. That's just what it is. You're never perfect. And if you're sitting there trying to put yourself on a pedestal like you know all and do everything correctly, you are going to fall. Somebody's going to come along and sweep the leg, Johnny. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. Life is gonna show you your ass is not perfect. Every time you run into a goddamn wall, you wonder, why am I running into this wall? Because you ain't perfect, bitch. Because if you were, you wouldn't be here. You would have ascended already and become pure energy and left this plane of existence. Yeah, still in the perfect blender. Look, man, I'm still mixing it up. Look, I look at it this way, no one. I just work on the percentages. Not the extreme, the percentages. Because shout out to BGS and West Coast African for folks, and Dead Set for folks who read the fucking foundation. If it's not 0%, if it's above a 0%, it's still a possibility. So if I'm 65% good, I'm on the right. And I'm just saying good in the sense that I'm operating as close to who I am at my core as I should be, and trying to be as decent to folks as they allow me to be without doing some fucking bullshit to me. Because if you do some bullshit to me, I flip that 60 to 60% I'm gonna be on your ass. You chose that shit. Fuck you. I'm a pretty cool motherfucker. As long as you ain't on no bullshit with me. If you want some bullshit with me, you can't be upset about anything that happens. Just like her. Just like her. So, Pula, how are you?
I'm feeling a little sick.
Why'd you come in here?
I'm pregnant, didn't I tell you?
No!
We're having another one.
You come over here. I'll give you a hug. So everybody, this is Paula. Pula. This is Pula. She's the manager over at the Cerrito that I love going. And she just told me that the homeboy got her pregnant again.
Oh my God. Why you gotta say it like that? Who are you talking to?
Everybody, these folks in the chat.
Hello, people.
Hello, people. It's Paula. So, you have to have another one? Boy or girl?
We don't know yet.
Oh, y'all doing that reveal shit?
Not this time. Well, it's gonna be probably like a barbecue or something. Not as big as we did the last one.
A barbecue reveal? Just find out. Trying to be too new age.
He wants to do it, you know? He said we have a reputation.
You got a reputation, apparently. Like, I thought you just got over because it was the one COVID baby. Now you got another one? Damn, what the fuck? Y'all definitely like each other. It's okay. You can do it some other time. Look, everybody said congrats. They ain't upset.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. She a cool Latina. She a cool Latina. And her man is funny as fuck to me. Because I didn't know how old she was till his birthday. I was like, oh. Yeah, she keeping you in line. I know what that is. She about her business. She keeping you in line. So that's good. So they're a good couple. They fun. Paula's cool with me.
New couple? We've been together for over 3 years.
I said good couple.
Oh, good. Couple. I heard new. I'm like, it ain't new no more.
Yeah. I got 2 kids. That shit is solidified at that point. So if y'all want to laugh about some shit, obviously she's a Latina. A man is a black dude. I'm saying when, and she does smell good. So I'm just saying, y'all in this space, telling you I know Latin folks.
Well, here's the current.
That is totally your goddamn face. Did he put in anything on this? So that's the first baby. This thing don't focus for shit. Oh, say be mine with a Baby Yoda shirt on. Geeks.
Not I.
I know you didn't put it on him. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, he got your mouth.
Yeah. He's walking and talking and all that.
Awesome. Well, congrats.
Thanks.
So now he's gonna have company. That's good. You don't want an only child because they get crazy.
Yeah. Well.
What?
Aramis is the only child, so that explains him.
Only child syndrome is a real thing, and it does affect people. It's better if they have a sibling somewhere close. Ford at least had my son. You know,
affecting. That's a strong word.
It is.
Yeah, I got three sisters and a brother, so it was fun.
Oh, well, congratulations.
You.
When are you
I
doing?
probably told you that.
No, you ain't told me shit. I ain't even seen
feel
y'all.
like- oh no, I haven't seen it in a while. Okay. Well, I'm doing August. Well, last week of July, first week of August.
Oh shit! I don't have one of them early babies. I don't know what's wrong with November for your people. Fucking November. Have your baby in November.
What's up with November?
You have to fuck on Valentine's Day if you want one in November.
Exactly. That means it was really out of love.
You can celebrate Valentine's Day.
It don't matter. You ain't gotta celebrate Valentine's Day to get it in on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, well, we got it in on Halloween. That's what it was.
Halloween babies, y'all.
Hell yeah.
Apparently, Halloween was when they was feeling really randy and they got pregnant on Halloween.
What's wrong with that?
Shut up.
Since the October.
Yeah, since it says the October baby. Yeah, shout out to Grinch.
All right, well, I'll have people call you.
Yes, have him call me so I can give him some crap for not calling me in a while.
All right, talk to you later.
See you, Paula.
Bye.
How you doing, folks? Long time no see. How you been? I'm doing okay. Yeah. So if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming and I won't curse in front of your kids. You can curse in front of your kids. I won't curse in front of you. Good to see you guys. So yeah, that was Paula.
Another one.
If y'all didn't know, Ford and Paula don't actually.
That's a different person, isn't it?
What used to be on there? Same one. That was the other Paula. Yeah.
There was two?
Yeah. It was your ex.
Okay.
And then there was another.
With the same name? Oh,
yeah, she was
I
the
didn't
other
know
one.
that. Towards the end of that, she didn't even allow me to go down there. So
that's why what? Talk to people. Talk to people that you don't know, that don't look like you. It's more fun that way.
That's why when you said the name, I was like, "There's another one."
Yeah, no
I just
one.
can't get away from that name.
She's she's a manager. Her and Aramis are managers, so it's good. Representative was shooting up the club. Yeah, no one. They did. I gotta mess with Aramis. I gotta mess with Aramis bad now. I gotta hit him. I'm definitely gonna hit him up. I didn't know they were expecting another baby, but that's good. I like to see good geek couples because Aramis is pretty much a big geek. He's a movie geek. So when I go to the theater and watch movies over there, that's usually who I go with, and we end up having big long conversations about movies and stuff. But that's his thing. Yeah, Grinch was right. I date Latinas. I knew he was right as soon as he said so. Yeah, you're right. I've been dating Latinas since I was in fucking elementary school. Yeah, it's a true statement. So I'm good. Yeah, got no disagreement from me. All right. What up, Enigma? Peace to you and everyone in the chat. So I don't know. Do we need to finish out this whole Pookie and Ray Ray crap? Let it die. If you stop digging it up, it'll probably stay dead. Because one of the ways to let things go away like that is to stop using those terms. Shout out to one of my favorite nerds, Aaron McKean. If you use a word, if you love a word and you use it, that makes it stay around. If you don't like it, it goes away. That's why words fall out the dictionary all the time. Because people stop using them. Stop using it. What are you giggling? You know who Aaron McKean is.
His words dictionary, that one video you always like to share.
That's who she is. Lexiconographer.
Yes.
That's
why
that's Aaron McKean.
You love sharing that video.
I love sharing that video. Beastly nerd, my girl's Latina. No power to you, beastly nerd. You act right, but yeah, be loyal. How do I feel about tokenism? Big Dog Productions says. Put a frame on that picture you're trying to paint. Put a frame on it. Basically, give us some context to that question, and I'll answer it. Because you're just saying tokenism. You can mean in the workplace, you can mean in comic books, you can mean in just life in general. Put a frame on that picture you're trying to paint, and I'll tell you what I see when I look at it. So to that point, let it die. Let this stuff die. We don't have enough time as Black people to constantly keep going back and forth about who's this and who's that, who's not this and who's not that. Look, I've seen the space grow. I've seen people come into the space. I've seen people gain from the space. I've seen people leave the space. But space is still going to be here. Space is still here. And the overall reason that everybody came here is because they were disaffected in some kind of way in the real world. And you congealed together in one spot to actually be able to have a space to speak your views and talk about the things that you think. Keep doing that. You don't have to be divisive with each other. I can listen to anybody on this thing and agree or disagree with whatever they're saying. But it doesn't mean just because they're here and I disagree with what they're saying that I'm a hate. And it doesn't mean just because, thank you for sending me the article, that because they disagree on their ideological views that I have to hate your ass and try to ruin you. Don't mean that at all.
Ain't that a concept?
Really?
I can disagree. I disagree with Marcus on a lot of things.
I bet you do.
We still get along and like play magic and stuff.
I know you don't get along.
Wow. All right.
The funny part of what Ford was just telling me is that he gets along with Marcus and they have good conversations and whatnot. When I remember when Ford was actually hating Marcus because he couldn't beat him in Magic.
Oh, I still can't.
You still hate him?
No. He's casual with that, but still he's just real smart.
I told you that. There's always somebody better. It don't always look like you, dude. It's just what it is. All right, Miss Michelle, $6.59. Would you like a bag? Nah. Bags are for people who don't read books. Oh, that's why they're there. So we used to have kids back in the day. Make that labor lighter, like carry those bushels. I'm tired. You want to eat? Churn that butter. Here's how you do it. I'm gonna watch. Son right there. Yeah, I'm gonna critique your skills, and if you do it good enough, then you'll taste it on the table. I gotta cook for you. You can work for it. All right, there you go. Good to see you, folks. I might. Trying to cut back, it's kind of fattening. All right, that was one of my favorite customers. She's married to an Irish man, so she has little mixed Irish kids, which is cute. Little mixed girl with red hair, because she can actually. That little girl right there could say she was the first Black Olympian if she won a gold medal. And she wouldn't look black at all. She was like, a little white redhead girl. It's like Orphan Annie. Yeah, but her mama black as hell. She's fine too. And she smelled good.
I knew a redheaded black dude in high school, but he wasn't light. It was just like he was black and then red, like curly ass red hair. It's
My nephew was redhead. My nephew was redhead.
Yeah, it was just real weird. You're oxymoron. It's like when you're being like, you got no soul. What's going on?
You're black. You're a black ginger. Do you have a soul or do you not have a soul? I don't understand how that works. Fucked up for it.
That was real cool.
Okay, Big Dog Production says in comics, more so like Miles Morales, America Chavez, Mantle Passing, and who is your favorite tokenized version of a character? Okay, Big Dog, now I know what you were going at. I'm just making sure. I knew where you were going. I just wanted you to say it for yourself. The tokenization argument is mainly Big Ripper's thing, that Big Ripper really gets on that. And I can agree with some of the points that he's making. But at the same time, I think Miles Morales kind of stands on his own. America Chavez as she is in her solo book is shit to me. I wouldn't read that for nothing. America Chavez in the Al Ewing's Ultimate book, I do like. Do I think it's a tokenized character? They're still in the name for name recognition. They are. That's what it is. So they can put a Latina woman character in there. In and of itself, it happens in comic books, but it depends on what the story is, because at that rate, the character has to stand on its own. Even if you have somebody else's name, you have to stand on your own. The story has to be made for that character. Now, do I see Spider-Man or Miles Morales as a tokenized Spider-Man? They had a bunch of other Spider-Man before him. Ben Reilly, Miguel O'Hara, some of these other motherfuckers was out there. Some of them caught on to greater or lesser degree. Miles Morales being in the Ultimate Universe, and if you understand the Ultimate Universe is comics that they're making to make movies out of, you need to shake it up and do something different so it's not in main continuity, so motherfuckers ain't losing their mind because you changed their main continuity all of a sudden. So you give it a whole new universe and change the character in the most obvious way, which is making them black. Does that make them tokenized? How good is the fucking story? I've said this before. I don't give a fuck what color the comic book character is, really. I really fucking don't. They're fictional fucking characters at the end of the day. What is the story with this character? Who is the people who surround his life? How does his racial ethnicity actually inform how he deals with the world? That's all that shit matters for. Other than that, the motherfucker could be green next week. Don't matter, because you color him whatever fucking color you want to. The story of the character is what's important, not the color. And that was what Stan Lee tried to get away from the whole time. He had Spider-Man with a full body costume and you never saw his face. So you can always see yourself in him, no matter who the fuck you were. It wasn't about his goddamn color. It's about what was in his heart and what he did. And what Spider-Man did is go out there every goddamn day. So if Miles Morales is doing that and he's still wearing the same kind of costume, then he's doing the same thing. How is his struggle different from Peter Parker's? That's all I need to fucking know. That's it. So I don't get into that whole racial argument in that shit, but I always ask people about that because sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. Triathlon was a tokenized character. That's why he was shit. If you don't know who Triathlon is, that's why you don't know who the fuck he is. Because he was garbage. It was nothing to him other than the fact that he was black and he had all the powers of Captain America, only like one at a time or some bullshit like that. Stupid as fuck. Stupid as fuck. Night Thrasher was a decent character to me, and he was black. What was his story? Pretty much like Batman's. He could be tokenized, but everybody loved Night Thrasher. Come on, man. Some of this shit I don't have time to worry about like that. A lot of the things that they do nowadays in comics is tokenization. They throw these characters out there and put them together just for that reason. It's all about their goddamn color or their sexual preference. That's not a goddamn story to me. That's some side shit. That's parsley on the meal. Who gives a fuck? How does that inform the rest of your damn character arc and story? How? Because if there's no story outside of that, your sexuality can't be your superpower. Unless you like Artie Idmore in here saying he got 3 dicks and he call himself the overfeed. Okay. I guess that could be good if you want to be, baby daddy. But it's a comic book character. It could be any color. That's the only way the color matters. Is that when he worked with the police, did they try to beat his ass? Or are they happy he helped them? That's the only way it's going to matter. You're putting that in the story. Beastly nerd. Iceman solo comics sucked because that's when they was trying to make Iceman, they never really developed Bobby Drake in the way they should have. He should have been OP level way long ago. Once Emma Frost took over his body and showed him he wasn't using his abilities to their fullest extent because he lacked fucking imagination, that's when you should have saw an Iceman book and him doing all kind of crazy shit. But you never have. The most interesting thing they've did with him in all this time is let Jean Grey from the past peek into his mind and tell him he was fucking gay. And that ain't even fucking interesting. Yes, you didn't know that? No. Yeah.
What bullshit is that?
That's why I got pissed off. Said, that's not how that works. Nobody can't tell you you fucking gay, and now all of a sudden you gay. Get the fuck out of here. That fucking Jean Grey shit. They've been using Jean Grey to tell everybody they had some kind of sexual tendencies. But she the one in the middle of Wolverine and Cyclops. I'm like, Jean Grey gay. How about that? The Phoenix and mind fucked up one too many times, dude. She don't know which way is up anymore. She don't know if she like the optic beam between the legs or the claws. She just can't tell. She just can't tell. Can't be sitting there like that one. Look, I can make some filthy geek jokes all day. I mean, what the fuck? What difference does it make? All right, so like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm gonna move on to some fun shit because I'm happy for my homeboy and this girl. They having another baby. That's good for them because they're a good couple. They actually look out for each other. Black man and Latina. He's happy. She happy with him, and he a goofy motherfucker. And she happy as shit with him. He ain't balling. He ain't none of that. He just himself. And she happy with that and like it. What's to be upset about? That's how that shit's supposed to work. So they want to have kids and have a family and do that shit. More power to them. I'm all for that shit. I believe in having actual fucking families, not bitter ass dry dicks running around this bitch. So I'm happy for them. Got to see Michelle in here, looking nice, wearing the spandex. If I was still doing my dirty side, I'd be trying to fuck her, married or not. I'd be trying to fuck her. I'm trying to be a decent person, dude. That's my Sith side. I'm trying to be a decent person. Told y'all, 65% good, maybe 35% on that bullshit. I'm trying to be more on the good side. I'm trying to be more the paragon and not the renegade. Yeah, either way, Jen's getting poked. She's getting poked all right. She's getting that entity treatment. That's why the Phoenix keep coming back. The Phoenix keep fucking. Getting that Phoenix fucking. You ain't lived till you had an orgasm with the spirit of all life in the universe. Why are you laughing for it? All right. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm going to drop this link and see if I can get G, if he's still in the building. Here's the link for G. Nobody else hit this link right now because this is for the Jigs of the G, so we can talk about some of this Homeland shit. Since none of the rest of y'all actually read the fucking book, I'm only talking to him about the shit. The rest of y'all can listen. But he can tell me some shit and fill me in on some things that I had questions with. Like Artisan, Gene! Yeah. You know why Scott was saying that shit like that, right, Artisan? Because Gene was fucking force crushing his head when he was going down on her. Gene! Giving her that optic beam. Giving her that optic beam. She was telekinetically crushing his goddamn head. What up, G?
What's up, brother? How you feeling?
Gotta unmute yourself, homie.
I said, what's up with you? What's up with you, brother? How you feeling?
All right, let me see if I can turn your volume up a little bit.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna just turn it up a little bit because I had somebody who was loud as fuck on here before and I turned that shit down. So what you got? I am. Where am I? How much time I got left on this Exile? I'm on chapter 14 of Exile right now, but I already finished Homeland.
Okay, what was your synopsis on it?
My synopsis on Homeland. That was a good introductory story to how this guy writes, what goes on in this world, and my dude, you was on point with bringing that shit to the manosphere and seeing the parallels in that shit, because it was way too many fucking parallels in this shit. I'm reading this shit, it's like, G was motherfucking right on this, boy. That is like gynocracy, exposed in that shit, dude. It's like, nigga, if you can't, I can't read that without feeling some kind of way about it, because it's the detachment that it's a story, right? But when you get in the house, I'm gonna fuck up their names because he used too many goddamn D words all at the same time. But Drizz's family, Demirs or whatever the fuck they were.
The Duerdens.
Duerdens, right?
Yeah.
House Duerden.
Yeah, House
And
Duerden.
Matron Malice, that bitch is something else. But
That bitch
worse
is something
than her
else. Was RZA, the sister.
Breeza is a bitch. Fuck Breeza.
RZA is full on. I got a PhD, gynocracy built, boy. She don't give a fuck.
You say PhD. I just said she was a butch dyke. Because she was smacking motherfuckers whenever she fucking felt like it, just because. Like, ow, pop. I pull my whip out and whip these niggas. I'm like, God damn, this bitch is tripping.
Did you see how much his brother gave into the gynocracy? His brother was just totally into it. Like,
Dean buckled like a motherfucker, boy. He buckled like a belt. They say you folded up like a lawn chair. Like he didn't just bend the knee, boy. He got down on both of those knees and dipped the head. Like, do you want some of the ass too, mistress? Like, come on, man. What the fuck is you doing?
But if you would notice the dynamic, how they never, like the practice was to never acknowledge the father. It don't matter who the father was to the kids, they never acknowledged them. Mm-hmm. Just like Zaknafane was Dritz's father, but she had a whole nother consort that was their father, and he lived in the same castle as Zaknafane. Like,
now
she was crazy.
Now you brought him up. Zaknafane is my dude. I like Zaknafane, and I'm fucked up right now because in Exile, I ain't ruining it for these niggas because they ain't gonna read it anyway.
Yeah, I know what fucked you up in Exile.
Anyway, yeah, I ain't fucking up nothing for them. They're not gonna read it anyway. But they brought him back.
Yeah, how she reanimated him. Yeah,
reanimated his ass and sent him back after Driz. I said, that is so fucked up, dude. That is so fucked up. Once he found out that was his actual father, and then they still had to have a fight. They did Zaknafane so goddamn dirty, dude. That is so fucked up. But
so now look, you're reading this.
I've lived through some shit like that, so I'm like, I know it happens.
I'm telling you, it happens. And look, Artisan, look, you living through it. You reading it as a grown man. I read that shit when I was 14.
Probably traumatized. Like,
yeah. So I was reading that shit. In the books, you know what? There was some of the books that shaped my outlook on life. Right, reading those books, yeah. Wait till you get to the Icewind Dale trilogies. Them is even better. Like them are even. They give you an even deeper look at sociopolitics and.
Oh, Ford is. Look, you got the white boy interested. Ford is like.
I'm sorry, I heard Icewind Dale.
Yes. Yeah. So the books that I'm reading right now.
D&D books right now.
Yes, we're talking D&D books.
Ah, okay.
We are talking D&D books. So this is the book I'm reading right now. No, I didn't know it because G brought it up on Art of Idmore's stream last week before last, right? Mm-hmm. He brought it up. And I started asking about it. Now, some of the other brothers on there was kind of giving him shit about it, like, oh, it's fucking stupid or whatever, right? But I'm listening to him and he's passionate about it. He's saying where he's reading the shit from. Now, I could have wrote G off as an ignorant nigga if I wasn't listening to what he was saying. And part of what was coming through and what he was saying is his passion for this material. Where he was reading it and all the rest of this shit. It's like, okay, so he's not, the one box Negro. Okay, he just fits in one box. He's actually reading this stuff. And he's trying to explain it to them and get them to understand that, no, this is really map on. So I was like, I'll take that up. What's the name of that book? So I went and looked for it. Yes, I'm enjoying Audible. No, I'll rate the app later, motherfucker. Mind your business. But I went and looked up the book, found it on audiobook, and then listened to it. Finally. It took me a while, but I finally did.
Was this part of the Dritz series? Or?
Yeah. So I didn't know it was based on any D&D stuff or whatever, but as soon as I started listening to the stuff,
I got like a whole ass book for the Dritz series. Like
I'm listening to the character and the stuff he's talking about, because your favorite fucking thing, fucking magic missiles. It's like, this bitch ass.
This is stupid.
This is the dude I fucking played D&D with. This the motherfucker that'll get a whole party killed. This
I didn't do
goofball
shit.
right
Okay,
here.
nah. Okay.
Just
No.
rushing in.
He
Yeah.
was called
Look,
PKP.
What did he say? What did he say? Rushing in. He don't even know you. He know what you do.
What?
Just
No, I
rushing
got a
in.
whole. The guy that taught me how to play Magic was like that. He was this Mexican kid, and he was gung ho, bro. We used to attack so fast and get caught in every trap.
What does that mean?
4 cost me my fucking armor.
No, you fell into that hole all on your own.
Who pulled?
That was all you.
Who pulled the fucking cord in the middle of the room, dude?
It was not me.
It was you. It was you. Who
okay.
burned us fighting in a corridor? The fucking half elf with a bow shooting magic missiles into the crew. Who did that?
Actually, I didn't have magic. No, it wasn't me.
Flaming arrow, or whatever the fuck it was. Multi-shot. Bullshit.
Well, that's because Pete was a dick when it came to the DM. No, legit. Like that's.
I know, but you did the shit.
Part of the rules.
You did that shit though. So anyway, yes, 4 is based on that shit. It's D&D stuff in the book, and I guess the guy, his book got bought by TSR.
Right? Yeah, R.A. Salvatore.
For them.
His name is like how you pronounce it is R.A. Salvatore.
Yeah, Salvatore, right? So
Salvatore,
those books got picked up when TSR got bought by Wizards of the Coast. They bought all of that shit. So it's all D&D related stuff. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh shit, it is D&D related stuff. So it works. So all this stuff with the dark elves and stuff like that is really interesting. And that's what I said in my stream, but I wanted to let you know that I actually read the shit. I was enjoying it. Let you know there is progress happening on this. I wasn't enjoying it so much because it was actually getting tied to some of the stuff I actually was already into, but it was showing a lot of parallels in the manosphere. Because if you read this story of Homeland and look at the Dark Elves and how this matriarchy is set up, that ain't shit but the gynocracy. It's fucking gynocratic all over that bitch. It's like ridiculously, because all the stuff that they're doing, you have to keep putting in your mind and remember, yeah, they elves, but these are dark elves. These the black elves. This is how they run them motherfuckers. This is how they want to run people. It's like the stuff that they get into with Driz being spared because Dean bitch ass killed his older brother, so he wouldn't be the middle child. It's like, that's some dirty shit. You did it for some chicks.
But as I was reading this shit, like, remember, I read it as a young person. So as I was reading this shit, growing up in the environment I was growing up in, I was like, man, this is the hood. Like, nigga, I live in this shit. Like, it's a bunch of dudes basically fucking chasing behind women with a whole bunch of false bravado. But everything is really about getting a woman. Like how you dress. Oh, you dress fly, you dusty. A woman ain't gonna like that. A bitch ain't gonna like that. She ain't gonna wanna fuck. It's just the whole dynamic of how he wrote it and how it was written and put together. R.A. Salvatore dudes, they I know, and a lot of his background was in sociology. Same thing.
That makes sense then, because I was wondering about him. I didn't get a chance to go more in depth into looking into his background and shit like that. But I was wondering, how would an Italian white guy write something like this that seems like the black male experience all day long? Because even reading it, I'm sitting here looking at it like, this is where these motherfucking goofy bitches want this shit to go. This is the way they want it. They want you to battle and scrape and kiss fucking ass. They in charge of everything, and you are just talked to ridiculously crazy. You have no standing in the community. You ain't good for shit for some dick, and we won't even acknowledge you for that.
Even to the point where the males
ain't about shit. That's the abortion rate right now, motherfucker.
Yeah. And then even to the point, exactly, that's the abortion rate, but even to the point where the males just concede to the shit. Like, fuck it. We
feel
can't do nothing against these bitches.
Yeah, they so whipped into powerlessness they can't say anything. That's why Driz stands out. That's why Jack LaFell stands out, because they're one of the few men in this shit that
they're actually masculine. They're actually masculine.
Like, nah, man, I ain't look.
And instead of practicing,
Yeah, I'm
Just
giving
like
Chris
when you see it when he got to the university, instead of being a fucking backbiting, conniving, whispering plotter, he was out in the open like, dude, let's be honest and make friends. Like he was actually displaying masculine traits.
Yeah,
And
because
it made him a target.
that motherfucker from House, what is it? House of Houghton or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
He was a little bitch. He was
Hutton.
a little bitch.
House Hutton. Yeah, he betrayed him the first
he was a
time.
little bitch. Yeah, let's team up. Yeah, okay, we're gonna team up.
And then
did him in at the end. It's like, you motherfucker. Oh yeah, you getting it every year after this, nigga.
And then Matron Ben Ray, the main matron, her son was there. Like it's all a big competition. But when you get to know it, it's like this shit is set up like the hood, man. Like the sociology of the Black Elves' life. And then when you start reading into the Icewind Dale trilogy, you will start noticing Asian culture and Irish culture and Nordic culture, and it'll be just masked under different names of different people. And then you'll go deeper into like the ogres culture and where ogres come from and where trolls come from. Like the books is really good. It's like 12 main books. But you're going to get, after the first 3, you're going to get into the Icewind Dale trilogy.
Okay.
Right.
Now I'm into that because in Exile they ran across their first human.
Yeah.
Ran across their first human.
Yeah.
And he's somewhat a
wizard.
I'm interested in that. So me in the D&D sense, he's building his party. He's building his party now.
Yeah, but it's going to shift. Yes, he is going to shift. It's going to shift when he like. I'm not going to tell you the whole because you're going to get into Sojourn, and then after Sojourn comes the Icewind Dale trilogies. And what happened was originally they wrote the Icewind Dale trilogies, right? And then they went back and they went backwards and wrote the origins of Drizzt.
Okay.
So, but Drizzt is a main. He's like R.A. Salvatore's muse. He's like Harry. He's like Harry Potter.
Harry Potter for J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, for J.K. Rowling. He's like, I've also read these books called The Lost Years of Merlin.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna stay on top. How you doing, sir?
Yeah.
I need to do one thing.
Yeah.
I gotta get some of these cash apps out, these salutes out, and Jesse V, you might as well drop down because I only put that link in for G. I said that, so get out of the back chat. I don't want to have to kick you. Get out of there. That was only for G to come up. It wasn't open yet. So you can drop down out of that shit. What's the name of the first Dark Elf book? 1 second, 1 eye 1. I'm gonna put that up there right when I do your salute too. So that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm pulling it up so y'all can see it, so you get some kind of a visual representation of what we're actually going on about, because I really don't think most of y'all will read this stuff anyway. It's gonna have to be something that you're actually into. In a sense, if you into reading, if you into reading geek stuff and fantasy related in a sense, then you would probably read it. If you are not, you won't, and it won't matter to me. It will not matter to me. But I do like sharing that. I appreciate G for sharing it. That's why he's up here to let me geek out with him and do some geek speak on this, because this is the first book right here. So that's Drizzt right there. Then Blaze, though, he a dual wielding dark elf. Oh, I love that.
Oh, but tell us the names of the blades.
What's
No, he hasn't.
He
actually hasn't got his name Blade yet. He's going to get his name. He doesn't get his. No, he hasn't. He doesn't get his name Blades until to join. So then he's going to get.
Because it gets real funny. Because it's one of those things where you get to the names of the blades and you're like, oh, that's straight just D&D BS.
Probably so. Probably so.
His
Blades.
Blades.
Now he keeps getting, at the part I am in Exile right now, he keeps getting what he calls the Hunter. I was like, dude, that's just Berserker Rage. What are you doing?
Well, that's because he lives in the Underdark right now.
Yeah,
so
he's been in the Underdark for too long.
It's just him and Guinevere. So you know what I mean. So they're just running through the Underdark, and you know he's on the edge of. That's kind of like us when we go out to the world for the first time. We just
Yeah,
fucking out there trying to survive, man. We don't know what the fuck's going on. We're working hard. We're in beast mode. We're making decisions whether they're good or bad. We just living. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the reading that. That's why I was relating it to the manosphere, because this whole time I'm reading this, all this Pookie and Ray Ray bullshit going on, right? And people talking shit about street dudes and all the rest of it. What is Driz while he's in the Underdark other than a street dude? He's just surviving. He's surviving. He's doing what he has to do to survive. Now, you know, he came from this posh culture and all the rest of this stuff where they treated him like shit. But he's out in the Underdark. He's having to survive. Now, I'm waiting to see if he actually comes back to the Elven City, right? If he comes back, they're going to look at him completely fucking different. He's going to be completely different. Because, oh, you came from this. They're going to be looking at him in a class way. You're now lower than us because you left us.
His brother don't want no smoke with Drip.
Nah, Dina don't want none of that smoke.
He don't want no smoke. He told us about like, look, man, y'all might want to go after that boy, but I'm letting you know, I don't want no smoke with son.
No, you're just gonna be unhappy if I go again.
No, he told him. He said whatever. He told him whatever he was when he left here, he's not that no more.
Yeah, not that no more. Get that shit. That's not who he is. Because he dropped Denon's ass. You guys have to read the book. Drizz's older brother, Denon, was another one of these male dark elves in his house under Matron Malice. And he wasn't looked on very well, right? So in the beginning of the book, they have this fight where they take over, destroy another house on some Red Wedding, Game of Thrones bullshit. They came in there with magic and all kind of shit and killed this other house of elves, everybody, right? In the middle of that, because that battle was going well, and there's always a hierarchy system in this shit, Denon kills his older brother, who's a good swordsman, right? And because he kills his older brother, it makes Driz not be sacrificed and able to live. Well, Driz grows up to be a fucking beast of a swordsman. He's smart and he can fight. Denon don't want that shit. So he kind of try to keep his little brother under his thumb a little bit, but he ain't got nothing for him, right? Even though they got the same daddy. That's the other part that fucked me up, right? He still got the same daddy. Or no, he's
only Zack the Fame sire Dritz.
Yeah,
and
but
the youngest sister.
Yeah, Denon, Driz and Vera.
Yeah, that's the only one. And the other guy, the other dark elf,
he was Rizen's son. That's what that was. Yeah, Denon was Rizen's son. Anyway, after Driz leaves, he goes away from his family for what, 10 years or so, and the older sister and Denon go out to go find Driz because he left and did some shit and lied about it. It made their family lose favor with Loth, this spider queen. Well,
basically the head bitch in charge. Basically, she's the head bitch in charge. She's the HBIC around that joint.
Yeah, put their family in bad standing, so they got to go kill him to make it right with her. They get out there, and Driz beat the shit out of the both of them. He knocked his brother out with like one punch. Dropped from the ceiling, bust that boy in his nose, and laid his ass out. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, she knew she wasn't fucking with him when he cut that motherfucking whip up.
Went after his older sister and cut some of the fingers on her hand off and fucked up her whip she loved beating on dudes with, and sent their ass back to the matron. And she was like, well, what happened? Like, man, this motherfucker was tripping. Denon was good after that. He was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, he told him then, he was like, look, we don't want no smoke.
He don't want none of that shit. He don't want no part.
Hey, now wait till you see the end of the book, right? When you get to the end of Exile, wait till you see the end of that shit, bro. That shit gonna be crazy. And just wait till you get to the end of it, man. You're gonna like the end of it. But you know who a motherfucker too that you need to check into?
Who's that?
Jarlaxle.
Yeah, I'm feeling Jarlaxle right now because that
Jarlaxle. And low key, I've read like 16 of these books, right? I've read like 16 of that universe book. Jarlaxle is that motherfucking guy.
Yeah, see, the last part that I read in Exile, Jarlaxle was talking to them deep gnomes. He was talking to that deep gnome counselor.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got into the party, he walked in with these boots on and said, "Is this motherfucker right here, this mercenary rogue Negro?" And sure enough, Jarlaxle walked in there and he selling some information, but he actually getting some information. He
Man,
made him.
Jarlaxle, that guy.
I
Hey,
was like, this motherfucker a
Jarlaxle,
hustler. This is
listen.
little finger right here. This motherfucker on some little finger shit.
Jarlaxle is like Kanye mixed with Hove. Like Jarlaxle, that guy, man, he just got a different type of vision.
Yeah, he got a swagger. He got a swagger about him. I'm still trying to figure out how is this motherfucker existing with no house at all, but he do deals with all the houses. I'm like,
But listen, man, breaking the earth. Listen, like as you get deeper into the universe of those books, because they're addicting. The dude, they write the story so good, man. The story is so good. I read 16 of those books, and I think there's only like 22, or like I've read almost every book of the series, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you getting into Jarlaxle's story, oh man, Jarlaxle is that dude.
Yeah, I'm interested in that character. I got my
But
eye on him.
and then I'm gonna give you a little Easter egg. Jarlaxle is a part, like he comes from somewhere. But
I bet
you know, he comes from somewhere.
Yeah, he probably come from the above, or he's
Yeah.
somebody renegade son out there.
Oh, you already know what he is, but you go find out as you more like as the books progress, you learn more and more about Jarlaxle, because Jarlaxle is that guy, bro. I'm telling you, Jarlaxle is like nigga 007 of of that world. That nigga everywhere, bro. So when you get to read about Jarlaxle, you gonna be reading another story and Jarlaxle just gonna pop up like, what's happening? like what you need, like yeah.
Information broken ass.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what he is. But go ahead, bro. I'm cooking dinner. I'm cooking Mario tacos. So,
no worries.
Hey man, thanks for reading the book, man. I got some. If you need, like, just talk to me about them. Hit me up.
No, I'll hit you up because I'm halfway through Exile. I'm almost done with that one, and when I finish Exile, I'm on the Sojourner. So I'm good. So I just wanted to show you some appreciation for recommending that shit because I was listening, and I did read it, and I am enjoying it, and I love.
When you're ready, I'm gonna find out the name of these books I read, dude. There was like 2 of them, and it was like some hood alien shit, like a little dude from the hood that was in science. Like this shit crazy, man. I gotta figure out the name of it, but it's by this author. It's a girl. It's like this little girl from the UK. She wrote these books. Like I'm gonna figure it. I'm gonna find out. I just forgot the names about it.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. If it's a good story, I'm all on that shit.
Oh no, they excellent stories, bro.
Yeah,
all right,
I
peace,
appreciate
bro.
that. All right, y'all. So let's see, move G from there. Thank you, G, for coming up with that. I do like a good book recommendation. I really do. I saw Jesse's in there. He leaving all his comments about where he at and the shit. Awesome. Good. Go read the shit. Because that was not the half-informed opinion I was having. That was a conversation with G because I was listening when he was recommending the books, and that's why I read it. It's the same thing when Grinch and BGS went in, and Grinch was telling me all about the rest of the Dune series from Frank Herbert's son. And he was telling me what the difference was between the two. That's why I went back and read all those Dune books. That's why. Because a good book is something that you can have forever and you can pass on to everybody else. And it's more sold on how you felt about what you read and not about, well, somebody said this shit was good. I want to talk to the person who told you it was good, because then they can actually inform me more on the book. So reading this stuff and even going through it on Audible, which I did, since I actually have a fucking imagination, it still works if I listen to it. It's more fun to talk to somebody who's actually read this stuff and know it backwards and forwards, because they can answer the questions that I have, and we can actually geek out in a sense over these characters and the story and what's going on. Especially if you're the person in the driver's seat where you know the most about it, and you can share that with somebody else, and you like to see their passion grow with it to get to where yours is with the material. Because part of the fun of geek stuff or whatever is being able to share it with people. Maybe share it with people who don't know anything about it. That's what it's good for. And yeah, you can just leave. I will do my thing. I always do my thing. I don't need permission to. You can come back whenever. You don't have to announce you're leaving. You just have to leave. You're doing that shit for the chat. I'm getting really salty on people being too much of self-aggrandizing on other people's panels. That shit's bothering the fuck out of me. Let other people's show be their show. You do your show and do that shit. All right, so let me get to the salutes. I got a few that I need to do. I've been lagging on them because I was talking. So, shout out to the One-Eye One. Appreciate your support, sir. I will give you a 3B salute. Thank you. I say, motherfucker always trying to be the one-up man. You're behind, nigga. Shout out to Aquatechie, the #1 wrench in the building. The message was that my bad, it helps if I hit the send button. Yeah, it does help if you hit the send button if you're trying to send it, but if you was reconsidering, then it doesn't matter at all, does it? So shout out to Aquatechie. I will give you a 3B salute. I'm gonna wait to see if I hit the send button. Okay, now I'm shout out to Joe Herb again, doubling up in the building, which he did not need to. Joe Herb don't have a problem with throwing it on the brother. Appreciate you, Joe Herb. I will give you guts and butts.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Shout out to Enigma. Enigma says, I enjoyed the pics on the shop's Instagram page. Thank you, Enigma. Funny story about that, Enigma. And this just gets into learning humility by having children, right? Ford may experience this one day. He is, because he got a psych chick. She's going to be breaking him down. That's why he's laughing at that Jean Grey joke, because he know that's his ass. He the Cyclops in there. He's Cyclops in that situation. But appreciate you, Enigma. I will give you that 3B salute, and I will tell the story. All right, so this week I actually started up the Stand Up Comics Instagram page. I did that. And on the Instagram page, I put a couple of pictures because I think I told you guys last week that my homeboy Jeff, the previous owner of the shop, publicly came out on Facebook and told everybody that he was no longer the owner of the shop. I was now the owner of the shop to give support, and that if you wanted donations, you can bring them in and donate books. First week, that was awesome. People did bring in a lot of books. So what I did was I took pictures of that, started the Stand Up Comics Instagram page, and put those pictures up on the Instagram page and linked it to the Facebook page, which I actually got to take over now, right? So the pictures are on there, right? Here's where the actual story part starts. So I think it was Friday while I was at work, got a text from my baby girl, my daughter, right? And she sent me a picture and showed me, there's snow on the ground where she was and whatnot. And I laughed about that. And she made a joke to me because a couple of days before I sent her a picture of my car covered in ice. And I said, yeah, it's cold as hell out here. So the next day she sent me a picture of actual snow on the ground and told me this is what real snow looks like. I'm from California. I don't need to know that shit. so we just messing with each other, right? And my daughter actually is one of the few people I really respect her opinions. Not that I don't respect people's opinion, but she's one of the few people who actually knows how to talk to me. Put it that way. She knows how to convey an idea to me and share some thoughts with me without being disrespectful in a sense. She knows how to do that. But I'm her father. She grew up with me her whole life. She should know how to talk to a grown ass man. She should. But she's been dealing with me a long time, right? Yeah, no one. The shop is on Instagram. I'll put it in the chat right now. There's not a lot of stuff up there because, like I said, I just started it last week. But if you want to see and join the page, it is. Let me make sure I put the shit in here right. Damn, I gotta go to the bathroom. Fucking coffee. I shouldn't have drank that whole cup of coffee. Shut up, Ford. So, Stand Up Comics on Instagram. You should be able to find it. There's a picture of King Spawn and says Stand Up Comics. You'll recognize my signature on that shit if you saw it. If you saw it, I think that's what I put on there. I have a link to my phone and I didn't switch over to look how I typed it. I've been working on a couple of things in the background for the shop, so I've got a lot of different goddamn logins right now, which I'm hating. So keeping them straight is the tough part. So anyway, my daughter starts critiquing me. She said, "Oh, I saw the shop has an Instagram now." I'm like, "Yeah, it does. It does. I just started it up, right?" She says, "What's up with those pictures, though?" Like, what? She said, "Yeah, you could have did a little bit better on the pictures." I was like, "Okay, well, you know, what do you see? Tell me what you see." And she told me. She gave me pointers on. She gave me pointers on presenting a picture on social media presentation. That's what she did. Now, I'm a father. I could have got pissy about that shit. I could have got mad, like, what the hell you talking about with your young ass, right? I could have did all that stuff because, mind you, my daughter's older than Truth Ass. She is. She older than him. But I listened to her. I listened to what she had to say because I do like hearing other perspectives. I don't learn anything by talking to people who just agree with me. Fuck, I need you here for that for. I can agree with myself. I like to hear a different opinion. So it actually learn how to bulletproof my idea because it's actually being looked at critically. And what she told me was that the pictures weren't that good. Now, I could have took offense to that, and I low-key did. What are you talking about? I'm dead. Like, but like I just told you, everything I do ain't perfect. It ain't. I'm not a perfect person. Never said that shit. I work at it. I'm not. So she gave me some pointers, and I took it under advisement. Then I went back and looked at it with her pointers in mind. I'm like, yeah, you're right, baby girl. You're all right. And I was able to tell her why the pictures looked the way they were because I was rushing. There were people in the store. I was trying to put something up on that page to put a picture up on there, but I paid no attention. All the stuff that I knew, she said stuff that I already knew, but none of that went into my thought process when I took the picture and put it up there. I was just rushing trying to take the picture and put it up and put something up. And it did look like about shit. Now, because of the relationship I have with my daughter, she can say something like that to me. She didn't tell me it looked like shit. But like I said, she knows how to talk to me. She told me intellectually what was wrong with it, what she saw as a customer, and just somebody looking at it kind of critically. And I took that under advisement, not as a disrespect, not as, oh, you pushing back against me, that's not okay. No. As a, okay, that's an honest critique. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. This is why I did it that way, and it does not give the best presentation for sure. So I'll fix it. I'll think about that and have it in mind the next time I do it. To me, that's being humble. It's being humble enough to understand that I don't do everything right and actually take that critique from wherever it came from, even from my child, and making those changes to make it better. That's how you get better. It is. Because maybe you didn't see something that somebody else did. That's why more perspectives make a difference. And I'm not saying you just open up the gamut to every goddamn perspective is valued. No. But you open it up to those trusted few who actually show they have a good footing in your best interest at heart when they make their critiques. And are not just trying to tell you shit to have you fucked up and slow your progress. So they can benefit. It's not to critique them. Listen, now you got to go signify. There you go. Throw your flare up like the Rock. So that was an interesting thing. That was an interesting thing about the shop page. So it is there. I think I put the right name in there. I will try to update it as much as possible, but I've gotten a lot of ideas since it started because after that Facebook post, a lot of people found out. It wasn't really a secret, but a lot of more people found out about the ownership and management of the shop falling to me. They did come in and donate a lot of stuff. The first couple of days after that, people started trying to sell me their old shit instead of donating it. And that's not what I was doing. So I've seen some interesting characters this week. I've really seen some interesting characters. But let me double check this. Come on, operate. It has been interesting. It has been an interesting week. Okay. I put it in. I was about to put it in right. I put it in wrong. This is the name for it. And after this, I'm going to have to go take the intermission because I need to run to the bathroom, and it's way in the back of the store because my coffee is done with me now. All right. So I am on Instagram. The shop is on Instagram. That is the title for the shop's Instagram. Should be able to follow it. And I am going to take. What's up, Herb?
What up? Go ahead.
Herb in the building.
What y'all doing?
I'm going to give you guys this brief intermission so I can go tinkle. I'll be right back in just a second.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 get your booty to the pole. Yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
Get your booty to the pole. Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your to the pole, get your booty 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 to the pole, get your booty.
This is a little bit more than it should be, but so that's what I'm doing because I have a D&D blog that basically takes place sort of within this sort of region.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 get your booty.
All right, I'm back. Paper towels were up here, so I had to run from the back with my hands flinging like they on fire. It's a good thing everything in here wrapped in plastic. Yeah, now we cooking with gas. Ass. And other things. All right, so where did I leave out? Where did I leave off? Sorry, it's just that you're standing up, and you're drinking coffee. It's empty. It's time to go. Getting to be old now. I gotta go when I gotta go. I gotta go. Right now. Right there now. All right, so next one was this Tev Peoples. TP in the building. I will give you that 3B salute. Thank you, T. And shout out to the master teacher. He said his late fee. That's what you get for hanging out with these young motherfuckers all night. Don't be doing that. You got better shit to do. Probably getting an esoteric sleep because these motherfuckers was making you fucking crazy last night. Almost heard BGS call motherfucker a nigga last night. Upset. Out of anger. He was almost calling that motherfucker. Leave that old man alone. I told them BGS that you're getting to the point that they got to stay off your lawn. You're going to be telling them niggas stay off my lawn. Go in there and get my rod and smiteth thee. Hello. How are you? Good. Long time no see. All right. Professor X. Yeah. Somebody else shared that with me, Aquatechy. That shit was funny to me. Yeah, BGS, you know what it was. I told him you was gonna get off my lawn, and you're gonna go back in the house and come out there with the Winchester lever action and start picking them off. You better quit. Leave that old man alone. Youth and skill never beats old age and treachery. There's a reason for that. Because old folks ain't got time to be fighting with you. They're just gonna kick your ass off.
Oh, they were trying to see if you were buying stuff.
No. Look, I just said something about that.
I know.
Motherfucker popped up. Do you want to buy this? No. Do you want to donate? Trying to make money, not giving away right now. Sure. And I'll just give you guys this update on the shop situation, because obviously the message has not gotten out is that we don't do business the same way we did it before. Is that if you want comics, you're gonna have to pay for those up front, because coming out of pandemic and the store putting out the idea for the past year and a half that we were closing, you're operating out of the zero. You're coming out of the basement. And if you're coming up out of the basement, you cannot spend $1,500 just buying DC books every week to hope somebody comes in and buys that. That money has to come from somewhere. And if you're not coming in and providing the money to buy that shit, it's not going to be here for you. What the fuck are you thinking? I don't understand why this concept is so hard for people to understand. Look, when you order on Amazon, do they ship the stuff first or do you pay for it then? You tell me. Amazon doing great business. Jeff Bezos, a billionaire, off of this same idea. Do you get the merchandise first or do you pay for it first? Even going to a grocery store, you got to pay for it. They let you walk around and pick it up and put it in your cart, but you can't just walk out the door with this shit and say, I'll pay you later. No. You're going to pay before you think you get your ass out of here. You wouldn't have a link hat on. Right? You wouldn't have a Triforce on your head. So that's the main idea with this, is that when you're coming up out of the bottom and trying to rebuild your stock, get your customer base back, you cannot afford to buy all the comics like you were pre-pandemic and just put them on the shelf and hope somebody walk in and see what they want and buy it. It's not how this shit works. With this shop, for now, if you have a saver, you want to set up a pool list, fine. Write your pool list up, and we will invoice you for the comics on that pool list. Because that's what we'll buy for it. We will buy your comics with that money. Unless you think you want to go to the vendor yourself and make a deal with them personally. It's not like it's been running unstopped the whole time. So there's just a bunch of comics that we'd have on hand anyway. It's not how it's happening right now. You have to order this shit. It means you have to pay for it. And I will take that money, give it to the distributor, and they will send it to my shop, and I will put it in your box for you. That's how it works. It's not coming in here, I just want this book, and I'll come back and see if it shows up. Well, where's it going to show up from? The ether? I'm just going to go in my pocket and just buy it just because you said you would want it, and you might come back and get it? That's why the fucking place was going to close. That's why. And every comic book shop that stayed open during the pandemic, you know how they stayed open? They sold online, and you paid monthly for that shit, like every other membership you have. HBO, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, Stars, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Audible, all that shit. You pay for it monthly. And you're only paying for what you sign up for on your list. So if you sign up for one comic a month, you will be charged for one comic a month. And you will get that one comic a month. Now, you find some other stuff on the shelf you want, no problem, do it. But it can't operate in the sense that I'm going to sit here and throw out $1,000 and something and kind of hope that somebody come by and buy all of this shit. Comic books have a 6-week shelf life. You got 6 weeks to get the full value off that shit. The markup on it, your profit margin on it is very low. I was showing this to the guy I had filling in this week. Comics cost $5 a pop right now. You know what wholesale is on those comics? With a discount just on the DC books? $3.24. So at that rate, do you think I have enormous amounts of money to just buy every book that comes out that month and throw it on the shelf for you to see if somebody comes by and buys it? That's bad business. No. So part of what needs to happen is getting people out of that mindset. You could probably go back to that, but that's not where we're starting from. You're starting from a deficit, not the place of abundance. You're starting from a deficit. Yeah, okay. Something in the water. Where's Joe Thompson when you need him? Like something in the water over here. He's strolling by singing Spider-Man theme. But that's where it is right now. So, you folks in the chat, you want to order some comics? You can order some comics. standupcomics21@gmail.com. One word. Send us your list. Total that shit up. Send you back an invoice. You pay the invoice. We order those books for you. And we'll ship them to you. That's where our cost comes in. And you'll get it. On demand. That's Aquateki. That's how most shit work. You can't Aquateki. Look, think of it this way. Why do brick and mortar stores die? Because they can't pay to house all this shit the whole time. Even with all the stuff that we sold for half off, we still have stuff left. The stuff that we sold for half off was stuff that had been in this store for fucking years and wasn't selling at full price. That means whatever amount of money was paid to get it into this store never was made back on it. Never was. So he just lost money on it because it was there and nobody bought it. And I just told you, it's a 6-week shelf life. After 6 weeks, you can't get the full price for it. Now, having worked commercial retail, I understand that they churn through inventory quick because they don't want it sitting on their books for 6 months. They don't. They don't want it sitting on their shelf for 3 months. That shit has to go and quick. And they have ways to make sure it gets out of their store and off their books so they make their money off of it and out of their goddamn store. That's the whole point of a discount. That's the whole point of a sale. That's the whole point of a 50% off or a clearance rack. Is to move that product through that store and get it out the goddamn door so you actually make some money on it. Not be sitting here holding it forever. Like it's valuable. I'm still waiting on somebody to give me $200 for it. It's too late. You're not gonna get it. What's up, Herb? Don't be looking at me all like that.
Couple of things. Okay. Says Scorch number 2 and Scorch, but behind you.
They're both number 2s. The alternate cover.
Okay, I'll take
1 and 1.
1 and 1. Shit, I'll take both.
So now let's put something else.
All right, and these.
How about this?
That's number 1. Number 2, how you doing this? These, so I can put it in my
It's Joe Herb, yo.
These information, so I can put it, like I said, that animated comic I'm doing on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put how you order your stuff online.
Yeah, that's all it is. Look, it's simple enough. It's just a membership service. And your membership fee is what's on your list. It's very fucking simple. Be happy when not doing like somebody else was doing where they had a membership, but it was just a blanket. Didn't matter how many comics was in it. It was just like $20. All their savers are $20. So that's your monthly membership fee.
Yeah.
Like, wow, but what if you only have one book?
Still $20.
It's still $20 goddamn dollars. Like, well, financially, I guess that makes sense. You in for the 20 month, okay?
I'm on my way to the art store. Looking at this called No School Like Yours.
There you go. You mind if I show this?
Oh, yeah.
So Herb is working on something new. And Herb is in the shop because Herb is a real person. He's not, a plant.
He's real. What? Yeah, I'm actually real.
He's real enough. He's actually over 40 years old, if you can believe that.
Shit,
See, Ford doesn't even know that shit either. I was shocked too.
I just imagine people the same.
Older. So this is some of Herb's. The camera is not adjusting at all today. You can't see all this, but this looks like a bunch of older characters that Herb is working on. And so he's off to the art store to do his due diligence and get some paints and get some stuff done. I like that little Yoda on there. I'm sure your Yoda would be better than Kathleen Kennedy's Yoda. Yeah, it is not the High Republic. Fuck it. I can't even bring myself to order that shit. But you know what? I don't have to because nobody ordered it. So I'm good in that respect. I'm way good. Have a good one.
Hopefully.
Classic donations.
Hopefully this stuff will start turning around because more and more people, at least from what I've been hearing, are waking up and realizing that they're not making any money off of today's stuff.
No.
The way they're being written and the way they're being drawn, they're not like it. So we're gonna go back to the older stuff.
Well, that's what I told you. You can tell what's happening in the comic book market by how many people are actually buying and reading back issues. The more you see people buying and reading back issues, the more you know that the current comic books aren't any good. And they're going backwards. Psychologically, it's like eating chocolate cake for comfort food. You're going back to what makes you feel good.
Yeah.
And what made you feel good was these older books. This new shit is not doing that for you. And so you're looking for that comfort, that relaxation from all this bullshit, and all they keep doing is trying to inject all that bullshit into your comic book.
Well, it was like you were saying earlier on the stream, talking about all these the swaps that they're doing, sexuality, and they're focusing more on that. And people are just giving you a good story. If you don't have a good story along with it,
fucking difference does it make?
Yeah,
because then you just have a character whose only character trait is they're gay.
Yeah,
yeah, it's not.
And
That's not interesting.
What else you got? Yeah,
that's not interesting.
did you watch Avatar: The Last Airbender and the Legend of Korra stuff? Yeah. Okay, so they turned a fantastic, badass female character into her only character trait is she's gay.
Yeah.
In the comics.
And that's what made the character suck. And it's like, oh no, you're just against. No, we're not against none of that shit. She just fucked up the character.
Don't get me wrong, some of the writing was a bit mad because it was rushed, but
that too.
It was still a good series. I still liked it. But then, like what I saw, what they did in the comics, were like it basically pulled a J.K. Rowling, where they did this whole like, oh, Dumbledore is gay. Who gave a shit? It didn't matter none.
Did I ever see his boyfriend?
Like, Korra and Azumi are together. I'm like, where was that? There was no none of that. They didn't build it whatsoever. If they built that, that would have been one thing. And like, all right, cool. They found each other after whatever, sure. But no, it turned into now in the comics she's gay, and that's basically the stereotypical. Oh, I shouldn't have to explain it to you stuff. And it's like now your entire character trait is you're gay. You totally took away all of it.
What BGS said. Ford is talking, and this is what BGS said. Is gay a superpower? The way they write it, it is, I guess. I never thought it was.
That's what
I never thought heterosexuality was a superpower. So how is gay a superpower? I'm heterosexual, man.
That would be funny.
All women bow to me.
That would be funny as hell, man.
I use my magic scepter and conquer all I survey. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, dude, that's not a superpower. event, no substance. Yeah, you're right, Spain. But look, comic book medium, I expected a good event. When summertime hit, I expect a 12-issue arc crossover with all your shit. Towards December, on them lean months where there's not a lot going on, you got a lot of holidays, I expect a mini event, like maybe 6 issues or so. Sometime in the spring, maybe another little 6-issue jump before you get in the free comic book day and shit. I expect at least 3 events a year. I don't need them outside of that. Tell me your fucking story. Move on with it. But what happens when you do events back to back to back like that? One, business-wise is good because then you can box that shit up and sell a lot more trade paperbacks that people buy a lot more of nowadays. You know, new comic book readers buy trades more than you buy monthly issues. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it looks nice on the bookshelf like you read a lot, I guess. I don't know. But it is.
That manga mentality.
No, it's a visual thing because somebody with a bunch of trades on their bookshelf is different than somebody saying, I have a lot of comics that I read and they're all sitting in a box in my fucking closet. The trades are on the shelf, so it's a showpiece, as opposed to, I've read all this stuff and I can talk about it. It's different. One is seen, one is not seen, right? So I get some events, but business-wise, they do it so they can sell trade paperbacks. And then the other thing is, when you do an event, you only writing half the goddamn story. You realize that, right? You're not writing the whole story. How many pages in a regular book? 24?
Yeah, 24 to 30, I think.
Yeah, 24 to 30 pages in your regular monthly book. Is half of that shit is about the event, then you ain't wrote a whole fucking story, did you? You didn't have to write much. Somebody else is writing the whole story and giving you the bullet points. You're just filling it in, motherfucker. You just half-assing it till you get to the tie-in part for the event, and then getting on to the next book. You fucking lazy. That's all that shit is. Ain't fooling me. Like, goddamn.
Gentlemen, I'm on to get my paints.
Appreciate you, Herb.
All right. Thanks for stopping by. My pleasure.
Thank you. All right. And then there's constant #1 issues. Yeah, they keep doing that because that's them trying to grab that new audience of readers because motherfuckers, look, I try to explain this to people when they come in here. When they haven't bought comics before, they're 30-something years old, and they say, oh, I want to start at #1. I say, you don't want to go back through 40 years of continuity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just have to start at #1. No, you don't. That's not how comics are designed. You don't have to start at #1 to jump into a comic and enjoy it. It's designed episodically, which meaning you can jump in anywhere, get some backstory, and get some forward movement anytime. And if you really feel the need to go back over all that continuity, well, fuck it. Then go back and buy your back issues. That's what back issues are for. But if you think you about to start at number 1 of Amazing Spider-Man and catch up, you never catch up. You'll quit reading it before you ever do. Come on, man. Get your ass a trade and go back and jump in where you are. Comic shops today survive off of selling you new books, not selling you all this old shit. It's not how the industry survives. It doesn't thrive on that. Yeah, they'll reproduce it in another form, but it takes them a minute. That's why trades are popular, because then they can put them all out in book form and throw a couple of those issues together after they reproduce them and just get it out there. They ain't got to go back and reprint every original issue. No, they more focused on going forward than going backwards. You're going the wrong damn direction. We'll get in the stream and swim forwards. Yeah, Beastly, to make up for the lack of talent as well. Yeah, it's lazy. It's just lazy. It's lazy. That's why the really good writers, like who is it? What is it? I think it was Warren Ellis. While all that shit in DC was going on, he was writing his Batman book. His Batman book didn't acknowledge none of that bullshit that was happening. He just wrote his story. This shit was happening in his own fucking universe. Like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm doing my story. No tie-ins, no nothing. He just wrote his shit. Because he didn't want to be a part of it. He wasn't interested. Wasn't. He was doing his story. Beastly said he reads Masterworks. Masterworks are good. I like a good trade now because I've gotten older. I do like a good trade because I think at a point, like, say a certain run of Deadpool that I have, it may not be worth a lot of money. It's probably not worth shit because I wasn't buying it in the sense that I thought it was about to be worth a bunch of damn money. I'm not a comic book speculator. I'm a comic book reader and collector. I bought it because I like the shit. Now, while it may not be worth anything, because it's easier to keep up with a trade than it is to keep up with the individual issues, I'll probably switch those over to actually trade paperbacks and get rid of the individual issues. So I don't have as much to carry around because I got a whole goddamn storage space right now that I haven't looked at in at least 3 months. Bunch of comics, bunch of anime, bunch of manga, bunch of my statues I fucking want, action figures and shit, tools, all that shit sitting in storage, and I'm paying a shitload of money for it. I like reducing my bills. I don't like paying out a bunch of shit. I like reducing that shit. So it got to come out of there. I can put it in the shop now, but it got to come out of there. I can't carry all that shit forever. I don't want to leave, a storage space full of horrors to my children when I drop dead, and then they have to go try to figure out what all that shit is in there. Nah, fuck all that. No. Nope. Damn sure I ain't gonna not pay the shit and let the damn storage company sell off my shit for a profit. Fuck you. And after all the time I put into saving this shit. Nah, I'll do that myself.
Somebody only goes up for auction.
Yes, Bang. They're drawn out and decompressed for trades. That's exactly what it is. That's why it seems like an event the whole time, because they're compressing this shit down so it fits in that 3 to 4 issue trade block. So then they can throw it out. That's what the whole story is. That's why it always seems like there's a number one. They may put number one on the book, on the cover of the book, because psychologically that sells to new readers. They see number one and they run towards that shit like it's a foil cover, right? But they'll tell you number one of this story. The first part of this story, but the actual number is this. That's what they do. So they can break it up into 2 books, 2 trade books, and sell that because they can get you for 20.
Or as Zach's complaint is the number zeros. Makes no sense. What do comic book readers not know how to fucking count?
Yeah.
Number zero.
Zero is zero. Issue 0 is like George Lucas going back and doing the fucking prequels. I found a way to go back further. Like, motherfucker, just move forward.
His first movie, episode 4.
No, he didn't. We didn't know that shit. He named his first movie New Hope.
Yeah, and then it became episode 4, 5, and 6.
After he went back and made the prequels. Like, fuck you, George.
No, I'm pretty sure that's how it was originally released. Was episode 4, New Hope.
I don't think so. I think he went back when he did his remastered edition and put that shit.
Well, I know they're before the prequels. At least they were those were numbered.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
No. 4, 5, 6. We're not going to talk about 7, 8, 9
No, you can talk about it. We just don't have to argue about it. I remember seeing that shit in the theaters. I did not remember that shit saying number 4, and I was a kid then. I don't remember that shit saying number 4 at all. It was one part of an ongoing story, but it wasn't numbered. What does he say? A tight, self-contained story can be told in 6 issues or less. It's golden. Yeah, Aquateki, that's golden right there. 6 issues. I'll deal with 12 issues. That's why I say a 12-issue crossover within at least 2 to 3 different teams or something like that. I'll deal with that. It can be entertaining because I like a good mashup where you got a bunch of other teams coming together, and if they end up in a fight, like AVX, I love that. Yeah, you can get 12 issues out of that shit, but when they saw it was actually working and they started trying to stretch that out to like 16 or some shit, I'm like, what are we doing? Maximum clonage again? Fuck, dude, end this story. End it. Get it over with. Stop trying to stretch it out. Yeah, free comic book day is coming. Well, for Free Comic Book Day, a 0 issue makes sense because understanding what Free Comic Book Day is basically like the fucking sampler platter. That's all it is. It's a sampler platter for new readers, for people who never read comics, whatever. Here's this little sample so you can get on. We'll give you something that can whet your appetite, give you a little taste. And if you like that shit, come on back and buy the rest of our books or follow the rest of the story in these books. It's a sample platter. That's why I like Free Comic Book Day. It's a good way to get new people into reading comics. Too much LGBT shit going on in these heroes. Yeah, too much of that shit. It's too much of that shit for me just because it's not serving the story. It's not serving any story. It's pushing a narrative, not the narrative of the story and the character whatsoever. Because it's always turning another character into this and not the character has always been this and this is the story. And you said that, look, your sexuality is not a superpower. It's not. It is not, for me, your sexuality is not completely about who the fuck you are. Can't be. Because for a large portion of your life, you never was having sex and wasn't even thinking about this shit. And you were already developing your personality. So who are you other than how you like to have sex? Yeah, Spain, Al Ewing and the Ultimates. They broke that creative team up. I was like, why the fuck did you do that? That shit was working. That shit was working. Even Rob know that shit was working. Everybody loved that Al Ewing's Ultimate. They broke that goddamn team up so quick. I'm like, what is y'all doing? What are you doing? I don't want to sell no comics. You don't want to sell no comics. Not no good ones. Yeah. The cover have nothing to do with this sequential art. Like, what the fuck? Look. I almost, Spain, if I'm reading a 6-issue arc, I want the covers to look like they tie together. I like those tie together covers. I do. I like those. I can get a second cover underneath, but I like those tie together covers. It should look like it's something sequential or one bigger picture that was cut up into 6 parts and made for these books. But I like a sweeping story, and then I like it to get back to the mainline shit. Like, okay, we're out of this. Let's move on. Because one of the things I hate about comics is constant reboots. That's what bugs me the most. Hello. Are you wearing your Ishtar hat?
No, what?
Your Ishtar hat.
What's his baptism coat?
No, it's called a gardener cap, but you got your neck and stuff covered.
Yeah, well, I mean,
catching the sun.
I gave him an ultimatum. Socks. I'm like King Dork today. So,
You are a nerd. So this is one of my favorite Geeks family. Kevin. Well, I'm doing a live stream.
Oh.
Jen and Mo, who is tall as her mother now. That's so awesome. These are my geek. This is actually my well, we never played D&D. We did Pathfinder.
Oh, we did Fate.
Yeah, we did Fate. So he's actually my GM. So Kevin has actually been my GM before.
No, I was a fellow player.
He was No, you're right. You were a fellow player.
Yeah. I was the robot.
You were the robot. So Kevin is fun. That's Kevin. Kevin is fun because Kevin hates Star Wars. He's a Trekkie. So if you tell him, may the force be with you, he'll be like he's an atheist. It's like, I don't believe in your religion. Why are you throwing that at me? Stop cursing at me. What are you talking about? So it's fun to mess with Kevin, but Kevin is really smart on a lot of other stuff because he's into tech. So of course he's a nerd. And Jen is a nerd, and that's not an insult to her. She's a nerd. They're a good family. I like them. It is a point of pride. You should be prideful about that shit. Most people ain't.
People call me weird. I'm like, yeah, thanks for describing exactly what it is.
Yeah, but that's actually an insult. But you are weird.
It's like I call my fiance weird too. She'll like take it negative. I'm like, this is coming from the weird. Yeah. I'm like,
She wants to be your
this
husband.
is loving.
She wants to be your wife. She's definitely weird. So, Mo, their daughter, I've known Mo for a lot of years when she was a little short girl. She's actually as tall as her mother now.
First came here when I was pregnant.
You're right. So it's been 12, 13 years. So I've known them for a while, right? So she's tall now, and I told them this was going to happen because Kevin is short, Jen is short.
I haven't been doing it for
Mo is growing like a weed. This makes me laugh because I knew she was going to get taller than them. Aquatech, you want to jump in the boat and start some shit? So Kevin, my moderator said, tell Kevin, live long and prosper. He said, thank you. Peace and long life. Oh, Star Wars versus Star Trek? Not really. It's just fun to mess with him. He's good about it. He's not really hardcore on them. Like, what the hell did you say? What did you say to me? Yeah. Phases on kill. No. But it's fun. So anyway, moving on to this next part. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined.
So yeah, I just started doing this today.
Excuse me, before I got me some gummy bears.
I sit there for a while. I just took the videos, but didn't do anything.
So what do we got coming up next?
But I need to.
So this week, since I have not been watching any YouTube, I was watching a little bit of Hulu, basking in some rightness, and I was watching Hitmonkey. And I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it for the most part. I fell asleep a couple of times and it was still playing, so it played out the rest of the season, so I had to go back to pick up from the episode where I stopped at and keep going. But what is it, the 5-6 episodes I've watched, I've actually been really entertained with. And the other thing is that watching the show, you'll miss it if you don't watch the show, that there's a lot of cameos of other lower level Marvel characters in it. Which actually ends up being kind of fun because one of them that showed up in a prison was Fat Cobra. And what's up, Dr. Tia-san? Fat Cobra showing up was a surprise to me because Zach was the one who told me about Fat Cobra. And Fat Cobra showed up in Iron Fist books from one of the heavenly cities. They were fighting, but in this book, in this show, he showed up and he's in prison with Hitmonkey going in there to get some information. So it was actually kind of fun to see that character get some shine, which you would never actually know about unless you read Iron Fist books. But it was cool to see him animated because it's something that most people don't get to see. And I find myself liking stuff like that where if you have a big enough universe, you can throw these characters in there. And most people have to go back and actually figure out who they are. Because it separates the the real from the fake. Do you know this stuff or do you just talk like you know it? It's fun. Which show are you talking about, Ray Hama? You talking about Hit Monkey or what? What other show are you talking about? Specifics. Any specifics. So far, I'm enjoying it. But the other thing I'm looking at when I'm watching it is how violent the show is. A lot of blood, a lot of dismemberments and stuff like that happening. And I'm sitting here thinking and going through my head of how much Daredevil and Punisher will work on Hulu. And how much I'm looking forward to the Moon Knight. Yes, Hit Monkey. Okay, so Ray Hama. Short version so far. What's going on with Hit Monkey? This assassin named Alex goes to Japan and do a hit. Does a hit on this political party member. The people who hired him for the hit turn on him and try to kill him. He escapes into the mountains and comes upon a group of monkeys, snow monkeys that live up in the mountains. And they kind of nurse him back to health, right? And he stays with them for a while. And they watch him. When he gets healthy, he starts, going through his paces and retraining himself, figuring out that I got to go back and kill these dudes that tried to kill me. And the monkeys just watch him. Now, eventually, the people who tried to kill him, the military that tried to kill him, track him up into those mountains. And they come up there and they kill all these damn monkeys. One of these monkeys is Hit Monkey, who has watched Alex using these weapons and stuff like that to kill him, and actually has a rage against human beings because of them killing all those monkeys, killing his whole tribe, right? So he ends up being actually really good at shooting and killing stuff because he has his little monkey rage, right? So the situations he ends up in are kind of by happenstance, but while he was up there and his family was being killed, the hitman is actually killed, and his ghost ends up tied to the monkey. So he's talking to the monkey to get him to solve who these people were who killed all the rest of these monkeys, to get revenge on them, but also to find out why the hitman was turned on and who set him up and why. Now you got this ghost tied to this monkey talking to the monkey, and he can understand the monkey. Now the funniest part in that comes in when they go to this Shinto temple, and the monkey is sitting up in the tree.
Nice seeing you. Thank you for stopping by.
Have a good one, dogs. May the force be with you, Kevin.
England prevails.
And England prevails.
Hey, Star Wars boy.
They Star Wars. I didn't see that, but he said, "Hey, Star Wars boy." Flashing that Vulcan gang, boy.
Yep.
Vulcan, bitch. Anyway, so he ends up at a Shinto temple at the funeral of the guy that the assassin killed, and they're having the monkey and the dead hitman are having an argument, and a priest comes along, and the priest says something to the ghost because the priest can hear the ghost talking, and so it ends up in this thing that they're tied together because their fates are tied together until they solve this issue. Until then, they're going to be tied together. So the monkey, Hit Monkey, and the dead Hitman have to actually work together in some sense because he ends up being the voice kind of what's going on. And the Hitman is funny. His dialogue is funny as fuck. Like I was laughing out loud at some of this stuff. I was like, oh shit, really? Because it's pop culture references and stuff like that that the guy puts in. But the dead Hitman is a goof, dude. He's funny as fuck to me. Competent, but he's like kind of an asshole. So it's done in that Archer style of animation, so it kind of worked for what he's doing. And the fights and stuff is awesome. The kills is like, God, that's gruesome as fuck. Like if y'all liked, what was it, Invincible with all that blood and shit, you should be fine watching Hit Monkey. It's Marvel's, Invincible book in the sense. Hey, how you doing? If you need help, just let us know. So it's fun. It's unique enough to where you would enjoy it. Yeah, it is unique, right? It is unique. You would watch it and you could probably enjoy it. And you look for your Marvel cameos and you would get into the story. But it's one of those things that most people didn't get into. That's why you don't hear anybody on YouTube talking about it. None of the geek spaces is talking about it because they don't know who fuck Hit Monkey is. And they don't think it's very popular. So they're not talking about it at all. Why am I talking about it? Because I watched it. It's in Geekend. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Because it ain't all about clicks and views. Not necessarily. It's about bringing something that's not already existing in the space. That's why I don't like repeating and doing the same thing everybody else is doing. Because then it ain't original. It's just my take on it. Yeah, check it out. It's the same thing with going over these R.A. Salvatore books that G recommended. Who in the geek space is talking about outside of like Quinn's ideas? But Quinn's ideas, he talks about Dune, and he talked about the Foundation. You're welcome. And he talked about some of the other books that he has actually read. But you ain't heard nobody else talking about these books. Fucking Ford heard about it. He figured out what the hell it was and where it was coming from right there. D&D, all there. Black folks ain't really even supposed to be liking D&D, right? If you was a geek of a certain age, you wasn't supposed to be liking D&D. That was for white boys. That was that shit. They was conjuring devils and demons and shit like that, and killing each other for real. No, that's just y'all group. Yeah, that's just y'all play group.
Something to do with the other day.
Yeah, actually doing blood rites and shit. What? I got this bandage on my neck from last night's gaming session. That's not real? No, nigga, you're not actually supposed to draw your blood. Yeah.
I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah. So it's something to get interested in. I mean, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. All I do is bring this shit to you. I tell you what I'm watching and what I'm reading and what I think. I'm not telling you what to watch. I'm not telling you what to think. It's called the Artisan and the Shop Dog. It ain't called Artisan tells you what you're supposed to be doing. It ain't my fucking job. I have kids and they're grown, so I'm done. What the fuck you want to? You grown. Okay, so I actually have to go to the goddamn bathroom again. I went too quick the last time, apparently. So, hold tight a moment. I'll come back and I'll get into this Moon Knight shit because I do want to talk about Moon Knight. So give me, I don't have anything long enough on here for how long I think I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Look at that, boy. Made it. Lost a lot of people. It is what it is. Attention spans. It's a dying art. All right. So I am going to drop this invite in there so folks can get in here. Like I said, this is the last show of year 2 of Shop Talk Live. Next week, it'll be something hopefully a little different. And starting next month, I will start putting out my I Am series. So link is in the chat if you want to come up. We can chop it up about whatever. But what did Spain say? Okay, I'm gonna get to that comment in a second, Spain. But in year 3, one of the things I want to do is roll out this I Am series. And the I Am series is me with an interview with a person from this space that I identify as, in some senses, one of the geek elite. But it's not me calling them a geek, it's them saying who they are. That's why it's called I Am. Now, I haven't worked on the intro for it. I have an idea for it. That's why I'm not bringing up the intro. But there are some brothers that I'm talking to that I want to get out there so we can have these conversations about who they are and what makes it up. And part of what I want to do with the channel in this year 3 is take it to be more about you getting to know who these people are and know where everyone is. And not that one has to be higher than the other. That'll work itself out on its own. But understanding who this person is and what makes them who they are. Because understand, like Kevin was saying in here a minute ago, or Jen was saying in here a minute ago, you need to be proud of whoever the fuck you are. If you think it's a badge of honor to say that you like dressing up in a pony costume and being bent over the stall and getting it, if you can be proud of saying some shit like that, then you can be proud about saying, hey, this is who I am and I like this. And this is why I like this. This is how I came to it. All that is part of it. All of that is part of that. It's part of that strength. So I want to highlight that, and I found a way that I can try to do it. Hopefully I can get it to where I want it, but everything is a work in progress. You're always building the plane while you're flying it. So if it gets to where I want, I'll be happy. But what I want to do is bring these brothers' voices forward to say this, and in my way, just have a conversation with them to let you know that whoever the hell it is you are, whatever the hell it is you into, or fucking kooky or educated lame or whatever, look, you have many sides to you. We are never really just one thing. So that's it. I'll bring up this brother. Y'all know him best in this space. I call him the A Bizzle to the meaty-ism. What up, AB?
Hey, what's going on, Artisan?
What's up? I'm good. So just to speak to Spain's question right here, Childish Gambino was supposed to have an uncensored Deadpool cartoon on Hulu, but it got canceled by the executives because he was going hard in the paint on Taylor Swift. Yeah, Kanye kind of fucked that up for black folks.
Oh boy.
They don't really like you making fun of they white folks.
Mm-hmm.
The only person you've seen doing it recently was Peacemaker. He said that Green Arrow took it all the way in the butt. Almost in exactly those words. Everybody loving that episode, and it ain't got canceled yet. So it got renewed for the second season. So apparently you can talk shit about the JLA and any of that shit that you want to.
Mm-hmm.
If you got the right complexion for the protection. Otherwise, shut up. But shout out to Spain. I will give you, for the Cash App, I will give you the 3B salute. Thank you, Spain. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And it doesn't mean a thing. It's the Cash App. Well, no. Doesn't run on hopes and dreams. Runs on green just like every other thing. So make the cash happen.
Hey,
And said, rich city player, rich town player. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you giving some props to my city. So what you say? What you got, AB? What were you saying?
I watched Reacher.
Yes, you did. That's right. You did get up on Reacher. What did you think, homeboy?
I liked it. I really enjoyed it.
What'd you like about
it? Very interesting in the middle of nowhere story.
Mm-hmm.
It took
Georgia.
Yep. Down south in Georgia, and there's a lot of plot and twists that I didn't see coming.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see that rich dude getting killed like that. And the whole you notice through the whole series that they're making you think it's somebody from Venezuela, but the whole time it's that rich prick and his son.
Yeah, well, I don't spoil it completely for people who haven't watched it. If you haven't watched Reacher on Amazon Prime, you need to go do that shit. Do yourself a favor. Sunday, in an old school fashion, Sunday is the day for movies, for guys who like movies. So go watch Reacher and you'll enjoy that shit.
Oh, funny story. I forgot I was watching a rated R Amazon Prime thing. When old girl got in the shower, I was like, oh shit. I'm like, oh wait a minute. This is for adults. Okay, never mind.
For adults. I like characters like that. Like you point out, it was in a small town, small Georgia town. Me saying small Georgia town sounds like he should have rolled in there and saw fucking nooses hanging from a tree. And so the fact that black man was like the lead detective in that town was like, amazing.
I was amazed they didn't say the N-word while he was there, but you know.
Well, that's what I said. They was just short of calling him that. They didn't like him. It was plain that they didn't like him. They let it be known that they didn't like his ass. They was just short of saying it. It was everything else but that part. If they gave you the impression, you better get out of here, man, because we don't like you.
I saw what y'all was talking. I saw what y'all was talking about. He got his butt kicked a little bit too much.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked a little bit too much to be a cop. That part just bothered me. Charles told me that you'd be surprised, and I know a couple of police officers. Yeah, you would be surprised, but at the same time, this is make believe. This is television. He shouldn't be getting.
He wasn't a terrible. Don't misunderstand me. He wasn't a terrible character, but that was noticeable.
Yeah, he was. He was the only one getting fucked up in this show. Reacher didn't even get his ass whooped. I mean, even the little deputy chick, she didn't get her ass whooped. I'm like, come on, dude. She's the smallest thing in this motherfucker.
Yeah, she should have got beat at least once.
Like, black dude from Boston? I'd assume you knew how to fight because you up there with all the, the Italians and shit like that. Or excuse me, the Irish. I thought you would have fought a little bit. No, fuck it then.
Seeing a boy get burned like that was satisfying. I was like, yeah, you deserve that nigga.
Yeah, his own boy.
Yeah.
Was dirty. That was dirty. His own boy. He was like, why didn't you supposed to be my friend? He said, I was. I told you not to take this damn job. I was like, damn, he got you there though. Should have told him why, motherfucker. Dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, his death was gruesome. Good Lord. I was like, oh shit.
Well, he deserved it.
Yeah, that's true. He did deserve it.
He kind of deserved it because he went all in on that shit with fucking over his homeboy. I'm like,
yeah, fucking over your homeboy over that little prick. For that little prick, really, dude, you got problems.
Now the little young dude, like I said, he was crazy and he looked crazy. Like the actor looked psychotic, dude. Like,
yeah, he did.
I was thinking he was it from the very beginning. And I remember the brothers on Double Toast that talked about Reacher, and they had mentioned the part. There's one person, as soon as you see him come on camera, you're like, yeah, he's the villain. I was like, yeah, yes, he was. Yes, he was. Like, there you go.
Yes, he was.
There you go. There you go. Right there. That motherfucker is not on the up and up. Like he was just two in the bag.
Even more than his dad. Even more than his dad. They're like, yeah, that little prick's doing something a little more than he's talking about.
Yeah, he was all in the bag over some chick. That's my pussy. Dude, it's a whole town of these little basic ass chicks. What are you worried about?
Yeah, a whole town full of plain Janes. What are you worried? What are you doing?
Oh my God, dude, she ain't even interested in you. Look, a simp will not be deterred. A simp will kill you. There's two people that I say that will kill you. A simp will get you killed, and some closeted ass homosexual dude to get you killed. He'll kill you for finding out.
The scary thing is, a simp will actually go kill another chick for a chick.
Kill a lot of people for a chick. Well, that shout out to ARC for the promise of that pussy. It's mine. It's only mine. How, dude? You wasn't even the first person who got it. Shut up. Man, if you don't get your ass off that carousel and get that shit to somebody else, you don't own it. You don't own it. Never did. Never will.
You know if it's getting a season 2 or not?
It is.
Okay.
It is. So he'll be.
I got to pick up that. They say it's based off a book. I got to pick up that book.
Yeah, and they said the second season is based off the second book. So.
Okay.
It'll come back. I'll be looking for it. It's on my watch list.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as they say it's up there, I'm gonna be watching Reacher again.
That was a tearjerker with his mom at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That scene with his mom and his brother. That was a real tearjerker moment.
Yeah, it was. But this is the other thing that bothered me about that. And they say they took this. It was based on that first book. So I wonder if it's like this in the book. But I was always more interested in Reacher's relationship with his father more than his mother. And they didn't show his father too much. It's like the mother ran everything. Father was just there.
Yeah.
A reason, a vehicle for them to be in Germany and all the rest of these places. But you don't see Reacher having a connection to his father like that, more his mom. But I'm like,
that's true.
I know his mother ain't out there training with him.
Mm-hmm.
I know she ain't out there training with him. So what the fuck is the situation? Are we just dismissing the dad altogether? Because as big as Reacher and his brother are, they big that way because they goddamn daddy, right? So who was training him, mama? I don't know. Maybe that's something I got to get out of the book. But to me, I said they were just really dismissing him. He was there, but he was like just the mother's shadow or some shit. Like, what the fuck is that? So,
yeah, just like that little prick, the mayor was clearly corrupt.
Oh yeah, that dude always a little dick. Whatever he into.
I was like the people was ain't satisfied. I was like, you work for
Colonel Sanders.
Yeah,
Colonel Sanders. As soon as I saw him show up and got the role that he was playing, the first thing I started thinking of was the Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis, because he was supposed to be Bruce Willis's friend in that, and he was fucking Bruce Willis's wife.
Damn.
What he had to ask him was like, oh, so on the finger scale, how do you rate my wife? Like, like head of gut. You just punched him out. How you doing? Hello. If you need help, just let me know.
I might actually go back and rewatch it again because that was a fun series to watch.
I'd watch it again. It was entertaining. I almost did watch. I watched, I think, an episode again just because, and that's how I figured out how good it was, because I was still thinking about it, and I went back and watched different episodes. Because that trip to New York, I want to watch again, because that fight he had in the alley.
Oh yeah, that fight was epic.
That was something else, dude. I was like, bro, you just left him like that? Left him hanging, huh? It was a rough day in a suit. Like, shit.
Yeah, when he was sitting there hanging off over, like, okay, is his head gonna pop off or is it just gonna hang there? Because there's enough pressure.
That's like 250 pounds, dude. You gonna snap that off of there? What the?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, there's enough weight that head might pop off, but he just choked down. He's like, I was like, and he was just like, and like you said, just laying there like, ew.
I was like, well, that's one way it would happen. I thought it would have came off personally, but okay, whatever. But it actually got me to go back. I'd already liked the Jack Reacher character from watching the Tom Cruise movies, right? So I watched both of those. I liked the character from the first time I saw it in the Tom Cruise movie. I just didn't know it was actually a book series. So after I saw this series, I did go back and watch those other two movies just to match it up together.
Which movies?
So, okay, basically the Tom Cruise movies. So Jack Reacher and Jack Reacher, what is it? Never Go Back or something like that. He did two. He did two movies.
I'm trying to check those
And
out.
one of the things I liked about the movies when I initially saw those is that they were realistically
Have a good one.
Realistically kind of brutal. That this dude is not
trained
always
killer.
trying to get into a fight, but people bring him. So when I saw this Amazon series and how big the dude was, and then people were telling me like, no, that's how big he is in the comics. I mean, not the comics, but the novels. It makes me realize like, okay, so these people who actually bring it to him, outside of the Tom Cruise, because Tom Cruise is short, they actually getting what they deserve. Because that's a big motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a big dude.
Really
That's not a dude you roll up on.
You really on your bullshit to be trying it with him. So you get what you get. I mean, in Tom Cruise fashion, it worked for me understanding that when he's telling them, like, remember, you asked for this. Because he a little dude. It don't look like he about to do too much. But if you know Tom Cruise is physical. Right?
Yeah.
So his character, Jack Reacher, is brutal when he fights. So these motherfuckers getting beat the hell up and stuff like that. It's like, okay, it makes sense because there's a line in that movie, that first Jack Reacher movie, he tells him, he said, what's the difference between you and what we do? He said, well, the difference when I went and tracked down people and brought them back, every one of them was a trained killer. It's like, who's worse than the military guy that goes rogue is the military guy that has to go bring that motherfucker back. Because he's going after soldiers. He ain't going after maybe this dude is trained, maybe he wasn't. No. Every one of these motherfuckers is trained and highly trained. And he's the dude that bring their ass back in. So what does that say about him? He could be a dummy, but he could be just putting an ass whooping on people like Batman. It could just be out there without the cape and cowl putting a hurting on their ass. Because if you look at the movements that they have, at least Tom Cruise doing in the Jack Reacher movie, is pressure points. This moves to put you down, to break something, to put you down. That's all it's about. It's just about going in and getting you, eliminated from the fucking equation. It's not about prolonging shit. It's about immediacy. Like your knee, your ankle. You saw that shit in the Jack Reacher TV show. The way he was going after people, he was doing that to break them the fuck down. So the fight is gone from your ass. Like the New York fight. What did he do? He broke that motherfucker's arm, his ankle, and some other shit. Like, that's just to take away your will to fight. You can't even move now. What the fuck you doing? Go further, it's gonna be your death. That's just gonna be what it is. Look, Smitty James, what's up, Smitty? Yeah, Jack Reacher, they shot that in my hometown. And yeah, dude, there's a huge that Tom Cruise isn't a good representative. I wouldn't say he wasn't a good representative. He was a fan of the shit. He was a fan of the novel. That's why he did the damn movie. If he wouldn't have did the movie, you probably wouldn't even have the Amazon show. So while he's not big enough for the role, stature-wise, big enough fan and got his own production company, you can get that shit put out.
Yeah.
He's big enough to get the movie done. So I thank him for that, because I wouldn't have known about the character if I'd never seen the Tom Cruise movie. Never would have. So I give him his props for that. I know he can't talk without a script, though. I've seen Tom Cruise in the actor studio watch that shit. He can barely string together a sentence. That shit is irritating as fuck.
Wow.
It's kind of odd. I'm like, God damn, dude, you need a script for your life or what? But
yeah, Jack Reacher was fun.
So what you think about this Moon Knight? I think Moon Knight comes out next week. So what you think? You hyped? You holding back? Reserving judgment? Or you gonna wait to watch it later on like Malika or something?
I'll watch it later on probably. I'm not too familiar with the character.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck. No, you're supposed to watch that shit and get familiar with everybody else. Because trust and believe, a lot of people ain't that damn familiar with the character anyway. I don't give a fuck what these people on YouTube talking about. They never was talking about his ass before. So we're going to see. because they're gonna get in there.
Does look interesting though.
And they're gonna repeat every talking point. The first person that jumps out there and says something, everybody gonna repeat the same shit, which means they all gonna be Wikipedia in the same fucking article and repeating the same information. Ain't gonna have no more to tell you than that. I ain't worried about your spelling. This ain't grammar school, man. I'm not correcting you on that shit. This is the internet era. Even if you can spell perfectly, you start typing shit, autocorrect makes its own decisions on what you was trying to say. So, I'm not
so anything interesting in the Star Wars universe you looking at?
Star Wars universe stuff has more been stuff behind the scenes with Rey and all the rest of these shows that's coming out.
Right.
Yeah, that Galaxy's Star Cruiser shit is happening. I actually know one person who's going to that shit. They paid the money for that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking to her like, why the fuck did you do that, right? And it was her husband. Her husband wanted to go do that shit. He was willing to pay for that shit. But they getting over in the way they doing it because they like Disney season ticket holders or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So they're just doing an overnight trip to do it. So they're gonna be there one day and then they in and they out. I was like, motherfucker, that's not a Vegas trip. That's Florida. What the fuck? But they found a way to do it. So they don't have to wait. So they're gonna jump in there and go on that Galaxy's Edge shit, dress up in costume and shit like that. And I said, oh, that's pretty cool. I'd pay to see you dress up in a Star Wars costume because she is not that into that shit at all.
Mm-hmm.
But her husband is. So they got costumes and lightsabers and all that shit. I'm like, well, better enjoy it. Better enjoy it for the money. I wouldn't pay for that shit, but look, take a lot of pictures, then I won't have to.
Yeah, I was watching.
You with some red skin Twi'leks, or you want that Darth Talon treatment, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was watching episode 1.
Red bone Twi'lek.
Yeah.
Twi'lek from the red bone variety.
I was watching episode 1 the other day. That movie, everybody craps on that movie. It's like, that movie is not terrible. Come on, stop playing. Now I don't care for 2, but yeah, episode 1, it may not be as good as the first 3, but you can't say that's a terrible movie. I'm sorry.
You can say it's a terrible movie, but what you gonna get out of saying it's a terrible movie? What's terrible about it? It's the first time you saw a fucking Sith that could actually really fight on screen. Darth Maul, you got the entrance of one of the most widely known Jedi Sith right now, which is Darth Maul. You get to see more than one Jedi on the screen at a time, capable and can fight, that you've never seen before. You get to see the Jedi Council.
Get to see the Republic.
What the fuck is not to like, dude? You even get to see the first appearance of R2. You just find out how old R2 is. Like, R2 was just a droid that wasn't going to get blown off that goddamn cruise. He's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, hell no.
Yep.
Picked up my homeboys.
You get to see C-3PO before the covering.
You got to see 3PO before he got his clothes on and see who made him. Anakin. Anakin made 3PO. So you get to see the start of all of these characters in a sense to what they end up being later on. Like, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, people hate Jar Jar. I never really cared about Jar Jar. I never made that big of a deal. I just thought they made Jamaicans look
part of it. Just part of the movie. Dudes are kind of funny.
Young Anakin being goofy. It's a young kid acting. It's always goofy. You ever watch Radio Flyer? Them kids ain't amazing fucking actors, and one of them was in The Hobbit. Come on, man. What are we talking about? There's a little kid acting, and George Lucas is directing him. George Lucas is a better writer than he ever was a director. That's just a fact. Because the movies that everybody loved was usually ain't the ones he fucking directed. Love his work story-wise. Directing-wise, it always leaves something to be, something to be desired. Because if you look at episode 2, where he started getting into the love story shit, George don't do good with that. He too childlike in that way. But I would expect the same thing if I watched a movie that Michael Jackson had fucking directed. It'd be really fucking kiddie, and I'd be like, "Is this a grown man did this shit?"
Yeah. Now let me be fair on episode. Let me be fair about episode 2. The corny Lovecraft kind of ruined the movie for me, but the action wasn't terrible.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't because when you get episode 2, what you get in episode 2 is the entrance of what is it? I think at this point it's the first Jedi you've seen. Well, no, it's the second Jedi you've seen that's turned to the dark side, and it's Yoda's master.
No,
Or no,
apprentice.
it's Yoda's
Apprentice.
Padawan. You
Yeah.
get to see Yoda's Padawan, and you get to see another style of lightsaber combat in Darth.
Oh yeah,
Tyranus.
I love Count Dooku's.
And you get to see the first appearance of a black fucking Jedi, Mace Windu. Like, nigga, did y'all even watch the damn movie, or was you listening to all the critique and that's what you thought of the movie? Like, dude, there was a bunch of firsts in there that you never see. You got to see Boba Fett when he was young and find out where the fuck he came from, and see his dad, Django, and see why he hate Jedi. You see, like, oh yeah, that's a vendetta right there. He cut his daddy head off in front of him.
Yep.
He's gonna be fuck all y'all for the rest of his life.
You also actually get to see Anakin turn to the dark side.
Get to see Anakin start skirting with the dark. You get to see how Palpatine put that Sith pimp talk on him. Like, yeah, but you know, fuck with us, man. We can do something about that. You want them draws, all right? Okay, well, teach you a little bit of the Sith game, and you can get that. You know, see how he worked that boy. He worked that boy like Death was working Thanos from the beginning. First time they saw him, they was working his ass.
Yeah, what's up, Artisan? What's up, y'all?
Hey,
what's up, Ray?
Yeah, hey, I didn't know it was going to take a Star Wars turn. Because
okay.
I ain't start. I mean, real talk, because I didn't start getting into. Hold on, I'm outside smoking. Yeah, you go ahead, Car.
No, just mute up. I don't like people trying to tell me what I can do on my show. But yeah, Nick,
I wasn't trying to tell you what to do, but yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
What do you want to talk about?
I'm joking, but I'm serious.
Well, nah, man, but because I didn't start getting into Star Wars till like maybe like 7 years ago. You know what I mean? That's when I started getting intrigued and what you're explaining is even though I'm not like most people were like, okay, I haven't seen it, you know, I wasn't really into it, so you know the information you're spitting is not, you know, interesting at all, but actually what you're spitting is actually interesting and it's intriguing me more to get into the story, period.
You should, in my senses, wherever you get onto it is where you get onto it. That's part of like parents' job when they introduce stuff to kids, especially like sci-fi and stuff like that. They get on where they get on, and then they learn about how to like this stuff through your liking of it, what you share with them about it. And if what you share about it is all the same shit they could have heard from anybody, then you ain't shared shit with them really. You got to share what you like about it. That Star Wars shit for me, even them first 3 movies that everybody talked about, they hated until Kathleen Kennedy got a hold of Star Wars and made those 3 movies he made. They love the fuck out of them now. Look, I can remember when motherfuckers was hating George Lucas when he went back and made those prequels and did the remastered editions of New Hope and Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. They was hating his fucking guts. They was talking shit.
Han shot first.
Yeah, now what you gotta say? Shut the fuck up. He the creator. He can do what the fuck he want with this shit. He made it. Saw what Kathleen Kennedy did with it. Y'all can't get rid of her. She gonna have her way with this motherfucker one way or the other. She got it strapped on and she waiting to bend y'all over one more time before she leaves.
Yep.
With the spiked, 7 dick. She's about to get it for you. So all of this other stuff, Ray, the Star Wars universe is deep, and definitely get into the legend canon books about this shit. That's when you'll really find a lot of love for it. Even outside of the movies, visual,
like that.
Getting to read the books, you'll really see what they doing or what John and Dave were going forward with the Star Wars stuff, with the characters they introduced. Like Kyle Katarn is coming. Some of these other characters from Legends are coming. These characters are coming. So
should I also check out that one? It was like a movie. I think a movie or a series. I seen the title for it. It came out with like maybe within 2 years ago. Solo, something about Solo.
Solo Star Wars story.
Yeah,
I like Solo. Most people said they didn't like it. I like Solo. I've watched Solo more times than I've watched Force Awakens. I can tell you that much. I've seen Solo more times in Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker combined. I've seen Solo more times than those 3 goddamn movies because I refuse to go back and watch those. I do. I try to.
Hey,
I always
but,
find something else to do. I always find something else to do, but I'll watch Solo. I'll watch
hey,
Solo.
but you know what's funny though? Other Star Wars fans though, I know this is like with all the Star Wars fans, like no, and I know it's like that with everything. You know, even though we may be the fan of the same thing, but everybody's gonna have their different view. So that's interesting though because I've seen a whole bunch of people like talking about it and they come at it in a different view than you do. So especially those Comic Cons I was at, that I did security.
Yeah, a lot of super Star Wars geeks or whatever really get into it. That's how bad Solo was and how this dude didn't look like all of this. And I'm like, that's all cosmetic shit. That don't even fucking matter. It's a fictional character. Look, I'm totally fine with the dude that played Han Solo not being exactly like Harrison Ford's depiction of Han Solo because it's him starting off. He ain't even got there yet. He ain't got to that point. I'm thinking like RPG. I can see a character get better over time and rock with him until he get to that point. It don't matter if I know where he is. Like, why do I like Rogue One? Do I like Rogue One because it was an interesting story, introduced new characters? No, I know where it's fucking ending. These people are fucking dying. Okay, I know how this ends. I know how this fucking story ends.
Now I remember that title.
I enjoy it. Yeah.
I'm shitty. I haven't seen that one yet, and I want to watch it too. Yes, because Forrest Whitaker is in there and Donnie Yen, and I seen some clips, and I'm like,
Yen is in there. Being the fucking Zatoichi of the Star Wars universe. Like, come on, man.
I see some clips and I'm like, damn, it looks badass and shit. But I typically drift. That's what I do. I drift to a different shit or whatever. Then I forget certain shit.
Yeah, the other dude is in there too, which is Mickelson, I think his name is. That actor.
But from what I remember, especially from my older brother, I mean, they all said they didn't like Rogue One. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with it? It looks badass from the clips.
Rogue One was that shit. Rogue One was the shit. Most people, most nerdy motherfuckers only like Rogue One for one reason, and it's because they saw Darth Vader, get out there in the hallway and start cutting motherfuckers down like he had a problem and was on a bender like I'm mad. Where's Padme, bitches? I'm still okay. That's what most people remember that whole movie for. It was a 2-hour fucking movie that remember the last 5 minutes of Vader cutting down people. Now that wasn't the most interesting part to me because when I watched it, I said it. Look, them motherfuckers didn't have a chance. That looked like them younglings running up on young Anakin when he came to the temple. Like, nigga, these motherfuckers didn't stand a chance. That was not even fair. That was a slaughter. Yep. What the fuck? Like, ooh, Darth Vader was showing his ass. Those aren't Jedi. Okay, those are regular fucking troops. Not even foot soldiers. They on the ship. They just regular dudes with blasters on the ship getting freaked out, getting cut down. Now I saw what Vader did the last time he fought somebody who actually knew how to use the Force. It cost him an arm and 2 legs. So I don't want to hear that shit. Okay, he got fucked up. So him cutting down these people that ain't even on his level, nowhere near his level to be fighting him, I'm not impressed by that shit. Yeah, it looked badass because you saw him cutting motherfuckers up, but dude, that was gonna happen to them. Anybody could have did that shit. Fucking Donnie Yen's character could have did that shit. He was blind. All you need to do is give him a lightsaber. They wasn't on that level. Like, I'm not a fan of slaughter. Like, I like people being able to mount some kind of offensive. Like,
and that was one of the clips too, bro. Because I seen my boy, man, he was cutting up motherfuckers.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker had a part in Rogue One, but that character, Saul Guerrera, he's in some of the other Star Wars stuff. Also voiced by Forrest Whitaker. So when you see Saul Guerrera show up in the Star Wars episode or the Rogue One, if you were watching like the Clone Wars and shit like that, Saul Guerrera shows up in there.
Yeah, you actually get a lot of. I'm not trying to spoil the whole movie, but you get a lot of background on the Death Star in that movie.
Yeah, what Akoteki said. Yeah, who built it? Who was designing it?
Right.
All that shit. Some good actors that you like and you see in the Marvel stuff. Great actors. Yeah, I can tell you that here. That's right. Everybody but Vader died in Rogue One. Yes, because you already know how the story ends. The story ends where New Hope begins. So everybody died. It don't matter how much you like these characters. These motherfuckers is dead.
What's his name? Algarna didn't die. Hold on. Oh, never mind. He wasn't the main character. Lair's stepfather.
Her stepfather or her father?
Stepfather. Well, father's Darth Vader, but her stepfather.
I know who you're talking about. Her adopted father, not her stepfather.
Her adopted father, yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Now, does he
Jimmy Smith's character?
Yeah, does he technically die?
Bill Organa.
Bill Organa. Does he technically die in episode 4? I never got the gist of that.
Yeah. Bill Organa?
You know, when they blow up Alderaan.
Yeah, his adopted dad. I think he died on. Yeah, he died on Alderaan.
Okay.
I don't think he really addressed. Wait. Yeah, he probably dies. I'm pretty sure they don't address it though.
Yeah, Organa. Yeah, Dale died. It wasn't addressed though because they didn't flush his character out till after the fact. Yeah, that's why you actually get to see him in the prequels.
Yeah,
that shit. You get to see him. But that's just more so to let you know where these what the people were about who raised these twins after they got split up.
I gotta talk about episode 3 for a minute.
Yeah, Lars was on because he knew Luke's daddy, and Luke's daddy was about that business, and
yeah,
Lars wasn't on that. He was trying to keep him way away from that shit. And then you see what Dale was on. He was kind of a rebel to begin with, so it makes sense that Leia got into being a rebel right along with her adopted daddy.
Yeah, I gotta talk about episode 3 for a minute. R2's a badass. Remember that because that big. Huh? Okay. I know.
Go ahead. You said R2.
That big droid picked up like, you stupid astro droid. And R2 fucked him up.
Look, R2. I always liked R2 because I told y'all R2 is a shit talking mechanic.
We be talking shit.
He's speaking beeps and whistles. You're like a little Pokemon. You ain't got to know what he's saying. Everybody else will inform you what he's saying. R2 be cussing people out. And R2
even looks like, watch your language, damn.
Yeah, hey, watch your language, because R2 be just giving them the real. That's why he's been alive so long. R2
they be having his ass at Comic Cons too.
Yeah, get off my circuit board. R2 ain't about that bullshit. He always about his mission. R2 be on mission. That's why him and 3PO together is funny, because 3PO be trying to be all, passive and stuff like that. R2 like, nah, boy, I got the shock stick in here. You don't leave me alone. I got a mission. I'm on point. Like I'm on my mission.
But I'm just saying, he fucked them 2 droids up, and then like, now what? Yeah. They looked at the screen. What you gonna do?
Yeah, he been that way from the beginning. That's why I said when you get into episode 1, you get the entrance of R2, and you see what's happening. R2 was just a regular droid on that Naboo ship. All the rest of them droids was getting blown off into space. They was getting shot because they was out there trying to fix the ship. R2 was the only one that's like, oh, fuck all this. Nah, we getting out of here.
He's just like, I'm gonna do whatever is gonna work.
Look, I tell you this, R2 be nigga rigging stuff. Right, he be jerry rigging a bunch of stuff, dude, just to get out of here. That's why he's so good at his job. He just know how to do it. Whatever, man. We getting out of here. We gotta go. We got to go. So that's why I liked episode 2, like we were talking about. You got Mace Windu showing up. And what was I think Enigma or Akuteki was saying, you get to see the different forms of lightsaber combat. If y'all ain't never looked at the Wikipedia, look up the Wikipedia. Look how many forms of combat there are. Look what they specialize in. Read that stuff. Then when you watch a lightsaber fight in a movie, you'll see what's going on. You'll understand the different forms that are being used. If it's a saber form just for fighting other people with sabers, or is it a different form just for learning how to block blaster bolts and stuff? What it means when the Jedi is jumping all over the place, using the Force for all these somersault flips and kicks and stuff, and using his lightsaber. That's a completely different form. That's why Dooku rolled out there with that pimp stick lightsaber hilt and was like, oh, what he got? Form 2, baby. He out there for that dueling style. Really spinning and really doing that swordsmanship. You get that.
I would say it's mostly samurai.
No,
Samurai,
not count.
even within samurai using the sword, there are different sword styles within that.
Right.
Like if you've ever played a samurai game, you understand there is a crashing wave style and a rock style. There's a
Yeah,
style that
there's
is
many
up high.
forms.
There's a style that is up high more, and
Mhm.
then there's a style that is down low more. It's completely different styles. You can be completely versed in this style, but it not work against somebody who's about these low strikes and stabs. You'll get fucked up. So you have to learn all those styles. Jedi learn all those styles, but they usually specialize in one. They
Yep.
are a master of one of those styles. That's why Mace is so set apart, because he created a whole nother style and he is the master of that style. Nobody else but the people he teach it to uses it. Yoda knows it, Luke knows it, and his Padawans. Mace's Padawans know it, but some of them always fall to the dark side.
Yeah.
It's too close.
Yeah, and then talking about Form 2, that was one of the main reasons why they sent, at least in the way the lore works, that's why they sent Obi-Wan to go fight Grievous. Is because Grievous was trained in a bunch of other forms, but the thing with Form 2 is it's extremely defensive. So no matter what, Obi-Wan would be, because he was like master in it. He excelled in Form 2. He would be able to block Grievous and stuff all he wanted. That's why it was a lot of just him backing up until he was like, all right, cool, gun.
Yeah. Then it was a gun for like, uncivilized. Yeah, Vapad is a beast. Yeah, Form 7 is a beast. Form 2, I think, I usually forget the names of them, I'm sorry, but I think it's Suretsu or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I'm doing it off the top of my head, y'all. That's why I tell you this shit is not scripted. This is what I already know in my brain. It's not something I'm sitting up here Googling. That's why I usually have my camera on so you can see I'm not sitting here Googling this shit. This is me. It's not Memorex for the old people in the room. What up, BMT?
Hey,
what's going on, BMT?
man? What's going on, guys?
Look like you got that same shitty headset I got.
And it got us to a lot of shootouts just fine.
Yes.
Got us
As
long as I know you're running and covering and getting your ass over that damn hill. Yeah, I mean, shit, we talking on some geek stuff I love. And
yeah, I'll tell you this, and then we'll get back to the Star Wars geek stuff, BMT. It's different being in a party when you can talk to a person. This is how I figure out if the person knows how to actually fight, right? And this is just a video game diversions for you guys. I turn off my mic when I'm running with other people in the party because I want to see how they move in a group, if they know how to fight in a group. And the last people I was playing with, I didn't even stream this when I was just playing. All this motherfucker kept doing was running on top of me. So we kept getting killed. So we came into an area, it's enemies all over the place. I sweep to the left and start taking out people on the left because they were focused on him. What did he do? Follow me. Nigga, split up. Give them 2 targets so somebody can flank them. Either I'm flanking them on my side or you're going to flank them on your side. No, you keep trying to stand on top of me. If you don't cut the cord on the umbilical, you get us both killed. Throw a grenade, they got us both. No, move. So BMT don't do that. But that's why I turn my mic off sometimes to see if they can pick up on that. Like I'm going left. I always go left.
And I go right. And
Always
I
roll,
go right.
always roll left and start picking up from the right. I cut my pod to the left. Like, especially if you want to just be right in the center of things, well, I'm going left, motherfucker. They not focused that way. We can blindside them if we, keep doing this pincer movement. But if you fuck it up, we're gonna get killed. We got killed like 7 times on that spot that I already been through before. Because he just standing there. I don't know what to do. Pick them off. Don't worry about the little weenies. We got people running up behind us because you trying to run away from them. I don't know, dude. I had to go out there and go beast with my shotgun. Just start running up on pool. Bah, bah. No shield. But that's
No.
What'd you say, AB?
You love that Division 2, aren't you?
I am loving Division 2. Shout out to my brother. He recommended that shit. My brother obviously know what I like because I'm loving that Division 2.
I think you're gonna love it more that that they're making a Star Wars type of division. It's in the same type of retrospect of how Division is. It's going to be Star Wars where we choose: are we going with the Empire or we're going with the Rebels? Well, I'm going with Empire. Fuck
Well,
it.
hopefully they don't do it like they did that Star Wars.
EA.
What's that?
EA, how EA? No, they got Ubisoft is doing. Ubisoft is going to be
Okay.
running.
What was I thinking about that? Battalions. They did that Star Wars battalions where you could pick. It's fighter combat, so you can pick either your Empire or Rebel Alliance. Yes, battalions. Right. So you can pick, and the story mode shifts off between the two, but it's all full of chicks. It's just a chick game.
I think that's the thing about it. And that comes with experience, just like how you were talking about. When it comes to when me and you play the Division, me and Artisan, we really don't be telling each other too much what to do. We kind of just flow in the battle, and I'll be like, Artisan's up there. I'm going to be pulling out a sniper because if he's ahead of me, I'm pulling out a scope and I'm popping people to like who are either grabbing a minigun to come on him or anybody running behind him. That's battle mindset experience.
Battle awareness.
That's battle. And the thing about it is, certain Jedis in their Padawans, they supposed to gain that and gather that. That was one of the things that Qui-Gon Jinn had a problem with Obi-Wan. He was like, "Listen, you can leave from under my cloak. You're good. You're actually better than you think you are. I don't know why you're on my ass. Like you can go off on the other side of the Death Star and go tear it up. You don't have to be with me. Master.
Follow the plan.
Like,
Follow the plan.
Take out the engines, Obi-Wan. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll find a way off the ship. The Force will guide me to get off the ship.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And
you see what the funny part was with that? Qui-Gon kept trying to teach Obi-Wan that by episode 1. By episode 2 and 3, Obi-Wan dealing with the same shit Qui-Gon was with dealing with Anakin. Like, man, why don't you ever listen to me? You didn't listen?
that was the irony of also that was with Obi-Wan and Anakin. It was that instead of a master teacher, it was a brother like thing, of a big brother and a little brother. And Mason them had a problem with that because they're like, he's not your damn brother, he's your student. You need to make the difference and let him know his place. Well, and he was like, no.
Yeah, Qui-Gon didn't want to do it that way, so I'm not doing it that way because Master Qui-Gon said to do it this way.
He was like, and that was, and it went against the order. But then again, Obi-Wan also started seeing the rebellious side of Anakin. We like, hey, I could have sworn I told you not to do this. Well, I did it this way. And he was like, okay, you're allowing your emotions. If you notice through a lot of not just, and I always encourage people to go watch the cartoon series. The cartoon series told a lot. Anakin emotions ran the best of him in too many things. And hell, you even had non-people that weren't Jedi's like, hey man, are you sure you're a Jedi? Like, you you're too damn emotional sometimes, man.
Right.
Like
all in his fifis. Look.
Yeah, like what's wrong with you, man? Like Obi-Wan, how you so balancing this dude right here? And I think he didn't start getting a little bit better until he got Ahsoka. And it was more so like he started becoming a surrogate father because she was very hot-headed. And she was very hot-headed. And she'd be like speaking out when she's not supposed to be speaking out and saying shit and all the other stuff. I'm like, bro, you might need to send her ass back to the temple.
Well, see, that parallel works for what I said to guys in a sense, is that some guys need to be fathers because it makes you do that growing up part. Because Obi-Wan didn't get it till he had somebody under him that he actually was responsible for training. Then he saw what Qui-Gon was talking about. Anakin didn't get it, or Obi-Wan hold me back and all the rest of that, till Anakin had to be the master to Ahsoka. Then he saw, then he understood better. Because a lot of that growth don't happen until you on the other side of that stuff. If you never have anybody or your own child underneath you, you're never really fully in that role of understanding the other side of this stuff where you now have to be the teacher.
Yeah.
And you're now responsible for the result. Once you're actually responsible for the result, then you think about that a little bit more because it kicks your brain in thinking about that stuff. It's not just about me. What am I actually teaching this person and how to get them to get over this point? I remember being at this point myself. Oh, now I see what so-and-so was talking about. What do I need to do to fix this now?
Yep.
That's when it comes in. It don't come in no other time. It has to be under your charge and your responsibility. Then you get to that point. Like, okay, I need to teach her to calm down because I'm a little high-headed too, but she's a reflection of me.
That was the scary thing about it, that Padawan and Obi-Wan would keep throwing at him. Like, how you getting mad at her when you were doing the same thing? Like that's when I fell in love with you, baby. You were doing the same thing. She would she would tell him, like, yo, she's like your daughter, like scary. Like, do we have a bastard child out there? No, like, she don't act like me.
Well,
see that?
Yoda was giving Obi-Wan that same talk. Yoda was giving Obi-Wan that same talk.
Yep.
Even in the movies, giving him that same talk. Well, headstrong, a lot of Jedis of this generation are. Like really? Funny. I've been seeing that a lot too. 900 years later.
900 years later, it's
900 years you reach.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing about it, the beauty of a master and a pupil. Even like when that's why I love looking at the Bat family. Whenever I look at how Batman, they roast the kids, his own children, the Bat family roast Batman more than anything. Like, how you getting on us? How you getting on us and you do the same thing? Or you know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's when that's why I enjoy how the Star Wars universe is hopefully getting back on track, where they're showing everything is not like we grew up thinking, well, the Force is just the Force. If you're a Jedi, you're naturally good. And then now they're starting to show, and if you read into the comics, you're like, yo, like, these mercenaries were taking young like tweaks and selling them for harvesting organs and stuff. I could take them back to the Republic, or I could just slaughter them and kill them. Like after a while, this is where I think this is why Luke, he will always tell them, make your best judgment. I can't tell you, make your best judgment. And a lot of people have problem with Luke doing that. Like, you're not following the orders of how Yoda and all the great Jedi do. He's like, well, shit. Like,
right. Well, it didn't work.
Right. Like out there in the field, things get contorted. Like, shit, I could do Force. Luke was doing Force lightning. That's not supposed to, Jedis aren't supposed to do Force lightning. No. And he was like, hey.
Well, that was the thing. That's why it's considered Luke's new Jedi Order, because he had to take it in a different direction. That's why that episode of Boba Fett, I didn't get all pissy about it that, okay, he's trying to start a school, but he's not really doing things right. I said, because he has to find his way. He hasn't found his way yet. You're catching him right after Return of the Jedi. He's the only one. So he's getting to find his footing on how he's going to run his order. And if you've read the novels and stuff, Luke's order, you can have a family. You don't have to detach from everybody. You do have a family. That's where you get the Horn kids and everybody else coming in. Because he let them have families. That made them more grounded people. It made it more fun to read. Because you see this lineage of Jedi coming up and following this path. Was it the way of the old Republic? No, not completely, but all those Jedi supposedly got wiped out, right? So you might need to try something different.
I think it made them more connectable.
Right, relatable.
Exactly. People could connect to the Jedi because they're like, you wouldn't understand and when you read a comic, they're like, you couldn't understand what it's like to lose a child. How could they? From being allowed to, as women and men, to be able to have families. And I think that was a big issue for Anakin, because whenever he was having these issues with his wife, he couldn't really go to any Jedi and say, hey, I have a secret wife and children on the way. Maybe they could have probably had sat down with her, healed her, talked with her. But he couldn't do that. And this is the thing about it. This is the thing about it where I'm glad that they have it where I know Luke has 2 kids. Luke has 2 kids. Well, it was oh, he has 1 kid. My bad. I thought he had a daughter and a son, or was he just
Han and Leia have 3 kids, a daughter and a son first, the twins, and then they had the 3rd one. So that was Anakin Solo.
Okay. So okay. Thank you for that. But the thing
Jason
about
and
it,
Janiyah and Anakin. And then Anakin was a Jedi as well. All the Solo kids were Jedis, and Anakin sacrificed himself, and Jason went dark, so to speak.
Yeah,
in perspective, and then Janiyah had to kill Jason.
Yeah, isn't Luke's son named Ben Skywalker?
Yes, Ben Skywalker, and that's the son of Luke and Mara Jade. Because Luke know how to turn it on. Palpatine sent the hand of the Emperor to come kill him, and he ended up turning her into his wife.
Oops.
Force powers, baby. I think, but see, that was the thing. I think that's the beauty of it, where I enjoyed watching, listening. Like people don't know, Boba Fett gave Vader his best run plenty of times. Like Vader will hire Boba Fett one day, then try to kill him the next day. And Boba Fett like, all right, motherfucker, you forgot I got a sword too, buddy. I done killed my share of Jedis. I know how to kill you motherfuckers. Damn it, this bounty hunter. I'm like, yeah, bro, like shit, y'all. A lot of this universe is done off of what I do. You know what I'm saying? These Mandalorians ain't no joke. That's like right. They're like the anti.
Oh yeah. If you read the legends, Mandalorians were, other than the Sith, the Mandalorians could give the Jedi the run for their money.
Right.
They actually went to war back in the Old Republic. Oh, on Old Republic times, they went to war and they gave the Jedi a run for their money.
And that was the beauty. And that's why I said like that's why I said it is very interesting. Like we had a good Discord conversation. Like, could the Boba Fett of now take out? Could the Boba Fett of now take out Vader? I'm like, well, you got to. He's not there. He's not there. Like, you got to understand. He's not there. Like, he knows how to deal with it. There's a difference of killing Vader, and there's a difference of knowing how to survive Vader.
Right.
That's a high level of achievement.
Artisan MC, shot talk.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
not a lot of Star Wars right now.
Not a lot of people can say they know how to survive. Not a lot of people can say they know how to survive Darth Vader. And so when you have that type of mantle under your belt, and mind you, Vader will call up Boba Fett the next goddamn month or later, say, "Hey man, I know I tried to kill you, but I got a job for you." Shit, all right, bro, I'll take on the money. Like, I always found out so awkward about Boba Fett. Like, bro, did he just try to kill you? Yeah, but it's on the table, bro. So I can't. I don't turn down these type of jobs. So, I always wondered.
There you go. You're welcome.
I kind of wish sometimes that they went more in depth with the Hutts, because the Hutts are like, if you had the Empire, there's three political powers: the Empire, the Republic, and the Hutts.
Syndicates.
The syndicate.
Yeah, the syndicate.
Empire,
I really want them to go more depth. Yeah, I want them to go more. Like, if they had a game where you could just play and work for the Hutts, I'd be so.
Well, that's the next show that George Lucas is supposed to do with the Star Wars stuff. He's supposed to go into the crime syndicate stuff. That's what the Star Wars underworld is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about all the crime syndicates. So your Crimson Dawns, your Hutts, your Pikes, all those crime syndicates that go on in this universe, which is just like the underbelly of this universe. Outside of all the political shit, you got the underbelly. That's what he want to go into. He want to show all these other groups, because the novels that I read where it was dealing with Boba Fett and he was still out there in the universe, this old clone, he was out there dealing with the crime syndicates. He was like Eastwood out there dealing with damn crime syndicate, like old as fuck. Like, dude, I'm tired of dealing with these guys. About to wipe out your whole crew just because he was old and salty, but he hadn't, his skills hadn't diminished. But Aquateki is saying, Book of Boba Fett, no, it'd be a wrap. Vader kill his ass. Book of Boba Fett, Boba, not impressed. I'm sorry, he'd get the business. He'd be lucky if he kept that Beskar on. But then again, you could cut his head off like his daddy because he constantly got his goddamn helmet off. So don't worry about it. Big old weakness.
I believe that helmet now.
Enigma funny as hell. He said, "This is the saber you're looking for." Yes, he did. The Force is strong with me, baby. Yes, and look, I only know of two guys. I only know of two dudes in geekdom who have turned their would-be assassin into their wife: Luke Skywalker and Aquaman. What'd that tell you?
Well,
What'd that tell you?
Queen
Mara. Luke had a bunch of chicks. Even Abeloth was Luke's chick at one time. That's a jilted lover. Like, she all mad and shit. Like, dude, where'd you run into all these Force users? You just found them through the Force? What did you do? Somebody pissed off girlfriend. You got a bunch of pissed off exes, dude. Wrecked the whole universe with the Force.
Hell
But he
no.
had them at one time. What Mara always did, that farm boy charm. That farm boy charm, boy, be working on everybody. God dang. I think the Force is really strong with him. He got that game. He got that Jedi speed. Peaceful, baby.
His goddamn speed is on 100. That man has the
Yoda 900 years younger. Oh my god. That's why Yoda was on Dagobah. He was hiding from all the women he knew.
Oh shit.
He's hiding from people's child support.
Asshole. I think I think that's the thing about it when it comes to the Star Wars fandom. It's a multiversal thing where it's like a Hobbit. There's no one set way. You can go in, like, that's what I love. That's what I love about fantasy. That's why I keep trying to tell black people we need to get fantasy is the best thing to get into.
Fantasy and sci-fi. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the fantasy and sci-fi
You ain't
world,
ever lied, brother BMT. You ain't ever lied.
There's like I grew up.
Hold on, BMT. Go into that, Ray. What are you saying on that?
Nah, I said he ain't ever lied on that fantasy. Yeah, fantasy is what's in there, boy.
Yeah, you got something you want to expand on that? I'm trying to dig deeper into what you got to say.
Oh man, yes. For instance, fantasy. I like it when they mix it between fantasy, adventure. For instance, like Berserk.
We ain't going in Berserk direction today.
I know that, but I mean stories like that where it's like medieval and how they mixed it, yeah. So and it just got a whole nother layer of its own metaphor, man, and it's not easy to interpret too because Guts is not your typical protagonist. So yeah, so I mean that's all I want to say on that one. I just want to chime in on that what he said.
Okay, go ahead, BMT. Finish your point. I just wanted to see if he had more he wanted to add in on that.
It's just that, like, I grew up. I think that was one of the best things I could probably say that I'm glad that my parents pushed me into. Like I was pushed more so into watching stuff like like fantasy movies or science movies like Ghostbusters and Back to the Future, or like stories where like the Page Master and things like that where you can't ever go wrong. You can't ever go wrong with your as long as you have an imagination, it can take you anywhere. You being able to dream as a boy, means you can aspire to want to be greater. And
Well, that's what I was trying to see if Ray touched on when he went into it, is why sci-fi and fantasy. I'm agreeing with you that Black folks need to get into sci-fi and fantasy, because sci-fi and fantasy is one of the few spaces where there are limited rules, but you make up the rules. You make up the whole world, but it's based on your imagination. If you have no imagination, you cannot see yourself in fantasy and sci-fi. Can't. Because there's some rules to some of this stuff in a sense, but basically you make up all the rest. There's tenets. You make up the rest of the world, especially in sci-fi. That's why I love sci-fi so much. You can create anything, any old kind of world, whatever the hell you want it to be. If they breathe liquid and shit out air, it don't matter. You can make that world and populate it however you want to, with whatever kind of creatures you want to. Walking on the ground might be the weirdest thing in the world for them on their world. Like, what? Something's wrong with this. This motherfucker broken. He walk. You can do that, but you can do that in fantasy and sci-fi. It just plays by a little different rules. If you're in fantasy and you got a weapon, what kind of weapon is it? Is it a sword? Is it a crossbow? What is it? But if it's sci-fi, do you have a sword or a gun? It's still the same shit. It's just different in the way you go about it. Well. Yeah, Aquatic said sci-fi is unlimited creativity. Yeah, because in sci-fi you can go backwards and forwards. You're not necessarily limited into one time span either.
Right.
Shout out to LeVard from Reading Rainbow. I was always amazed. Like, that's probably one of my first. Like, he was one of my first heroes, because in one minute I'll be watching PBS and he'll be doing Reading Rainbow. Next thing minute, like in like a few hours later, he'll be on Star Trek like navigating the ship and having that cool visor on. And I used to take my mom's headband. And I'll put it over my eyes and we pretend like I'm him. And I remember my cousins would like I would sit in a box. I know y'all think this is lame, but I would sit in a box and pretend I was in a ship. And
that's
my
not
cousin
lame.
was
That's
like,
called having
man,
an imagination.
like,
Right.
my cousin, like,
I'm a Gen Xer. That's called play for us.
Like get out of that. Right. And I mean, they'll be like, get out of that box. And I'm like, my grandma was like, no, leave him alone. Like, if he wants to dream, a lot of people lose that ability to want to dream, to go do things.
And it's not that you lose it, it gets pushed out of you, especially as Black people. That's why I think it's really interesting and more important to actually highlight Black men in this space who are actually still into this stuff in their adult ages, because I know how hard of a push it is to get Black folks out of doing anything creative, especially Black men. Anything creative that don't involve you having a microphone or something wrapped in leather in your hands that needs to be pumped up by air. Other than that, they're not interested in that shit outside of, okay, you can dance. If it ain't about entertaining, these other folks like that, you get pushed out of it. So liking comics, liking geek stuff, being into video games, being creative, liking to write, liking to draw, you get pushed out of that shit unless it's in a very narrow range where they will accept it. And I don't believe that there's a narrow range for that kind of shit.
Oh my God. I can't stand that shit to the highest order. Man, I dealt with that shit like early on. Yeah, y'all right. Because even your own family members can shame you, so much to where, like, damn, to where it's like it feels damn threatening. Like, no, motherfucker, you gonna stay Black. You gonna stay Black. No, you gonna, which is the typical shit, basketball, okay, and football and whatever other nigga shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and it's like if it's not that, you're gonna get shunned and and you ain't gonna get no pussy from these Black women.
Right. Well, that's the thing,
Just
because
because
I never wanted to believe that there was only one way to be Black. And that usually the first thing. If you do this, that's not Black, that's white. Dude, it's not either of those goddamn things. It's really not. I mean, unless it's mayonnaise. If you love mayonnaise, that's some white shit. I can't stand mayonnaise. Yeah, for fucking mayonnaise, white boy. I don't either. I don't know who the fuck does that shit. But it sound like you. Sound like some of your folks. Not them Scandinavian ones, but the other ones. The other ones, just some oil and butter. But what was the other point I was gonna say? Oh, point on LeVar Burton. The thing that most people don't know with LeVar Burton and Reading Rainbow, and I did a lot for Black people reading because they saw some representation of a Black man up there promoting knowledge through reading and promoting reading in young children. What you don't know is LeVar Burton actually wrote his own sci-fi book. It's called Aftermath. I have that book. I read that book. It was a decent book, yes. It was a decent sci-fi book. And in a D&D sense, it's a party coming together, bound together by some psychic power, right? Most people don't know that. I bring it up for you so you don't think I'm bullshitting. But
I didn't know he wrote a book like that. I mean, like,
I didn't
he
either.
was one of my like that was for me one of my greatest, coolest. It was between loving the Klingons, which I kind of understood them at some point, but I loved watching LeVar's character and how, wow, this guy is literally flying the ship. Like, this dude has saved the ship. He saved the
Numerous
goddamn
times.
the ship
he is the chief
numerous
engineer.
times, and like literally has called out so many things.
There you go.
And
LeVar Burton, Aftermath.
wow.
And then even
Wow.
$10 book overview, a sudden debut novel from the Star Trek The Next Generation, the United States of 2019. Oh, this is a good one. I forgot that it was in 2019. It's a very different place. Economic depression, an enormous earthquake, and assassination of a Black president-elect. Damn, I need to go back and read this again.
Maybe it's the whole thing, man. I told you.
Turn the country into a war zone. 4 people, each as different and troubled as the next, are the nation's last hope. But can they overcome the devastation and build a new world? I need to go in my storage and pull this shit out.
Oh,
so I can
wow.
read that again. I forgot. Look, man, this is like you read so much shit, man. Like, this is legitimately a situation of like, I know I ain't forgot more shit than most of y'all know. I remembered the book. I forgot about that part. 2019, a Black president. Damn, I should have read that again already. I need to go back. I gotta go back and read that shit again now. Oh
Yeah.
shit, I'm missing something.
LeVar was
That sounds like where we at now.
Might
Might
be
be prophetic.
calling things out, man. He was calling things out at a time.
That's what you can do in sci-fi. That's why I always like sci-fi. Sci-fi is your window forward. And it's very easy. You take what you have now and extrapolate that by 20 and 30 years. Instead of looking backwards 20 or 30 years, which is what a historian does, they can project the future by what has happened in the past. That's all it is. So instead of just sitting here focused behind me, let me look in front of me and see where I am now and where this can go in 20 or 30 years. Where do I think it's going to go? Usually it ends up going that way, which is why Star Trek has a huge fan base. Because if you love Star Trek, this ain't nothing new to you.
Well, yeah,
The difference is I ain't got beamed up yet. But what is
Artisan.
a voice call other than being beamed up? Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know you heard me because it seemed like my connection, whatever, because I'm outside.
Oh, you good.
Nah, I was gonna say, yeah, you right about that because dig it, I got hip quick to Star Trek before I did Star Wars. Don't punch me now. Don't punch me. But it's just
But I got hooked with Star Trek first too.
No, because I said that to a lot of people because they say like, "Man, are you serious?" You know, they get mad and shit. I'm like, "Motherfucker, that's just how it is."
Look, already told you earlier in the show. I don't do that duality bullshit. You can like both. You can have cake and pie, motherfucker. I don't care. Just finish the plate.
but yeah, you're right. But through Star Trek, you know, what I mean, is what really helped me get hip to Star Wars. So, you know what I mean? And yeah, that's what I say. Like, you know, that was about like 5-7 years ago. And in like these recent movies, damn it. Yeah, I can't even fucking remember Tyler, but yeah, but well, when I check one out there, I'll talk to you about it, Artisan.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
you can come up and share your experiences on that shit. But no, I'm definitely got to go back and read that LeVar Burton again.
Man,
because I forgot all about that part.
If you like do like little snippets of covering certain episodes or certain stuff of the book, I definitely will tune in to listen to like that's what I love about when you write about science fiction and fantasy. It's like you're shooting stars in the dark. You never know who's going to discover them. And I'm pretty sure he's probably like running into his shed and pulling out that book like, I was fucking right. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like what sometimes people like look like, did Stephen King predict the future? No, he wrote a book on what he believed. And then all of a sudden, did he write the Manchurian Candidate? Like, that's what happened. That's the beauty of when you write into like these types of dreams and stuff of these fictions. Shout out to even his wife when she dug into the trash can and pulled out a lot of his stuff. And she's like, no, this is good, babe. Like, just believe in it. Somebody's gonna read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like these kind of things help shape me as a young man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of people will like, damn, I want to be like MC Hammer. I want to be a ninja. The fuck is that? I want to be a ninja. Like
that was me. I made my own ninja costume. My first ninja costume I made. Members only jacket, scarf around my face, and all that bullshit. Hiding in the dark with my damn black Pumas on. So you call it what you want to. Call it what you want to, man. I was a weird kid. It's just what it is. I liked some shit that most people didn't know nothing about and wasn't into. It's just what it is.
Hey, you know what I used to be into? Though remember the old it's not the oldest Batman, but the Batman of
you stepped on my joke, Albert. You stepped on my motherfucking joke.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let you finish, but you stepped on that joke. That was a good joke, man. That was quick. That was like, wow. Go ahead.
He understood the assignment.
Yeah. Go ahead. Finish your story about Batman. Go ahead.
I used to watch the old reruns of the old '60s Batman, and I still watch some of that stuff to this day. I watched the you know, they remade it. They came back for the cartoons. WB made a couple cartoon movies based on the old '60s Batman, and they're pretty good.
Yeah,
they're
Batman 66.
Yeah, Batman 66. They're corny as shit, but that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that was the '60s. It was supposed to be fucking campy and corny. That was the whole point. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I think I was like one shy of the goal because y'all slowed up. I don't know why. You can listen for 4 hours and still don't think you need to donate that shit. Great, selfish motherfuckers. But coming to the stage is Mr. Coca-Cola himself.
Hey, woo!
What up to the Woo Beast?
What's going on, Charles?
Still Mike.
Battle.
What's up? Battle. What's good with you? So before we get into all the festivities, Charles, I found one person, a white boy, who knows what Coco Bolo is.
What did he say about it?
Fucking Ford. I said Coco Bolo. He knew exactly what it was. That's a good wood. I'm like, nigga, what? What?
Yeah, that was my nightstick.
Younger man know what Coco Bolo wood is.
That nightstick had like very magical properties.
What'd you say?
That nightstick made out of Coco Bolo has very magical properties.
Yeah, it does. Makes people real compliant, don't it?
I bet.
Remember, it's called Head and Shoulders Wood Shampoo.
Head and Shoulders. Oh God, wood shampoo. You ain't shit, dude.
Ain't the big. Damn sure.
Black Reacher or not shit. Okay.
Yep, I told you, Black Reacher.
Black Reacher.
Black Reacher, you ain't shit for that one.
Leaving motherfuckers found under bleachers, right?
What the hell happened? Oh, Black Reacher got to him.
Black Reacher got to him.
That's sad because, you know, like a lot of my coworkers, their kids and their wives don't even know my name. They just call me Black Dynamite because the nickname stuck.
That's what a nickname is good for. A good one will stick with you. Motherfuckers that never know your damn name. Like,
you
we
know,
always call him Frog. What was his name? That was Richard, nigga. Why you call him Frog? No, we just called him Gizmo. No. I have a
Yeah,
friend.
you know,
That's what everybody call him, Gizmo. I was there when he got that nickname. I know why everybody calls him Gizmo, and it ain't because he's short and look like fucking Gizmo. It's because we was at this chick house trying to get some pussy, and they pulled his pants down and pushed him out the door, and he had on some Gizmo underoos. That's why. That's why we know. That's why he was
yeah.
Gizmo.
That's why you never pick the good nicknames are the ones you don't pick.
Yeah, the best nickname is the ones you don't pick. Like Doughboy. He didn't pick that shit. Start calling him Doughboy.
I didn't land on Brioche. Brioche landed on me.
Exactly. Exactly. So what you got on the Star Wars talk, Faulkness?
You know what's funny? I haven't really been the biggest Star Wars fan till the last few years. It's
Okay.
kind of funny because I remember like each one of the last movies my girlfriend paid for me to see because it usually falls around my birthday time. So it's or Christmas. So it's kind of funny. I'm kind of like I'm one of those people who grew up with, you know, the next generation of Star Trek. So my heart goes out to that. When I loved all the episodes with Q, and because it was more philosophical, like how can you beat a god?
No shit.
And literally, Picard usually the one who's got to come up with the system of like, okay, I'm going to show you what even though humans are flawed, we actually can transcend our flaws.
Mm-hmm.
And that made people like Q more interesting because he was basically the audience without being the audience, if that made sense.
Yeah, it was more fun when he got kicked out of the Q continuum and he became human. Then he had to go through this process. He had to deal with this shit. He was like, this is dumb. Some of this shit is dumb.
But he's like, wow, you humans.
How do you humans deal with this?
Yeah, like, this costume. What the fuck is this?
And it's like I remember like episodes when what's the one the android Data, where he was also another philosophical question, and it's always funny because I've always laughed. You go through all these races of fucking creatures, but you still only have like a 1 to 2 black minimal in these space movies. God damn, there's more space movies than this motherfucking than black people. What the fuck?
Look, it's on. I agree with BMT with this. It's on black folks to put ourselves in the sci-fi. You have to write sci-fi.
And
if
see,
you ever read Octavia Butler or anybody like that, black folks all through there because she wrote the damn story. So that's where you're gonna see that shit from. But that's like, why I gave it up to G because these books with R.A. Salvatore, it's all black elves. So they're all black folks in a sense. They all dark elves. So okay, it's close.
Well, we got dark elves. What do they make? Malt liquor.
Shit, they do dark magic. Come from the continent.
Listen,
it's kind of go ahead.
I know. I'm just saying, like, listen, man. I got hyped as shit when I read the it's a book.
Is right. What do I have to do to convince you I'm human? Worf, die.
Like, listen, man. Like other people were like getting mad at the Klingons. I understood the Klingons. Like, you know what? They're like space niggas. I get why they're mad. Y'all keep fucking with him. I get why space niggas, man. Like, y'all keep fucking with him. But see, space nigga was a good daddy to his son. See, that's one thing about him, and he also was a good leader. He was firm and strong. And Picard couldn't. He said, "You know what? They say a lot about you Klingons, but y'all sure are on that honor code about y'all kids. Hey, say what you say about me, but what you say about my youngling. I'll fuck you up and rip off your arm." Like, he was very on his daddy. Nobody was. I'm like, damn, this is some serious shit with this Klingon guy. Like, he don't play around when you talk about his woman and his child. Like, he'll beat your arms off of you.
Oh yeah, he killed Duras.
Nobody caught the thing that he was.
Go ahead, Albert. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why Duras got killed. He killed his woman. He's like, Kalar was my wife. You're gonna die.
Yeah. It's just a known fact, dude. It's just, look, you did it. It's over.
The wolf just called me a bitch ass nigga. No, I called you a bitch ass space nigga. Oh shit, that's fight.
And Duros was talking to Wolf, talking about, I'm the only one that can clear your name. And Wolf was like, I don't give a shit. You killed my wife. I'm going to kill you.
That's all he
Like
needed.
that.
That's all.
Alexander. That was Worf's son's name. Alexander. Yes.
There was another show that I've always loved Deep Space. Not Deep Space Nine was actually even more philosophical.
Yeah, it was.
And because
that,
you got
that was Avery Brooks coming through. That's what I think that was. That was more Avery Brooks coming through.
And it was funny because when you looked at Next Generation, they still had a little bit of the original show's action towards it.
Mm-hmm.
But you really got to see, that's like one of the few times you actually seen a black father in charge of a whole goddamn ship, even though they actually got it right, you're a captain, because it's basically like a fleet. So you actually seen a black man who really didn't have too many social problems, or he wasn't intelligent enough, he didn't have a good enough job. He actually had a very interesting relationship with his son that transcended his race.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that was the beauty of Cisco. That's what was fun about Cisco, dealing with that. I think that the Deep Space Nine got a little bit more philosophical because Deep Space Nine was built on the bones of, or at least the treatment for Babylon 5. And Babylon 5 by J. Michael Straczynski was all philosophical. It was very philosophical, even about how certain things work in patterns. And at some point, it's always about your legacy, how people make these stories to move this society forward, and how some of that is actually bullshit. They made it up to feed you a line to keep you moving forward. And at some point, you have to grow up and let the kids walk on their goddamn own and get out the way. You have to. But they had a real good, Star Wars, Star Trek, Babylon 5 is my three. Those are my three. And those are some of the best stories that I have actually read that really shaped that television, at least sci-fi geekdom. Is that you can always go back to those universes. I mean, you could always go back to Star Wars if they wasn't fucking it up the way they was. Thank you to John Favreau and Dave Filoni, but
it's kind of
always a universe you like to play in. Same thing with Babylon 5, same thing with Trek. But Trek getting this bullshit too, and I'm gonna see what J. Michael do with Babylon 5 with his reboot of Babylon 5.
Can we ever one day do a our top 5 dads in science, sci-fi, or fiction?
Sci-fi?
I want us to
do it right now.
Like,
do it right now. We here.
Now, number 5, I would like to put up Jaga as my number 5 for
Jaga.
I'm just saying, he technically was his dad in a sense. Like, that was like space. That was like Ghost Daddy.
Space Daddy. Space Granddaddy.
He didn't know what the hell to do. Like, I need to talk to somebody. Jaga. Yes, my son. What's wrong? I fucked up again.
$95.
You lost the sword again, damn it. God damn it.
You lost the sword again, god damn it. Look. It's only one sword on mine. Oh, what the fuck?
You know,
I know I lost that sword a few times, man. He lost that sword.
If you destroy the sword, you know you destroy your entire race of people, right?
Right. Look at that
goddamn no particular order. Benjamin Sisko. Vito Corleone. Sorry.
Geekdom?
Yeah,
Vito Corleone, I wouldn't call that geekdom. That's movies.
That's kind of geek. I'm dressed up as the Black Godfather. Fuck it. But we're going to geekdom. Jonathan Kent. We got Jonathan Kent out there. Hell, we gonna go Jaga. We gonna go fucking Alfred. Fuck this shit.
Exactly. Be honest. Alfred.
And what's another good father out there? Al Bundy. But no, he's not geekdom. He loved his family. Even though he went through hell, he loved his family.
I ain't gonna make it tough on you and just say only name the black ones because you'll get fucked up on that. You won't get 5. You get 5 positive black fathers in geekdom. I really want to know what your 5 is.
If you bring all 5 black fathers together, you're gonna build Captain Planet.
No shit. Captain Negro, he's our hero.
We're gonna take racism down to 0.
See, it'll be some shit. That'll be something to see.
Oh shit. One of the greatest fathers of all time is Omni-Man. I'm sorry. Only a true father could whoop his son's ass like that.
Omni-Man? Yeah. Oh shit, he did it. No, there's another one, Charles. There's one other one. This one is actually black too. He put a beating on his son like that.
Who's that?
Despot from Image Comics. Father of Battalion, leader of Stormwatch, and Strafe, who was on Stormwatch. Despot was like their Magneto in Wildstorm Comics when it first started off. He was like massively fucking powerful. That motherfucker went kind of crazy. His powers made him fucking crazy. He beat the shit out of Battalion and Strafe. Them little boys was fucked up after that. Robert Hawkins, Virgil Hawkins' dad, Stag's dad, was a good one. I would also say,
boy, you using them cards?
I'd say Uncle Ben, even though he wasn't Peter's father, he gave Peter his mission statement that he ran with.
Yeah,
you can't deny that shit. I don't like seeing the origin over and over again because I've seen it so many times, but I don't take nothing away from Uncle Ben. You know, being in there like it ain't his fucking, it's his nephew. Ain't even from his side of the family, but he's still trying to game that motherfucker up.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, people don't realize them old school Jonathan Kent, Uncle Ben Parkers. Man, they it's kind of funny. Fathers back then built heroes and build great men, but now they try to snuff out fatherhood. Now, as you see in like,
it was never you. It was always that. Okay, May was there, but okay, fine. Yeah, she played a role. Those are the most important. Whatever the fuck. Right. So I put those 2 in there. I will, just because y'all mentioned Jaga and I like that idea that you mentioned Jaga, I'll throw him on the list. I'll throw Jaga on the list. Benjamin Sisko, yes. Benjamin Sisko, yes. Worf, yes, because Worf was there holding it down with him and Alexander. And there's another one.
I'm mad he said Space Granddaddy. Ghost Granddaddy.
Space Ghost. I'm forgetting one.
I'm gonna say Alfred.
Oh, I remember Conan's dad. Conan's daddy.
That is definitely a dad.
Lord.
Taught him about crime and everything else. Gave him a philosophy, religion, all that shit. He got killed, but he was still there, setting that boy up to get it.
Hell, I'll even give. What about Kratos?
Kratos, I never got really into those games with Kratos. I only played the very first God of War game, and I didn't even finish it. So
I beat it the first 3. So,
He was a horrible dad. He killed his wife and his daughter in rage. God damn.
He was possessed though.
Yeah, I mean he's at the same level as Chris Benoit, dude.
But he got a kid now. But he got his son now, though. You know what I mean? And he's disciplining the hell out of his son, though.
How to fuck up a legacy, right?
I'm gonna say Alfred would be my number 4. Would be Alfred, because Alfred, he taught him medical. People don't give Alfred a lot of credit, but Alfred does a lot. Like when Bruce sucks at being a dad for his own kid or all the other kids, they usually go to Alfred. But Alfred's more level. But Alfred's more level. Go ahead.
I say Morpheus too.
Yeah. It's like
Morpheus.
Because he's like the guy that level. He's taught him everything from a boy to being a man, as well as understanding. Like, listen, I get it. You got these badass abilities. Things Batman can't do that. Bruce can do. Like, you don't always have to wear the cowl to go, do certain stuff. Like, you can do things that Bruce. Well, I can only do so much. No. Why don't you learn how to get into certain alleys and do certain stuff? Like, and so he
Yeah,
tried
that's
to
the
teach,
problem. He goes into certain alleys and beat the fuck out of crazy people.
he
Or
like,
just go and get information. We were talking about this the other day in the shop about Alfred being dead or whatever, right? And I said, what you don't trip off of is Alfred was kind of a father figure to all of those people in the Bat family, especially all them Robins, especially Dick, because while Bruce is a little bit detached emotionally, Alfred is not, and Alfred is there for all them Robins when Bruce is on his bullshit.
Yeah.
Alfred is the one there. Alfred is the one they talk to. All of them.
You got to remember, Alfred is former SAS. If you don't know what the SAS is, go look it up.
Go look it up.
I'm gonna tell you, he's been through wars that Bruce can only dream of. Okay.
Oh shit.
Like, he's not.
Alfred got to stay in the cave, not to protect himself, but he'd be there with the shotty. Like, oh, they come to the cave, okay.
And if you watch Pennyworth, you see what he does with that shotgun.
Yeah, you put in work. He's surgical with this bitch. He's a medic. He's a medic with the shotgun too.
Be a medic. Medic, but he still special forces.
You got to think he's done put Bruce back together, Batman back together so many times.
Yeah, he was his first. He was his first teacher. He was Bruce's first teacher when he was going to go on this mission to become Batman. In a sense, Alfred was his first teacher. That was the first person teaching.
Yeah, teaching.
He was before he went and taught with all the rest of those martial arts masters and shit.
Basically, his first mentor.
Let me teach you how to do some boxing, psychological management. He taught him how to control. Like, it's when a young boy like that goes to trauma, Alfred brought him back into. Listen, take that anger and aggression, and I'm gonna teach you how to think and how to rearrange that. He put him in the library and started having him read and do things.
Yeah, I forgot another great father that we forgot to mention.
You know what I'm saying? He gave listen, he beat the shit out of Superman. Like, he's like, you're not gonna touch my boy. Like, I understand it. He's very protective of like even when they asked him, like, that's not your son. No, Bruce is my son. Like, he's raised him. I raised him, so he's my son. So it proved that it doesn't always have to be through blood that you can have that relationship as a father and a son. So I think that, watching how I grew up watching the 90s Batman, and he talked a lot to Bruce and Dick and kept them online. Like, Batman,
because my point to that is that Alfred chose that shit. It wasn't something that was pushed on him by some chick. Alfred chose it. That was a decision he made.
Yeah, it damn sure wasn't the money.
Yeah, it wasn't something that was pushed on him. It wasn't a name tag that was slapped on his chest. He chose that path and did that shit. That's why he sees Bruce like his son, because he took that shit on himself. It wasn't something that was pushed on him. It wasn't God Family Services coming down there and said, Alfred, Mr. Pennyworth, you are now, the guardian of Mr. Wayne. Nah, he took that shit.
You are the father.
but didn't Bruce had his problems though with Dick and shit?
Well,
yes, he did, because that was the same thing. It was the same thing like I was talking about with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Bruce had to deal with Dick going through the same kind of thing that Bruce went through. And Bruce was not necessarily the best person to teach him how to get through it. He taught him some, Alfred taught him the rest.
Yes, yeah.
Because Bruce is still fucked up by that shit. Like it or not, he is fucked up. I mentioned this book before. Read that We Are Robins shit where Bruce is gone and Dick and Jason and Tim is in there teaching these group of Robins about who Batman was. And you listen to them tell their stories, each one of them, about who Batman was. You see how Batman changed every time because he was dealing with each one of those Robins differently, because how he was with Dick was different than how he was with Jason, because When he was with Dick, he was still just starting off. When Dick left, he did something different for Jason. How he was after Jason, when Jason got killed, was why he went the way he went with Tim, which was more hardcore. We got to plan everything. We planning everything. You got to know everything. That's where prep time came from. Because before that, he was just, okay, I got a rough plan, let's run it. After Jason got killed, it was no. Everything needs to be planned out. We need to know all of that shit. That's why Tim is more the detective than Dick or Jason. Dick in it for kicks. Jason in it to get his anger out. Tim is in that shit to be the detective.
He is, yeah.
That's
He's
why
actually he's ranked as
that's how
Tim
Bruce
is ranked.
changed.
And then look at Damien. Damien is probably the most
lethal with the motherfucker.
He's the most lethal, but he actually loves Dick like his older brother and refers to him as such.
You're getting there. He loves his daddy though. He do love his daddy.
He loves because when he saw Grayson, he was ecstatic to see him, and when he saw him, it was like he literally did a flip right into his arms to hug him. When he saw him come back, and a lot of times he's like he was jealous of him, but he's like, I'm not trying to take your spot.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be the best Robin. He wants the mantle. That's my thing with Damien. Damien know he want to live up to his father's praise. He wants his father's praise. He wants to be as good or better than his father because he respects him like that, and he gonna go for it. I'm telling you, the best thing that kid did was when he came in there, he went after every one of them Robins to prove that he was the best. I was like, this little motherfucker got balls and a half. It's gotta be.
I'm gonna tell you another great father we forgot to mention, Yojiro Hama.
Oh God! There you go with the
Dad of the year.
Charles, I don't know where you're going.
Well, I
Madam.
mean, if you're gonna give him props, then if you're gonna give pops props, damn it, you might as well give the granddaddy props too. I think it's Yuichiro Hama.
Yeah.
Hey man, he was on an island, right? And they launched bombs at the island and all that shit. Motherfucker still came out of that. Jumped on a ship and he killed one. And the way he had a human nunchuck. You know what I mean? And was just swinging that motherfucker violently like an actual nunchuck, and scared the whole rest of the damn ship to where the whole ship just went the other damn direction, jumped off that damn ship.
Like, this motherfucker is crazy.
I mean, I'm gonna play a game with that. Now, if we look at Yujiro just wanted his son to surpass him. Like, don't idolize me, just outdo me. And I mean, any father would want his legacy to outdo him. Like, you don't have to be like me, just be better than me. And I think that's after a while, if you read the comics, I ain't gonna spoil it. Baki starts trying to be like his dad. He said, "Fuck being like this dude. I'm just gonna live up. I'm gonna live my best life." And
hey, brother BMT, but BMT, what do y'all think though about let's go a little deep about what he did with Baki's mom? You know what I mean? That's one thing I can't get past. I'm like, yeah. Like he wasn't possessing none of that. That's just the animal in him.
Well, that wasn't no animal. That just means he had fucked up problems. I mean, just Hanma is fucked up. Like he's
tell me Hanma that doesn't have social problems.
None of Baki's parents were good. Like they're fucked up. His mom abused him and overlooked him and just wanted to fuck on his daddy. I understand you wanted that martial art penis. And Daddy was like, listen,
I'm just here for the dick.
Like, yeah, that's all she was like, fuck you. Like, you can't cross kick your daddy and break his neck. Like, you ain't no real son. Like, the dude's only 11. He's an 11-year-old kid. What's he gonna do? Like, he's only 11 years old. He's still learning how to walk. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
you know what? It's funny because she slapped the shit out of him. And then, like, wait a minute. You challenged this guy to fight who kills polar bears, What the fuck you think you should do?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know anything about that, but to Darren Anderson's point, he said, "How about Mando?" Remains to be seen with Mando because Grogu ain't grown, and Mando, for his early part, he got raised by the Death Watch, right? So his parents was dead. So can't say who raised him necessarily outside of the Death Watch, but who the one person who did it ain't actually named. Was it the village raised? It takes a village to raise a Mando. I don't fucking know.
Mando.
Yeah,
At this rate, the armor is the one doing all the tutelage. So can't say.
Yeah, you can't really give. I can't give it's kind of hard to give him that kind of credence because you got to see. I look at when like the certain like calling out Alfred or Jaga, you see it's not really them that's doing the work. It's their teachings through that certain protagonist. Like whenever Peter gets into a box circle, he thinks back to Uncle Ben.
That's
Whenever
base
even
code.
even down to the craziest one, I think that was possessed by Carnage. They were like, none of us can beat him. And like they were like, you're going about all wrong. Go get the one person that can talk to Peter, no matter what. Who did they go get? They went and got Ben. They went and found the one Peter Parker that saved his Uncle Ben and brought Ben there. Carnage was like, what are you doing? Why aren't you going crazy? You're like, oh hell no, this is Ben. I ain't shut up.
Yeah. Well, on that tip, on like, Eddie, then that reminded me, BMT, Eddie Brock. We gotta give it to Eddie Brock on that father tip. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's an evolving story. That's a newer story, so most people don't know it. But Eddie Brock with his son Dylan, you've been putting in work for Dylan, boy.
Yeah, right. Hey, bro, and you, motherfucker, you run a comic store. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. What do you think about him passing the real quick, brother Charles? What do you think about him passing the mantle though on to his son though? Like after he killed the symbiote god.
I think it's an interesting story because it has to, in some senses, pass. I like the idea of actually having Venom stay in the Brock line and it actually transferring off to his son is interesting. But Dylan turning into Bedlam, I want to see where that shit goes because. That's some crazy shit because Venom did get a major power upgrade with this last story. He got some OP shit going on with Venom right now, and some of the stuff he's able to do now is awesome. That's development for the character of Venom. But passing it off to his kid, okay, I can rock with that if it's still the same symbiote and he's still tied to Eddie Brock and his legacy, his genes and stuff. Cool. I'm cool with that. As long as he ain't fucking crazy forever.
What about Odin?
Odin is a good father in the sense that he tried to teach Thor a lot. Odin did his dirt back in the day, but Odin was doing what he's supposed to be doing. He a god taking over this shit and running it. I'm sorry, you can't run this whole 9 realms of peace and goodness. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. No, nigga, that's not how shit gets settled. Okay, I said this like you were mentioning before, Charles, about Vito Corleone. Vito Corleone was ruling in peace because he went to war before then. Calm that shit the fuck down. Like, make sure they took the fight out of him. Y'all done? We done? We gonna run this shit right? Or we gotta act up again. Odin did the same shit. That's why he was trying to teach it to his son. And when his son got a little bit too big for his britches, got his balls up around his cape, he took that nigga powers and sent his ass down to Midgard and said, well, now work it out. When you work
shout out to Anthony Hopkins playing that. Shout out to Anthony Hopkins playing that scene very beautifully too.
Oh yeah, rest in peace.
When he ripped that shit off of him.
Yeah, you are not worthy, nigga. Like, I gave you this. I bought these clothes. So in that sense, well, I said geekdom, not cinematic. I was gonna say Denzel Washington in Fences. Gotta like,
but see, I think
you might as well say that mama was red pill then.
But see, that was the case. Well, see, I think the thing about it was he was more so humbling his son, saying, "Listen, man, like, understand you as a god, you're very reckless. You're very reckless. You don't understand the responsibilities it takes to hold up the 9 realms. You don't get what it takes to hold up the 9 realms. Well, I do these, father. That ain't shit to what I do. Like, those are little dwarf trinkets. It's like a child
You
that
think you know, you have no idea.
right. And that's the thing about it. He was like,
Right.
That's why he said. Why don't you go live as a mortal and understand what it means,
Yeah.
where every second can be taken
And it
away.
wasn't a suggestion.
And he was like, and he told me in there. He said, "Don't move for him. Don't move for him. Let him feel and understand." Like he could have always had, like I think when he makes him like in the comics, where he makes it to where he's human and he has to walk with a cane. Those are probably that was Store really going through his best because he was humbled, where he had to live amongst them, be crippled, and actually understand that of humanity. Like he looked down on other beings. He's like, how am I supposed to make you the All Father, and you're looking down on everything else? Don't get me wrong. You will get this soon enough, but you're going to earn this fucking shit. You're going to earn this, as any father should. He's like, I'm not going to just give it to you. You're going to earn it. Just like I had to go through my battles, you're going to go through your shit.
Right.
Then after
And
that
was part of the thing I get into about the being humble. That's what he did. He humbled him. He taught him how to be humble. Like you just hit on the point. Yes, you will have all this power one day, but he didn't want him to have that mind state that when you get all this power, you just all of a sudden better than everybody else. No, you just have.
You talking about the Thor Force, right?
Yeah, you just have a different responsibility than everybody else.
Hey, Artisan, about to
You
hop
can
up.
be just like him. All right, AB. Appreciate you. Got any last words for the folks?
Keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. I'm out.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That's what I'm about to say. I gotta head out. I gotta head out too. But one thing I would say though, speaking about like those who have shown like some true fatherhood, and touching in when it comes to the video games, I beat it both of them, Evil Within 1 and 2. The psychological shit he went through to get his daughter back, man. It was just something else. That was just a whole new concept, totally unique and a brilliant idea.
I would agree.
But yeah,
Thank you, bro.
I have to hurry up and take care of something though too, bro. But I'll listen to the rest though, man. Depending on how
No
long you're
problem. We
gonna
about to
stay
close
on.
it out. It's 5 hours in. I know this like a year in a sense, a year in stream for me. But
Yeah, hey, well, one question I asked you, bro, earlier in the chat, if you don't mind asking, well, looking at your shirt, kind of like basically answer my damn question.
what was the question?
Could I ask you, like, do you sell DC shirts and DC and Marvel shirts
Okay,
or gear?
so yes, this is a hoodie, and actually, this hoodie is actually really old. It's a really old hoodie. I just take care of my shit because I bought it in this shop.
Good shit.
Yeah, so if it's ordered, see it's something good in previews or something like that, we can order it and we can get it. But usually, it's hit and miss on some of that stuff. It's hit and miss on some of it.
Man, because like when I went last time I was in Comic Con, man, I seen a whole bunch of badass DC and comic shirts, like especially when it comes to like Hulk and all the other main ones, and there were some
Yeah,
other characters too I ain't seen. Yeah, so
yeah, I love t-shirts and hoodies because I'm in California. A hoodie works better than having just one jacket and one shirt. It's always warm when you need it to, and it can get out the way when you need it to too. It's easy. It works. Staying comfort. Staying comfy.
but I appreciate it though. Salute to y'all, man, and God bless all those who served in the military. Amen.
Peace. Appreciate you,
Peace.
Ray.
Peace, bro.
Thank you for coming up, being brave enough to come up to the panel like we shooting shots at folks up here. So, I always scared
Thank
to
you,
get on
bro.
the panel like, dude, you ain't gonna get talked about. Say whatever you know what I'm saying. Just don't make it dumb.
Nah, just some things is just when y'all some things that y'all talk about like, will be like far beyond me, to admit because hell y'all got way more knowledge on it, and that's respect.
Mhm.
So I ain't gonna come up there, and really waste motherfuckers' time though. But sometimes I'll come up there and throw my chimes in and stuff like that. Just that's why I like brother Art New Style, because I can chill, because man, except the times when it does get heated or whatever, that's a given.
Except for the food
So
fights.
yeah, but I
Except for
mean,
the food fights.
but by God, it's not like the other panels. That yeah, it's just you know what I mean, and that's big bro to me, man. Like,
Yeah.
so and I appreciate that.
Russo is cool. The panels get out of whack sometimes, and that bothers me when it gets out of whack because he a teacher, and I'm like, nigga,
Yeah,
it's your
yeah,
panel. Don't tell me
and
this
he's
is the
so
way you
chill too. And
yeah,
one of the things
he's
that
chill.
Big Bro said that stuck with me, it was this. He said basically change it up instead of saying like, "Hey, I disagree." Just say like, "Hey, I see it in a different view." You know what I mean? And that right there, that
There's a
just
different way of
better.
saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's using the
So
English language. There's other words you can use to say the same thing. I've told people that I can cuss you out without saying a curse word because I just use English. It mean the same thing.
right.
Cussing just make it a lot quicker and less words.
but yeah. And lastly, real quick, the last two movies, The Matrix, yeah, I give it a 3. It was whatever. The Spider-Man movie, that I've seen, that you told me to go see because I was behind on it because everybody done seen it already. So yeah, I went and seen it, and yeah, fucking awesome. So
Yeah, it's still in the movie. Still in the movie theater, I believe.
Yeah, Peter. I was Peter. He kind of pissed me off a little bit, but yeah. So, but yeah, peace out, y'all. Salute.
Peace, Ray.
Be fair, Peter.
Peace.
Where Peter got caught up or netted back in was his older spider siblings pulled him back in.
Mm-hmm.
You had it where young Peter,
Tobey Maguire,
Toby went one way, and Garfield went the other way, and that's why Toby had to come down there when he was beating the crap out of Green. He said, "Listen, I've killed all my villains. Don't start going down that path like I do. Like, you don't have to, and even you don't have to, dude. Trust me. You still have chances to make that, and that's how it is. That's the beauty of being older. We're trying to tell the younger guys, like, hey, I get you have these rages or these fits, but you can see your way through it. You don't have to make the you don't have to go through the stumbling stones that Artisan, Charles, and I went through. Like, y'all guys, y'all got it. Learn from our mistake, and I think that's the thing why I love when I read comics and you'll have an older hero, like Panther, which would tell Black Canary, like, hey man, y'all like breaking these people's bones, but guess what? When y'all put them in the ICU, they can't fill out the goddamn police report. Stop putting them in the ICUs and shit. And like she was like, well, I'm beating them up. Well, you put them in a coma. So now guess what? We got to go find another goddamn thing. You know what? So now stop knocking people.
Yeah, I don't think they're learning their lesson in the coma.
They're not learning the lesson in the coma, bro. You just gave them a lawsuit. And that was one thing. If you read the comics in DC, that's one reason why the government actually started getting fits. Because like, yo, you're putting these criminals in comas. And so I get you, we love you heroes. But sometimes, especially you, Batman, you be taking it too damn far. And well, he hurt a kid. Well, yeah, you put him in goddamn ICU and put him in the shop. So when he wakes up, he's gonna sue the police department. And that's when they were like, that's why Superman and Batman's both points of view, if they ever look at the argument, I'm a necessary, just like you're necessary.
Mm-hmm. It's a constant.
It's so
just different ways of handling the same situation. Like my funniest comic on that, on the point about Batman beating motherfuckers into a coma that can't learn. Y'all probably never read the Ant-Man comic with Scott Lang, but that most recent one, I can think about maybe 5 years ago at this point, where Scott Lang, this new magician villain, I talked about this before, this new magician is coming and meeting this little rogues gallery in the Ant-Man book. And they sitting down and talking to him. It's like a fucking union meeting, right? It's a bunch of little D-list, C and D-list villains sitting at this table. And they telling him, giving him the game about who you want to work for and who you don't want to work for. They're telling them don't work for none of these Nazi folks because they always got a death ray or some shit like that, and they don't offer any health care. They're telling you, it's like, look, if you could do this, You can stay uptown and deal with Spider-Man. Yeah, you get webbed up or whatever and listen to his bad jokes, but it's okay. But don't stay out of Hell's Kitchen. Don't go nowhere near Hell's Kitchen. And if you see the Punisher anyway, run because that motherfucker crazy. It's
you're
like
not
it's
going to
villains
jail.
talking about being villains and what heroes is okay to deal with and what villains is not okay to deal with. And they basically just run from the Punisher because you're getting killed.
Yeah, you're not going to jail
That
with Frank.
reminds me
No,
of one of
they punching the clock. It's basically what it made it sound like. They're just punching the clock. They're just doing their job.
It reminds me of one of those anniversary Superman comics where people getting captured by the Flash, they're getting captured by this hero. And they said, why do you hum to Metropolis? Even though we're going to be caught by their hero, at least he's not a jerk about it.
Yeah, exactly. He's nice about it. Took me right to the cell. You know, I got caught. I didn't get away. Oh well.
Yeah.
It was so bad one time.
Flash.
It was so funny. Like, it was so funny one time. The villains actually got a goddamn autograph from him.
That was funny.
I think that's why I love. That's why I like comic universe, and I try to tell a lot of minorities, like I get it. We got to keep it real and woke. But why not y'all just go into sci-fi and fantasy? Like you can still get your point across in a good story, and you don't even. And it doesn't have to make all this. Like it could be good. Like good. I would love to see a kid find a goddamn pyramid crystal going to school and fall into a sewer and ends up going on a whole goddamn journey learning how to stand up for himself. Fuck.
Yeah.
I would
Look, that's what sci-fi is good for. Sci-fi is good for being able to teach or do the whole I wouldn't even say morality, but it's a good place to look at the idea and see how it would turn out. Sci-fi is a good place for that. Writing is a good place for that, no matter what the story is, because that's why comics work in that sense. You can have these ideas out there that you're tossing around and trying to work out and seeing a different sides of it if you are creative. If you're not creative, it's not going to work because you're going to fall back on the same old fucking tropes. Like it gotta be this. This is why, while I like Ta-Nehisi Coates as an author, I hate him writing the Black Panther because it's not the Black Panther. No concept of the character, no concept of the world. This is not how he acts. Now, you may write a good story just out here, and it's not sci-fi, but it's just about politics and shit. But that's not what you're doing here. You fucking it up here. Like,
You're making Wakanda.
Yeah, Wakanda was right. Because, goddamn.
Yeah. I think shout out to the guy who brought up Professor X. Yes, Professor X is probably a fundamental father to a lot of mutants.
He is,
and it wasn't just about it. It wasn't so much just about him being teaching them about their powers, but just teaching them about life. Like, okay, you're a mutant, you're gonna be discriminated, but I mean, you got an excuse to abuse what you got. And you know that's why even Magneto was like, "Yo, y'all think I hate Charles? I don't hate Charles. I actually hate Charles. Like, anything. That's
just an ideological difference,
right? He just didn't like how Charles, you're too soft. Like,
yeah, he was too Charles was too passive for Eric. That's all it was. You too passive, motherfucker. No,
right? And like the same thing. By the way, and the same thing he would tell Cyclops, like, listen, like. Cyclops was like, why do you never try to take down Magneto? Like, Eric, I get why Eric is the way he is. Y'all don't know Eric's past like I know Eric's past. Eric has a good reason why he is the way he is. Like, he survived some crazy shit.
Eric is actually justified in why he is the way he is.
Why he did.
He's actually justified in why he is the way he is. Now, I don't like that he's doing all that shit, and that's why I try to stop him from doing it, but I know why he got the way it is. It's like me saying, I see where somebody has come from. Once I know what your history is and where you come from, now I understand that I can accept that shit. So it's just where you came from. It don't make it right. It don't make it wrong. It just make it your fucking story for how you got to where you are now. Okay, cool.
I think the beauty about it is because Professor X never told the X-Men to attack Genosha. He never told them to go after Genosha. He said, listen, if the mutants want to go to Genosha, let them go. At least they can go to school. They're safe. They're not going to be discriminated on. They'll be fine. And Professor X respected, Magneto building that place. I think he was even bothered when, like, you know, I guess, you know, the other heroes wanted to say, hey, we need to go after Magneto. No, I can't. I'm not going to stop. The X-Men are leaving the Avengers. We're leaving all y'all other teams. If y'all want to wage war like that on one of our own. And see, that was one thing about the mutants that they had. They never played that type of pity pack of, and I loved it when they called out the Avengers, said, hey, when the Sentinels were coming after us, y'all motherfuckers didn't give a fuck. Y'all just sit there and let them do it. So don't ask us when all of a sudden the hero registration shit's popping off. Hey, X-Men, we need y'all didn't fuck with us. No,
we got our own people over here to look after.
Exactly.
We got our own folks to look after.
We got our own people.
He wasn't on that when it was about us, so let's not play stupid here.
Exactly. And then shout out to Wolverine started becoming a father more. Like I think that was the thing about it. Like he started even becoming a father, but Xavier told him, he said, listen, dude, you're gonna outlive all of us, dude. You have too much information in your head. And that's why it made sense when Wolverine started running this. I think who's running the school? Wolverine's running it. Storm has run the school.
I don't like Wolverine running the school. I like Wolverine being a mentor to different mutants. I do not like him running the school. That is not his fucking place. It's not where he's supposed to be.
I think I get it, but it's like there's like I think that they try to grab those who are like, yo, like where are the teachers at? Shit, they're on a mission. Wolverine might come in like 2 days later.
That's the influence of the cartoon. That's that X-Men evolution shit coming into the comic book.
I think
Wolverine got to be in front of everything because now the X-Men movie came out, and he's the biggest thing that people wanted to see in an X-Men movie. So now they want to put Wolverine in front of every goddamn thing. Wolverine is the loner wild card. He is not supposed to be leading shit.
To put it to you loosely, that book when Logan reopened the school made me read X-Men again.
Did it?
Yeah, it was not bad. It was just funny.
I didn't say it was bad. I just don't think you should be that's not his role.
What made it funny was like when you look at the classes, and they said, you know, history class taught by Professor Logan by real-time perspectives. And it was
he was
like
giving his own. He was telling what really happened. Like he was like, nah, bro, ain't how it went down.
And he's like teaching because eventually he found what he was missing, which was a home, which was a family.
Yeah, he already had that on the X. He didn't have to have that be his family with him being in front of the head and running the damn school. The motherfucker Wolverine left too often for him to be running shit. At that point, you just make him the absentee daddy, right? Because Xavier was always there. Wolverine was coming and going like Batman. Like he might be there, he might not. You don't know what the fuck going on with him. He off doing some shit. So that's why that didn't work for me, because that was too much putting him in a role that he was not really designed for. It made it interesting to have him teaching classes, but I didn't think he needed to be the head of the school. But that's what was working in the movies at that time, and that's why they did that shit. The tail was wagging the dog, so they put him in front of everybody else. It's the Jean Grey school. No, it's Xavier school.
Yeah, I didn't like them changing up the Jean Grey school. Like at least Emma Frost didn't try to change it. She just said this is the Xavier.
Because it turns Wolverine into a fucking simp for Jean Grey. That's Scott's job. I mean, I know he got a thing for redheads. If you read Origins, it go way back, okay? So he always had a thing with redheads. But Jean ain't the only chick you ever tap, Wolverine. Let's get over this shit, okay?
I mean, but he has
actual mind fuck on you to make you believe that it was the best shit ever or what? Like,
well, it's funny because you know Wolverine got more busted toilet seats.
Man, tell me about it. He don't even remember. So, but like Luke Skywalker, when one of these crazy bitches come out the woodwork, Wolverine probably fucked him. That's why he upset. I hate all mutants. You don't remember that time we was together? Like, bitch, what you talking about? You don't remember my name? I don't even know who you are. Nigga! Tell me Deathstrike ain't just mad at him because he just...
That's why she going to kill his ass so much.
She would go after his ass like Sabretooth every fucking time.
Like I'm pretty sure that was some good dick that she missed.
Boy, he put the feral Wolverine on her ass. Boy, he gave her that some bone claw.
Yeah, literally.
Makes sense.
All
She got
12
black
inches.
parts after all that shit, boy.
Like all 12 inches of bone.
That healing factor is a motherfucker, boy. He don't get tired. You don't need to rest. No oxytocin kicking in. Like, God.
None of that
I think
lactic acid.
I think that's the beauty of it. Like, and they paid homage to like all Logan's kids. Like, they're like, yo, he has a lot of fucking kids out there. Like, aside from everybody said X-23 was like his best kid, but I'm like, no, I would give it to Kitty Pryde. Like, Kitty, she literally started like emulating Wolverine to like how he would do things and how he would act, and that's why he even went more crazy when the Order came after her. They were like, man, fuck X-23. We're going after his real kid. We're going after Kitty. Like, that's his real goddamn thing. That he actually gives a fuck about. Like,
Kitty Pryde, excuse me. Kitty Pryde is to Wolverine as Dick Grayson is to Batman. That's that
Dude,
one.
he'll kill a god. He'll kill a goddamn army for her.
Yeah, he will. She can kill too.
Yeah, I didn't like the people kept trying to make it seem like some kind of sexual thing.
No.
Like, it was never that for her.
No, that's people with their own fucking issues that you can't have a adult male that is not related to you actually have some love and respect for a girl without trying to fuck her.
Yeah, that was his daughter. That was basically
like his daughter. Like, if he was his stepdaddy, would you be saying the same shit? Well, then that means that's what happened with you and your stepfather. You need to get some counseling.
Yeah, very
Long
much
trip, short couch. Figure it out. Kitty, that one. Yeah, Kitty was that one. Kitty Pryde is his daughter for all intents and purposes in the comic books because that's how he was treating her. Same thing. If y'all don't know it, if you're young enough and you don't know it, think of how Wolverine was with Jubilee in X-Men 92. That's how he was with Kitty Pryde. That's where that shit came from. It came from the comics. It just got turned into Jubilee in that version of the X-Men because the 80s version of the X-Men cartoon, it was Kitty Pryde.
Yeah, and Jubilee was just created recently for that show.
Exactly. Shout out to Jim Lee. He created that show.
And then you got to remember, like, who else was a big father figure in comics? I mean, you got to look at guys like Reed Richards. I mean, very intelligent, but he knows his flaws. Mm-hmm. And he works on them constantly, like literally like what the fuck am I supposed? Even the smartest guy in the world, even though they try to say it's like that. It's like, what's that chick name?
Moon Girl.
Even though I still give it to Reed Richards, but
and Allegra Reed. Allegra, yeah.
She's up there too.
I think there ain't no way she just popped out the womb and she about as smart as Reed and Dr. Doom. I don't give a fuck how you write it. That's some token.
Yeah, that's some token shit.
That's some tokenism that shit. You goddamn 40 years behind in life experience to be smarter than your dad.
Nah, that's impossible. She's up there, but she's not. She's up there, but she's not smarter than.
They would say if you didn't know how to handle a situation, go get Reed. Go find Reed, and
he'll figure it out.
And he'll figure it. And Reed will literally figure it out. Oh, word, your healing factor's not working. Let me check you out. Oh, word,
that's the thing. What's Reed's biggest power? Reed's biggest power is not stretching.
It's the fact that
whenever something comes up, what does Reed go do? That motherfucker go back in the lab and create.
That man put on that suit, boy, that white coat, boy. That's what he really in his power.
On that white coat and getting there to cooking up something. He in there like Walter Reed. He in there like Heisenberg, like cooking up some shit.
Like got the Bunsen burner going.
Got the Bunsen burner going. Got the goggles on the head and the gloves on. Reed in there on his mad scientist shit.
I'm gonna tell you, it's like. It's a lot of men who go through this in great intelligence where he has to sacrifice certain shit.
Same thing I was thinking. Okay, crazy bitch. Okay,
like I was wondering, y'all need help?
No, she needed help apparently, screaming like that, but not much because she not loud enough.
I thought somebody was watching a movie in a comic shop.
No, they were driving by on the street. That's what happened when the door opened.
But that was the amazing thing about Reed was for the fact that family first. Like everybody looks at the Fantastic Four as a team. They were actually a family, and literally that's what made them the best
team.
group in no, see, that's the thing. Everybody calls them a team, but they call themselves a family.
They are a family.
Well, that's like the X-Men. The X-Men are a family by situation.
Yeah,
because they end up all coming together for the same reason.
Right. And
they had families, but they was all kind of, excised in one way or another from their family, and they came together under this one family, despite their differences. They were alike in one thing.
Right. Ben and Johnny were brothers. Susan was the mom, literally, and Reed was the more of the dad in the stable one, and that's why I had to give Reed will actually have to be like up there in the top 5 as fathers, because he literally was like he had to keep all I call God Benjamin in line. Like that takes a lot of damn work. He literally had to handicap.
I won't get that to Reed, because Reed usually got his head stuck up his own ass, because he can do that with all the science and stuff. Sue hold that team down.
Sue was the glue.
Sue's the glue. Sue hold it together.
I think, but see,
Sue ain't there. Perfect
I'm
example is Civil War, when that shit was going on. Reed worked with everybody else and locking up his friends and stuff like that in the negative zone in prisons and shit. And Sue had to come in there and put an invisible spike through the back of the building to get that motherfucker to get his head out his ass. Like, do you understand what you're doing? Okay, we leaving. I'm taking the kids and we out this bitch. With your goofy ass.
She did leave.
She had to check him to get him to actually focus on what the hell is actually going on. Like, oh shit!
Because remember that shit with the clone Thor, and she had to put the force field down, and she was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, she had to check him. Because Reed's benefit is his weakness at the same time. Like I just said, when Reed runs into a problem, he'll go solve a problem. If he ain't got a problem, he'll fix one. He'll find one to go try to solve that too. That's all he fucking does. He's good at it, but that's all he does. And he will do that so much that he gets detached from the human fucking condition, because that's what the Maker is. The Maker is a version of Reed Richards. It just lost his family and that's all he does. So he'll lose himself in that fucking science because he ain't paying attention to none of this human shit. He'll be Dr. Manhattan of Marvel. Like, well, I've ascended and I've done all of this stuff and fuck all the rest. I really don't understand you. Sue was the one that bring his ass back down to earth like long neck Negro.
And I think that's I think that's the thing about it, where that's where Reed outdid and beat the Council of Reeds, because he chose his family rather than choose the council. And they're like, "Are you crazy? Like all this infinite knowledge, and we have infinity gauntlets, and we know all the answers." And he was like, "Yeah, you do, but you don't have the family. I choose my family.
I want to fuck none of y'all."
I'm not giving up this. Like, hell no.
Look,
like,
you ain't lived. You can see it inside of her. I mean, for real, you can see it inside of her. You ain't lived.
Yeah, he's like, wow,
making shapes like that.
He's fascinated. It's literally in our stomach.
It's literally in our stomach. I can literally.
You know what? You know what? That's the only woman no hero really tries to hit on, because they're like, wait a minute.
Nope.
They're like,
there's one.
They're like, what's up, Namor? But
Namor Mac at her, boy, hard.
And it's
Namor would hit on her in front of Reed and not give a fuck.
In front of Reed, he don't give a fuck.
Why do you hang with this weak man? Be with me. Fuck him. I got a kingdom.
You know what?
Yeah, Reed's right there. Reed will be so reading a book. Oh, that's interesting. He has a kingdom. Like, what do you have down in your solar? Like, she's like, Reed, damn, you trying to fuck me. Like, goddamn.
But you know what's funny? Do you really want to chase after a woman who's been with Mr. Fantastic and he can make things stretch and elongate? Do you really want to go after that?
Like I said, there's a reason they've been together so long, and Reed like to see it inside of her. And she like to see it too.
Hey, wow, can you
look, if your man can stretch, he definitely hitting every spot. I'm just saying, you feeling your ass out, okay?
And then he's a scientist, so he knows anatomy.
I'll see y'all guys later.
Ford is over here just shaking his head, but he laughing hard as fuck.
I mean,
Come on, man.
think
These
about
dirty
it.
geek jokes.
Think about it. No, come on. I could not be in fucking Marvel saying, wait a minute, nobody ever drew a sex scene between the Invisible Woman and Mrs. Fantastic. Come on now. I know you sick bastards have done it.
No, they thought about it. They just ain't did it.
You got to play the 70s porn music too at it.
Come on. I don't even think you get. It's not until you get in the X-Men that you see some of these X-Men was actually in bed with each other, or maybe the Avengers with Tiger Hoe ass and She-Hulk.
Oh,
But,
she was a
oh yeah, they was
She-Hulk.
together. Yeah, Hawkeye was boning that green shit. What? Like you the Captain Kirk of this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Fucking green, strong green bitches. Like she was getting that shaft for sure.
You know, he was gonna die of snooze.
Got that Hawkeye for a reason, hitting that spot.
Hit that spot. Always hit the target.
Always hitting the target.
Oh my
all right,
God.
BMT had to bounce out of here. That's all right, Charles. You got some final thoughts? I'm gonna bounce out of here. Let Ford sit here and play with himself. Look at Toya laughing. Come on,
At least you're supportive.
At least you're supportive.
You know what? When you see a friend playing with themselves, always give a helping hand. But
no.
Oh
he
shit!
He can make his own mayonnaise. I don't need my
Oh,
help.
don't spray. Or as they called it back in the day, churning butter.
Yeah, churning butter. Yeah. You got a whole chicken.
But once again, it's always a pleasure. Woo! And remember, Harry Palms saved the world. Woo!
No, they don't. It just means you don't have to use those little mitts when you wash your fucking car. That's what Harry Palms mean. A hand wash means something different for your car. Use the right soap, hypoallergenic. Anyway, I'm about to get out of here now. I appreciate the brothers for coming up. AB Media, BMT, Businessman Talk, Charles Faulkner Jr., the Cocobolo King, Ray Hama, the Hama Force, G Serotonin, who actually got the geek side of himself, and Jesse V, who was in the back, but I had told him to get down because I told everybody not to come up here except for G when I put that link in, and he didn't listen and jumped in the back track. Too old to be that deaf. Here you go, Arya. Squirrel Girl beats Rambo any day. Apparently, Squirrel Girl beats everybody. Yeah, it's kind of in the title, right? Squirrel Girl beat Galactus one time, right?
Squirrel Girl versus this. I
wonder how that works, because it's her ability. Talk about tokenized. Like, goddamn. Talk about Mary Sue. Look. So 1 second, you guys. So thank you guys for coming through. Appreciate everybody coming. I think. No, I think we didn't even make the goal. We're still one short. Yeah, motherfuckers holding out on me. That means I should have stopped it a long time ago. See, y'all know how y'all got over because I started talking on the chat. I was talking on the panel, and then I wasn't thinking about the damn Cash App, so we was one short. Never made it. I should have shut the stream down a while ago. Got over, motherfuckers. I'll be watching from now on. It's okay. Fool me once. Fool me once. But vote on the poll. Vote on the poll is what? Squirrel Girl beat Galactus? Yeah, it's in her name. She beat everybody at one time. They didn't say how she beat them. We just know she beat them. And I'm going with the hand job way.
Yeah.
She beat everybody. Even Mr. Fantastic. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Fitness Mom. I know it's close to the first of the month, so all y'all saving y'all rent money. So appreciate that. So we did make the goal today at this point. So I will give out the 3B salute. Thank you very much. So next week, Shop Talk Live will be 3.0, which will be a new year Shop Talk Live. Hopefully, I will have this video finished, and I will start wheeling out the signature I Am series interviews with geeks. Check it out. It's an hour-long interview that I'm breaking up into 4 parts, and so it will air every week. I'm aiming for a Wednesday. So you get 15 minutes or so every Wednesday on one person. So there's one showcase for 1 month about this one person for that month. So got a couple of them in the can already. One I need to work on, cut the video up, and I need to think of make up the intro. I got the music. I just don't have the visuals and what I want to do it, but I will figure it out and put it up there for you guys so you can start seeing it. So be looking for that. I will try to do something different on this channel and how I run the channel and how the conversation flows, because I've been doing it this way for about a year, 2. It works, but it could work better. So you always got to try new stuff. You got to try it. You got to switch it up every year. And since 52 episodes are down, that's 104 episodes of Shop Talk Live, locked up by year. So this was the reloaded year. Next year, this 3.0 will be the revolution year. So, or the evolution year. So we'll see what happens. Main point of this stream today was to understand we need to drop that bullshit. We need to drop all that class division, area division between black men in this space. It gets us actually nowhere. It does. It gets us nowhere. I don't give a fuck about a Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm not using those words at all. So if you heard me say it here today, that's probably the last time you'll hear me say it, unless it's in reference to somebody else fucking say it about it. I'm not using that shit because I like people to define themselves, not have it defined for them who they are. Tell me who you are. I'm not going to tell you. You tell me. So if that's not popular, it's not favorable. It is what the fuck it is. My life is not about somebody else's approval. It's about my approval, how I feel about what I say, what I do, and how I represent to the world. And if I'm cool with it, I don't give a fuck about anybody else not being cool. That's your choice. Figure it out for yourself. But I'm Artisan MC. This has been Shop Talk Live. Do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check out Stand Up Comics 21 on Instagram. Check out Stand Up Comics on Facebook. And check out Artisan MC on Instagram. Not on Facebook. And we can chop it up. I'll have a new poll up eventually. What did Arya say? She got a My Little Pony background. Rainbow Dash, huh? Yeah, I know a little something about My Little Ponies, not because I'm a brony.
No.
Just because I know bronies. Nine cat. Yes, you know exactly the one I'm thinking of. Anyway, I'm getting out of here, you guys. Thanks for all the laughs. It makes my day go better. See you all next time. Peace.
Not very good at just paying attention. Not very good at remembering things that you say. I'm not very good at pursuing
attention. Not very good at concealing the hand that I play. It's the way I am. You'll never change the way I am. Oh, rearrange the way I am. Just let me be. The way I am is the way I am. Not really sure of the coming attractions. Not really sure of illusions we read on the wall. Not really sure of the preaching we practice. I'm not really sure if we'll notice it before we fall. It's the way I am. You'll never change the way I am. The way the way I am. Just let me be. The way I am is the way. Not very good at just paying attention. Not very good at remembering things. Not very good at pursuing redemption. Not very good at concealing the hand that I play when I'm trying so hard just to beat you. I'm not really good at controlling my fate. I'm not really good at controlling my anger. I'm not really good at subduing my hate. I'm not really good. I'm not really good. I'm not really good. It's the way I am. You'll never change the way I am. The way the way I am. Just let me be. The way I am is the way I am.